Ding, dong, 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 bling, gong, gong, bling, gong.
Playoff positioning on the line tonight as FC Dallas play host to Western Conference rivals expansion side Vancouver Whitecaps here at Pizza Hut Park in Frisco, Texas. Let's take a look at the FC Dallas lineup brought to you by Dr. Pepper.
Well, Dallas comes out with their familiar 4-1-4-1, same back line, but Hernandez coming out, sitting out the game midweek in Chicago because of yellow card accumulation, so he comes back in his midfield position. Breck Shea left mid, and then Jackson. We're going to keep an eye on Jackson because Jackson has been playing well the last couple of weeks.
Let's take a look at the keys to the match for FC Dallas.
Well, the first one is to apply the pressure. Dallas needs to get off to a good start and apply pressure on this Vancouver team that has not won a single game on the road this year and winless when they allow the first goal. Number two, positive momentum. After a horrific September, the Chicago game midweek proved their ability and how dangerous this team can be when they're on form.
Take a look at the Vancouver Whitecaps lineup brought to you by Dr. Pepper.
Well, led defensively by the 2010 World Cup veteran Jay DeMerit. The Texan Shea Salinas comes on the left-hand side, and we're going to keep an eye on top. The designated player Jarju with the Camilo, who has 12 goals so far this season.
And the Vancouver's keys to the match.
Well, the key tonight with back-to-back wins for the first time this entire MLS season. Spirits are high, so they want to continue their form. And then finally, let's see if they can win their first road win all season. It's all about benchmarks for this Vancouver team, a new franchise. They want to see if they can get at least one road win this year.
The Whitecaps trying to avoid becoming the fourth team in MLS history to finish the season without an away victory. LA in 03, RSL in 05, New York Red Bulls in 09. The lucky coin toss tonight brought to you by The River by WinStar World Casino.
Nice to see you there, Nico, Daniel Hernandez's brother, former SMU soccer player, out there to help his brother do the coin toss tonight.
Nico up top, Danielle in the midfield. Jay DeMerit, the captain tonight for the Vancouver Whitecaps. 3 changes by Tommy Sohn. Wins at home against Real Salt Lake and DC United. Lineups unchanged tonight. You see Michael Boxall in the center part of the defense. Shea Salinas and Mustafa Jarju. Weather tonight, 88 degrees. Perfect playing conditions here at Pizza Hut Park.
Yeah, what an incredible day here in Dallas and North Texas, 88 degrees. Good crowd here to support their FC Dallas team that just clinched a playoff spot and are looking to get 3 more points.
Breck Shea back in the starting 11, 30 minutes Wednesday night in Chicago. He's becoming a vital clog in the left-hand side of the midfield for Jurgen Klinsmann, the U.S. national team. Still just 21 years of age tonight, making his 30th start of the season. 10 goals, 3 assists.
We often mention Breck Shea has done just about everything right this year, with maybe the exception of his haircut. But what an incredible talent, and always a pleasure to watch him. The reason why I think a lot of people like watching this young talented player is that he's not afraid to take players on. And you don't really see that very often with American players, and it's unfortunate.
FC Dallas in possession. They'll be attacking from the right to the left. Long ball from Daniel Hernandez. Finds the left foot of Breck Shea. Early touch from Brovsky. Kalfan. Cut out quickly by Cruz. Early ball whipped in. Texas-born Shea Salinas. Wants to get in behind on the left-hand side. A little bit too long. It'll be thrown on the far side for FC Dallas. FC Dallas in the red and the white, attacking from the right to the left. Vancouver, all white, defending from the left to the right. We'd like to thank Adidas and all of our Major League Soccer sponsors for allowing us to bring you tonight's game without interruption. Hugo Ahimu, possession across the back line, finds George John. Possession for FC Dallas across the back line. Benitez has Breck Shea to his left, cuts back inside. Searching ball, gets cut out by Salinas. Gets his head up, looking for Camilo. Good pressure from Daniel Hernandez. Ricardo Vila has Breck Shea to his left. Shea looking to expose that space, looking to get in behind Brovsky. Good possession from The right back, recovered though by Vilar. Gets his head up, isolated 1v1 on the flank. Service deflected on the way in. And possession for Kalfan. Mustafa Jarju, just his 5th start of the season, finds Salinas. Pressure from Chavez, Camilo in an offside position.
The linesman there in a perfect spot to see the offside. As expected, it looks like Vancouver, like most teams that come in here to Pizza Hut Park, are sitting back a little bit. You know, it's a threatening midfield of FC Dallas that usually does damage to visiting teams that come in here. So they're going to sit back a little bit and look like they're going to try to counter on FC Dallas tonight.
Well, for all the difficulties Vancouver Whitecaps have had this season, one of just 3 teams with 2 players in double-digit scoring. Camilo with 12 goals, Eric Astley, who everyone was talking about at the start of the season, has 10 goals, 3 assists. He'll be available off the bench tonight for Tommy Sohn. Jackson putting pressure on Michael Boxall. Recovered by John Thornton. Brovsky releasing pressure. That'll find Ugo Ihimelu. Jarju, the first African designated player in Major League Soccer. Applies the pressure back to Kevin Hartman. Thornton. Kalfan, isolated, 1v2. Recovered by Jair Benitez. Quick little touch, finds Cruz, all the way back to Ihimelu.
It's so important that FC Dallas is patient, not necessarily slowing up the game, but they have to be smart in terms of how they break this defensive nature of Vancouver tonight. Make sure that people are moving off the ball and the ball is moving quickly. 1 and 2 touch. It's the only way that you're really going to be able to break this line. Everything's just got to be a little bit quicker, and you can see the touch by Ugo Ihimelu, that first touch. He wants to get forward quickly.
It was a rough month of September. 4 losses in Major League Soccer, 2 losses and a draw in CONCACAF Champions League, and only 2 wins since August 1st. CONCACAF Champions League toll really hitting Schellas Hyman's team. It's been a difficult run of form, but that win Wednesday night in Chicago was enough to clinch them a spot in the playoffs. Still plenty to play for, as Real Salt Lake within striking distance, just 3 points ahead. Now Chavez gets in behind the left back Jordan Harvey. Ricardo Vilar touched on the way in, Brovsky. First clearance, top of the 18-yard box. Cleared by Boxall. Recovered by Lloyd. Benitez, time and space. Elects to go short, finds Breck Shea. Continues his overlapping run. Kalfan closing down pressure, still gets his service off. Lunging touch from Jay Demerit. Quickly outlets to Camilo. Good first touch. Jarju releases Camilo into space. And once again, good line drawn by the back 4 of FC Dallas.
Well, George John and Ugo Ihimelu had a good reading there. Camilo wasn't off by too much, but he was off a yard or 2. You can see there Ugo Ihimelu, smart defensive play, knew where George John was and stopped his run. Good headsy play by Ugo Ihimelu.
Yeah, risky. He wasn't even taking a look where the run from Camilo was. Jarju trying to play him into space. It's going to be interesting to see how Mustafa Jarju impacts this match. Hasn't really had a role other than substitutes appearance. Tonight, just his 10th game, has yet to score or record an assist in Major League Soccer. The captain of Gambia, just 25 years of age, scored 37 goals and 106 appearances in the Belgian 2nd division, was the 2nd DP signed by Vancouver.
It's a luxury that Coach Tommy Sohn has, that he has a guy like Eric Hasseley on the bench, a long time, who can step in at any notice and perform as well.
Vancouver Whitecaps head coach Tommy Sohn starting his professional career in Major League Soccer with the Dallas Burn. He was an assistant in Chicago, assistant in DC, a head coach in DC. January 2010, took over as the director of soccer from Vancouver. And after firing Thordor Tydertson, he's become the head coach of the Whitecaps. Martin Rennie set to become the head coach as of January 1st. So Vancouver looking to finish out the season strong, but changes ahead for the expansion side.
After having 2 straight wins, this team is looking for anything positive to come out for the remaining balance of the year.
Cruz whipped in ball looking for the far post. Jordan Harvey lets it roll. There'll be a goal kick for Vancouver.
Oh, a dangerous ball. A dangerous ball by Danny Cruz. And it's Jordan Harvey that didn't know exactly what he wanted to do in that situation. FC Dallas almost got lucky, it looked like. Harvey almost got on the end of that one.
Now both outside backs for Vancouver on yellow card warning, as well as Jackson and Zach Lloyd for FC Dallas.
Danny Cruz, the picture there you saw, scored a wonderful goal midweek in Chicago. It was the game-winning goal against the Chicago team, and I really can't say enough about the result there in Chicago a couple days ago. This was an FC Dallas team that fortunately had a couple days off, and they came out guns blazing against Chicago.
Well, tweet your soccer questions now using hashtag FCDTV. We'll pick a couple questions at halftime, answer them on air, and don't forget to follow at FC Dallas for in-game updates via Twitter.
Jair Benitez, another time now, the third time that I've counted so far in these first couple minutes. He struggled a little bit. As we said before, with Vancouver backing off defensively a little bit, it's going to be difficult for these defensive players with the ball at their feet to try to get forward and be smart with their passes.
Well, definitely the time of year where Schultz Hyman would like to be able to rest some valuable players, but FC Dallas can't do that. CONCACAF Champions League against Toronto, they have to win to book their spot in the quarterfinals Wednesday night. Cruz from distance. Joe Cannon spills, then covers up as Marvin Chavez follows that ball up.
Cruz had a little bit of time and space. You can see here with this instant replay, has some time and space, tries to put some on, it's deflected a little bit. Kind of had Joe Cannon confused a little bit, but there's a talented goalie who's been associated with Major League Soccer and so many great teams.
36-year-old coming over in the expansion draft from San Jose Earthquakes, dealing with surgery in the offseason, winning his spot back from Jay Nolan. For FC Dallas, playoff positioning still on the line, an opportunity to catch Real Salt Lake and get out of that wild card play-in game. Thankfully for FC Dallas, they're playing two teams that are already eliminated from the playoffs, ending the season at the San Jose Earthquakes.
FC Dallas has an interesting week here against Vancouver tonight. And obviously the Toronto FC game, the Champions League game, and then next weekend against San Jose Earthquakes. So how this all plays out, it's ultimately going to be the playoff team that FC Dallas plays is really very much in the end.
Jay Salinas picking the pocket of Zach Lloyd. Lloyd recovers, finds Jarju. Kalfan to his right, plays it back to Kofi. Broski makes himself available as the right back. Plays that ball into space looking for Kalfan. Tanzanian international takes a big bump from Jair Benitez, gets away, gets the service out from the flank. There's the positioning from the captain, Daniel Hernandez. Brett Shea now, under pressure, gets his head up. Calm, cool, collected, back to Daniel Hernandez.
Here's the opportunity for Benitez to be smart with the ball at his feet. It's going to take the other 9 men or so, make sure they get running off the ball, create some space for themselves, and I think the outside backs have to push up a little bit and create a little bit more opportunities for that center mids, Pilar and Danny Cruz and Daniel Hernandez, to get the ball at their feet a little bit more.
Jackson, pressure on the back line. Boxall makes no mistake about it. Big clearance out to the left-hand side. It'll be a throw-in for FC Dallas. No Carlisle Mitchell tonight. He was injured. Trinidad and Tobago international starting back-to-back matches for Tommy Sohn before exiting the match against DC United with an injury. New Zealand international Michael Boxall tonight making his 18th start of the season. Camilo now gets his head up, thinks about chipping Kevin Hartman, keeps possession. Thorrington. Good pressure from Chavez. Thorrington looking to return the favor, runs into his own man. Chavez keeps the ball in play. Good awareness from John Thorrington, clearing that ball off Chavez. It'll be a throw-in for the Vancouver Whitecaps.
Chavez does a great job winning possession, but you can't really say enough about John Thorrington here. Committed to defense, not giving up whatsoever. And a headsy play to knock that off Chavez to get possession for Vancouver.
Pilar once again picking up that second ball at the top of the 18-yard box, all the way back to George John. Steve, you talked about CONCACAF Champions League. FC Dallas in Group C. Pumas, number 1, 8 points. FC Dallas in second with 7 points. Toronto with 7 points. Tauro FC with 5 points. Tauro FC playing Pumas. If they win by a score of more than 2 goals, they could possibly win the group. FC Dallas in a must-win situation against Toronto at home. Jay DeMerit. Salinas. Ball cut out. Cruz settles. Lloyd all the way back to John. Himmelin opening up things on the left-hand side. Benitez to his left continues his run. Finds Chavez. First touch into space. Combination with Vila. Chavez from distance!
Chavez from distance, you can see here, has a lot of time, but catch an eye on the top of your screen. You can see Breck Shea wide open. After that play, you can see Breck Shea talking to Marvin a little bit, just reminding Marvin, hey, look at me, I'm wide open here. I could probably have had a better option for you. Obviously, Chavez recognizing it there.
Take a look at the other scores around Major League Soccer. Sporting Kansas City, huge win at home, 2-0 over New York. Philly and Toronto tying 1-1. DC United, Chicago, 0-0 at the half. Columbus Crew, under Mendoza, giving the Crew the lead against the New England Revolution. Dangerous ball across the back line. Good pressure from Chavez. Brovsky, clipped up ball, searching for Camilo. Touched into space by Himmelin. Jarju recovers. Now it's Thornton, gets his head up. He's got Salinas, brings in the left back Jordan Harvey. Soft ball, looking for the run of Salinas, cut out well by Zach Lloyd.
Young defender Zach Lloyd from North Carolina steps in, the right place at the right time. Good defensive play by Zach there.
Shea, flipped up ball up over the top. Marvin Chavez is onside. Boxall recovering to his left. Chavez gets his head up, looks for Jackson. Timely challenge from Jay DeMerit, recovered by Cruz. Vilar, good outlet to the left-hand side, brings in Jair Benitez. Hernandez has Cruz. Looks to outlet Lloyd. Cruz. Gonna play Lloyd in, overhit. It'll be a goal kick for Vancouver. Well, defending Western Conference champions FC Dallas have clinched the playoff berth, and you can be there for all the action. 2-game playoff strips are on sale now at fcdallas.com and ticketmaster.com.
So far in the first 15 minutes of this game, the Vancouver team that is pretty much done with most teams in MLS has done here at Pizza Hut Park. They've sit back, they've tried to counter. Defensively for FC Dallas, not too many scares so far. Just offensively, they have to be a little bit quicker on the ball, move the ball on the ground a little bit faster than what they're doing right now. Try to create as much space for their teammates. It's Ugo Himmelin who takes note and steps into the space.
Well, the first 15 minutes have been difficult all season long as far as goal scoring for FC Dallas. They've scored just 1 goal all season.
It has a lot to do with situation. FC Dallas needs to step up a little bit more defensively, gain possession of the ball in a higher position, and create a little bit more opportunities for themselves in the first 15 minutes.
And you take a look, goals by minutes, just 1 in the first 15. And for me, this is a team that is incredibly dangerous, especially at home. As you can tell, statistically, 10 goals in the final 15 minutes of the match.
It's a talented team, no question about that. Just need to be smarter getting forward in the first 15 minutes.
FC Dallas, the first team in 2011 to win 10 games on the season. Only 2 wins since August 1st. Steve, they always talk about the toll that's placed on the team from travel to games, fitness, form. All those things come into play. CONCACAF Champions League can decimate the squad if you're not careful. Another great recovery tackle from Thornton. Finally fit, finally healthy. Tonight making his 8th start of the season. Benitez. To Chavez. All the way back to Ugoihim. Pressure from Jarju. Hernandez. Daniel Hernandez back in the starting 11 following his suspension.
Call up the national team. After that game in Chicago, every single man in the locker room after that win said, important 4 days off we have. Coming in tonight, there should be no excuses about being too tired.
Snapping a scoreless
4 or 5 times now. Jair Benitez trying to do something.
With Jair Benitez pointing where he wants the ball. For Whitecaps, back-to-back wins against Real Salt Lake as well as DC United after an opening loss at BC Place against the Portland Timbers. Good look at Tommy Sohn. Both those back-to-back wins coming after the team was eliminated from the playoffs. It's been a struggle, but it's notoriously difficult with an expansion team. Tommy Sohn's been in charge January 2010. Hasn't had a lot of success after stepping back to the sidelines.
You and I both know after a team has been knocked out of league play, there's quite a few jobs on the line. It seems like a few guys step up their performance a little bit more because they know that come November they have to sit down with the staff and head coaching. And they have to answer for why they did not perform well throughout the course of the season.
And you make a very valuable point because David Cumiento, for the 3rd match in a row, is not on the roster. Cumiento did not even travel to Dallas. Head coach Tommy Sohn very animated in the press. Guys want to work hard. Guys got to learn what I'm looking for if they want to have any role whatsoever. Chavez bump in the back of Kofi.
Yeah, Cumiento, I mean, that says a lot. I mean, here's, you know, leading the team in assists, but here's the look of Chavez and his pace. A little slow. But it's Kofi who gets in front of him. It's a good defensive play, always getting in between the man and the ball.
Tommy Sohn finding Gershon Kofi in a tournament in Ghana a year ago. The 20-year-old become a staple in the midfield. 27 starts this year for Vancouver. Former Dallas Burn defender. You can tell from his persona on the sideline the same way he was as a player. He wanted to get stuck in. He wanted to make his point defensively. That's how he likes his players.
Seeing a former Dallas Burn, we should probably take note that tonight Oscar Pareja and Bobby Ryan were all honored in the Walk of Fame here in Dallas. Well deserved, both those players.
2 absolute legends. Absolute legends.
Incredible soccer players, but more importantly 2 men who have worn the Dallas Burn FC Dallas jerseys who are just incredible people off the field as well.
Salinas settles, can't keep that ball in play. It'll be a throw-in on the near side. Jair Benitez looking to take it quickly. Calfan and Salinas switching sides, responding to the switch of Marvin Chavez and Breck Shea. Simple possession once again across the back line of FC Dallas. Cruz, pressure from Thornton. Shea slips. Jarju recovers initially. Jarju, top of the 18-yard box. Mustafa Jarju, good tackle from Ugoihim, quickly outlets. Chance on the breakout down the left-hand side. Jair Benitez looking for the feet of Vilar, skips through, finds Chavez. Run at Jackson, Chavez from distance. And this time Joe Cannon holds on to it.
Well, this is a game that's brewing up to be a counter-attacking game. Vancouver sitting back, looking for any opportunity. And they do create an opportunity from an incredible defensive play by Ugoihim. Breaks free, Chavez has some time and space and tries his chance against Joe Cannon, but Joe Cannon there to stop that one pretty easily.
We talked about the outside flanks pushing higher and higher. Jackson, Chavez, and Breck Shea, a lot of movement interchanging between the 3 up top. Chavez having another shot from the top of the 18-yard box. Salinas gets away from Jackson. Brovsky, first time ball into space. That'll trick her out down the left-hand side. It'll be a throw-in for FC Dallas. Throughout the month of October, MLS Works is raising awareness and funds for breast cancer research and treatment. During various games all month, you'll see the MLS game ball in pink as well as the players wearing pink sweatbands. Ball up over the top. Chavez goes down in the box. Boxall gets his head up. Kofi. Chavez still down in the box. Salinas puts that ball into space. Can he keep it in? He cannot. Chavez still down inside the 18-yard box. Take another look.
Zach Lloyd with a long ball. Getting behind Boxall is Chavez. Chavez feeling the pressure, falls down a little bit, but a good call by the center official, Alex Preuss. No foul there.
Our man in the middle, Alex Preuss, tonight. 191st match in Major League Soccer. He was in the center of the U.S. Open Cup final between Seattle and Chicago just a week and a half ago.
And this is the pressure that I think FC Dallas needs. Applying pressure that high, and you can see the possession where it starts.
Jackson for the combination play. Find out more information about breast cancer awareness with MLS Works. Please log on to MLSsoccer.com/works.
You and I started tonight with, there's the pink ball. We start with our pink, I don't even know what they're called, scarves, I guess is the best way of saying it. It's not often that I wear a pink scarf, but I know, Brian, you love your pink.
We got wristbands, we got boots. 2 matches ago, John Thornton for Vancouver had a pink cast on.
Yeah. Everybody supporting a wonderful cause.
Joe Cannon. Header won by Ihemelu. Cruz has Jackson into space. Boxall closing down from the left-hand side. Jackson gets his head up. Little cutback, isolation, 1v1. Back to Cruz. Zach Lloyd bypassing all the way to Ihemelu. Vilar, good run off Chavez, brings in Lloyd on the right-hand side. First time ball into space, Boxall. Dangerous when you try to trap it with the outside of the right foot.
Unique perspective that Boxall took to that, but you can see a wonderful example of there how important it is to get your outside backs forward. And it's Zach Lloyd who gets forward. Should have done a little bit better getting that crossover. Might even have taken it to the end line, would have created a better space for Jackson. But overall, a good play getting your outside back forward. Zach Lloyd, good job. I think we're going to have to see this by Jared Benitez on this left-hand side as well, a little bit more to open this game up.
Talked about bringing in your outside backs. Both those runs off the ball, creating an opportunity for FC Dallas. Salinas gets on the end of his own pass. Has Calfon. Lets to go by himself. These are Calfon, completely isolated, completely alone on that left-hand side. Shea Salinas, little shot from the top of the 18-yard box.
You can see here, Salinas does have a lot of time. With Calfon up top, looking for it. You can see his reaction, looking for it. Didn't miss it by much on the outside post, even though Kevin Hartman had it covered. But the Texan Salinas definitely missed an opportunity, not finding Calfon up top.
Take a look at Shea Salinas' numbers this season. 1 goal, 3 assists. Started his career in San Jose last year with the Philadelphia Union. Tonight making his 18th start of the season. Still just 25 years of age. Hugo looking for the run of Brek Shea. Shea gets inside the left shoulder of Brovsky. Good positioning from the left back. Back to Demeritte. Immediate pressure on the ball. Demeritte finds Thornton. Jarju has Camilo. Lays it off to Kofi. Calfon. Build up on that left-hand side. Jordan Harvey. First touch settles. Looking to go at Lloyd. Pressure from Chavez. Jordan Harvey in behind. Jordan Harvey, great recovery tackle from Zach Lloyd. George John, a little body on Jordan Harvey. He wants a handball. Take a look at it again.
Great tackle by Zach Lloyd, getting down, staying in position there, making sure they didn't handball it right there, and then look, George John stepping in to give his defender a little bit of support. Harvey's a little frustrated, felt like there was something there, but obviously there wasn't with Alex Bruce just standing yards away and seeing the entire play.
Well, the one thing you can give Zach Lloyd credit for is he kept that hand the entire time in the same position, made no attempt. Alex Bruce right on top of it. Harvey now.
So many times young defenders, they slide that hand over, pick up the foul, the handball, but a smart play by Zach Lloyd, who's played a couple games with the national team.
Good look at Bobby Ryan to the right of your screen, just off the left shoulder of Jordan Harvey. Cruz. Dangerous challenge from Mustafa Jarju. Alex Cruz walks over to give him a talking to. Daniel Cruz has been solid since joining FC Dallas. 9th appearance in Major League Soccer. Fantastic goal Wednesday night in Chicago. But he's been incredibly valuable in CONCACAF Champions League play, in particular tonight. Andrew Jacobson relegated to the bench.
He has been, and it's Coach Shellis Hyman, who has a lot of confidence in Danny Cruz, who has put him in this position to excel. And the other night in Chicago came up with a game-winning goal, phenomenal finish over his head into the net to allow FC Dallas with a big 3 points.
Joe Canton taking his time. 30th minute, 0-0 here at Pizza Hut Park. Daniel Hernandez has Zach Lloyd to his right. Likes to look for the feet. Marvin Chavez, well read by Jordan Harvey. Combination play, Harvey continues. Two players clattering into each other in the midfield. Danny Cruz still down. Jackson, once again, just coming off that back line. 3 times it's worked out for Jackson and Marvin Chavez. This time, it does not. Let's go back, take a look at the collision.
It is Danny Cruz coming in, a good play. It is Jordan Harvey that comes in a little late. Clips Danny Cruz a little bit, but Alex Cruz felt like it was just, yeah, you could see him talking to Danny Cruz there and saying that it just played on a little bit. You had possession, just wanted to keep the game flowing.
There's a reason Alex Cruz got the U.S. Open Cup final. One of the referees that players love to be able to have a conversation with during the game. Averaging 3.1 yellow cards a match. In 190 games, he's only handed out 43 red cards. It's a good stat if you're a player, especially if you're a defender.
And you're Brian Dunseth, who likes to talk during the course of a game.
I like to have conversations.
Not always the most pleasant player to play against sometimes. That's okay, I won't hold it against you. I still like it, Brian.
Appreciate it. Cruz. Lloyd's ball finds Shea, cut out by Salinas. Kofi. Thorrington. Didn't see Chavez. Cruz. That'll be played in the midfield third. Camilo now. 1 versus 2. Through the legs of Cruz. Skips away from 2, bodies off the left-hand side of George John. Be a set-piece opportunity for Vancouver. No card handed out by Alex Bruce.
Well, a wonderful example of how talented Camilo is in a game like this where Vancouver is constantly looking to counterattack. It's Camilo who's created an opportunity in set pieces, and set pieces might dictate a lot of what happens here tonight, as this game is somewhat slow in the first 30 minutes. So it's Kevin Hartman now asked on to step up and make a big save.
Camilo, just 23 years of age, 12 goals, 3 assists. Brazilian, starting his career in Malta, followed up by South Korea. We found him in an open trial, January 2011. Camilo now. Jordan Harvey runs over. Camilo looking for the far post. Huge save, Kevin Hartman.
We said it was an opportunity for Kevin Hartman to come up with a big save, and boy, did he come up with a big save. A good strike by Camilo, but it's Kevin Hartman coming high with that right hand. It was dipping into goal. Kevin Hartman doing what he's done so many times with his career here in FC Dallas, making a big stop here in the 33rd minute.
Most victories in MLS, most shutouts in consecutive seasons with less than 1.00 goals against average. Jordan Harvey cleared out by Breck Shea. Salinas settles under pressure from Chavez. Blind ball, cut out by Jackson. Benitez. Vila. Back to Benitez.
And again, we get to see a Vancouver team that sits to the midfield line to start up their defensive line. But it's the outside back, Zach Lloyd getting for it, that creates some space. Calfine with a good defensive play.
Classic imagery if you're an FC Dallas fan. Daniel Hernandez getting his head up, spraying a 60-yard ball across the field.
Over the last year or so, FC Dallas having a lot of success. You see so many times teams come in here at Pizza Hut Park, and they just sit back and counter, sit back and counter. So what's asked upon by FC Dallas tonight, you got to get your outside backs forward. You've got to be better on the ball, better possession, good, clean passes that are going to create some space and time for your teammates.
Jackson getting away with one right there, coming from an offside position. Settles. Lloyd. Flipped up ball, top of the 18-yard box, just out of the reach of Marvin Chavez. All the way back. George John, a little bit of pressure. That'll go all the way to Kevin Hartman. Cut out. Salinas now gets his head up for Camilo. Camilo was onside, pulled his run off. Thought he was in an offside position. George John initially keeping him on. Now it's Chavez. Jay DeMeritt closing down hard. Chavez! Chavez! Marvin Chavez makes it 1-0 in the 35th minute.
And it's Chavez's composure that makes all the difference with this play. Jay DeMeritt goes down. He goes down hard, trying to win the tackle. Chavez breaks free, creates some space for himself. He's off and running, but you can see Jay DeMeritt getting down, trying to make a play. It slips through his feet, and it's calm and collective. Marvin Chavez, who puts it to the far post with a wonderful finish beyond Joe Cannon.
Unfortunate for Jay DeMeritt, closing down that space. Ball skips away. Marvin Chavez, 6th goal of the season. He's been on an absolute tear this year. Last time these two teams met, FC Dallas, a 2-1 win in Vancouver. That was the match in which FC Dallas lost David Ferreira.
Such a big goal when you think about this is a Vancouver team that has struggled so much, hasn't won one time all season in 2011 on the road, but more important when they've given up that first goal. And it is tough. Well, you can see FC Dallas there, 12-1-2 when scoring the first goal. But it's Vancouver who has really struggled, lost every game this year when they have given up that first goal.
Calfine, top of the 18-yard box, another big save by Hartman.
It's Vancouver that comes back pretty quickly. Frustrated Kevin Hartman, wanting more from his defenders and coming up with another big save to their near post. Calfine has way too much time and space on top of the 18-yard box. Another fine save by Kevin Hartman.
In-swinger from the far side. Jordan Harvey sitting on Kevin Hartman. Cleared out by Hernandez, settled by Salinas. Thornton. Chavez finds Jackson. Breck Shea on the far side. Jackson isolated 1v1 with Salinas. Spins away, good pressure from Brovsky.
Well, Salinas and Brovsky doing a good job maintaining, containing Jackson there. The game was a little bit slow for the first 30 minutes, but this last couple of minutes has been nothing more than exciting. The game and the level has definitely picked up. That goal by Marvin Chavez has really opened up the play.
Jarju. Milo stays on his run. Good positioning from George John. Final 15 minutes of both halves have been killer for Vancouver Whitecaps. With that goal from Marvin Chavez, Vancouver has given up their 13th goal of the season in the final 15 minutes of the first half.
0-13-4 when allowing that first goal all season. So the odds are not in Vancouver's favor, but they're still pushing forward, trying to create opportunities, and they've had 2 good opportunities already where Kevin Hartman has really stepped up.
John Thornton going down with a hard tackle. Marvin Chavez straddling him. It's really been the calling card all season long for FC Dallas. No reason for Marvin Chavez to get in the face of John Thornton. Earns a silly, silly yellow card in the 39th minute.
Well said, Brian. Exactly. You're up 1-0 and you've scored a goal. You might be frustrated and think that John Thornton is faking a little bit, but you should not be involved in one of those plays. So there's a little bit of immaturity there by Marvin Chavez not to just walk away. No reason not to walk away right there.
Take another look.
You can see here surrounding the ball FC Dallas players. Comes loose, John Thornton trying to get possession there. Doesn't get possession, and Chavez comes in. No foul, nothing there. Just walk away.
There's a substitute against the United States in the international friendly at Sun Life Stadium a couple weeks ago for Chavez, still on loan from Marathon. 27-year-old, 23 appearances for Honduras. Took a big risk in the summer by turning down Honduras' call to the Gold Cup, sticking with his club team.
Honduras might have been upset, but Michelle Simon and the FC Dallas organization was delighted to have Marvin involved in the team in the starting 11 during a difficult summer for him.
Not just the loss of David Ferreira, but Fabian Castillo going with the Colombian under-20 national team. Team really searching for their identity. The one thing you always know about FC Dallas, incredibly quick. They have pace. They're going to get you chances based on speed alone. Possession absolutely changed a little bit, but head coach Shellis Hyman has figured out a way to be dynamic with that speed going forward.
He's been preaching recently the importance of emotional intelligence, and that was an example of not being emotionally intelligent by Chavez.
Goes back to that Jackson red card in Columbus earlier this season. The aforementioned Jackson cuts inside from distance.
It'll be interesting to note if there is a change at halftime with Chavez. We're going to see a good example here. Chavez, it goes off Ugo Ahemelu. Chavez maintaining possession. Thornton feels like he came in late and then jumps out of it. Very awkward play by John Thornton, but it's Chavez who stayed engaged with it and forced himself with a yellow card. We talked about emotional intelligence, but that was a perfect example of not having it. When you have guys like Fabian Castillo on the bench ready to come in, you pick up a yellow card, be surprised at halftime if Coach Shellis Hyman makes a statement. Although Chavez has a nice goal in hand right now, that kind of behavior is unacceptable this time of year.
You said it in the run of play. Marvin Chavez did not commit the foul. John Thornton jumped out of the tackle. The reaction. So he might get away with the first one. Very rarely do you get away with the second one. Vilar up over the top. Jackson pressure on box up. Can he get it all the way back to Cannon? He can. Quickly outlets to the right-hand side.
The last 5 minutes of this first half, so important that FC Dallas not give up anything here. The only thing that should be in your mind is making sure that you're up 1-0, the very least, when you walk into that locker room.
Well, text FCD to 678-678 to vote for tonight's Budweiser Man of the Match. We will announce the winner immediately following the game. Steve, you talked about closing out the end of the first half. FC Dallas finished 2010 with just 19 goals against. This season, giving up 35. Once again, further proof of the curse of the CONCACAF Champions League. Zach Lloyd now. Switch into space, finds Ihema. Charger thinks about it, backs off all the way to Benitez. Breck Shea wants it up over the top. He will get it. Jay DeMerit looks to close down the space. A bad idea from Breck Shea. A little searching ball to the top of the 6. Joe Cannon quickly off his line.
Jackson tries to get to the near post, but this was all started by a wonderful ball by Jair Benitez. Finds Breck Shea. Breck Shea with his head up very early, looking at Jackson, running for that near post. A little bit stronger, might have been there, but Joe Cannon coming off his line, covering the angle well.
Not a bad idea from Breck Shea, unfortunately. Just the reach to Jackson. Jackson, he's played striker, he's played right mid, he's played defensive mid, he's played center back, and he's played right back. Once again, makes his 3rd start. At the top of the point of the attack tonight for FC Dallas. 4 goals, 2 assists, 8 goals in all competitions for the 23-year-old Brazilian.
Jackson came off Chicago midweek with a phenomenal performance. So many players played well in Chicago, but it's Jackson. Fabian Castillo played a great game. Danny Cruz with an incredible goal. Just overall, what a fine performance for a team that was able to rest for 4 days, and it looks like a completely different team than we saw in September. 2
changes from that starting 11. Andrew Jacobson and the aforementioned Fabian Castillo, both tonight, starting the match on the bench.
And Jacobson had a great game. But yet, as it steps in, and fortunately for Charles Simon, he has the depth that allows a guy like Andrew Jacobson to get some time and to rest up a little bit.
What a huge pickup Andrew Jacobson has been. Couldn't really fit in with either DC United or the Philadelphia Union. For one reason or another, did not stick. But he fits in well here, replacing Dax McCarty. Camilo. Ball into space, touched by George John. Good job from Zach Lloyd. Ball up over the top, he just overhit it. Not a bad idea from Zach Lloyd.
Zach Lloyd with a good defensive play, first and foremost. Not a bad idea to try to get forward, especially get your head up and look long when you have a guy like Marvin Chavez and his pace, and it's just hit a little bit too long.
Joe Cannon, been a tough year statistically for him. 19th start of the season, 1.56 goals against average, 3 shutouts on the year. George John, 1 minute. Stoppage time added to this first half. Good defending from Chavez. George John. Chavez unhappy. The referee, Alex Cruz. Flicked into space. Box on. Right back to Ricardo Vila. Jackson pulls up his run. Tactical foul committed by Michael Boxall. Alex Cruz giving him a warning. Daniel Hernandez not happy.
And I've got to agree with Daniel Hernandez here. Boxall coming in late, that's definitely a yellow card. Slowing it down too much. Ricardo Villar and, of course, Daniel Hernandez. Quick on Alex Cruz. Mentioning it to Alex Cruz, you got to get a yellow card there.
Reminds me of you. It was just my first time.
I got away with a lot, I'm not gonna lie.
Breck Shea. Little Cruyff creates space for himself. Cruz back to Benitez.
It's FC Dallas maintaining possession. They know that there's only 1 minute left, 1 minute of injury time. They have to be smart. Don't need to be risky. And there it is. First half up 1-0. Exactly what you want with the home side.
Marvin Chavez, he's the goal scorer so far. FC Dallas with a 1-0 lead in the 35th minute. And FC Dallas coming off that 2-1 win in Chicago to clinch their spot in the playoffs. Bright first half for that man. Breck Shea back to the starting 11 after a substitute's role in Chicago for FC Dallas, clinching a spot in the playoffs with that win in Chicago. Still playoff positioning. The implications are on the line. Real Salt Lake just ahead of FC Dallas. But for FC Dallas, playing 2 teams already knocked out and eliminated from the playoffs. Now we have an opportunity to talk to Captain Daniel Hernandez. Daniel, thanks for joining us. First 45 minutes in the books. You guys are up 1-0. You got to be happy with the start.
No, definitely. You know, I thought we did a fairly good job in the first half. You know, shut them down for the most part defensively. I think we being a little patient with the possession, but we need to make sure and take care of the ball there in the defensive third of the field, because right now their only options are the counterattacks, the balls that we're losing in the midfield.
You mentioned the counterattack, Danielle, and that has big implications, obviously, with this Vancouver team that's very good. Looks like they're sitting back defensively, Vancouver. How do you counter that one?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's good for us because we're able to move the ball and keep possession of the ball. The problem is when we lose the ball. And so we have to just take better care of the ball and look for different ways of penetrating, making penetrating passes, try to get in behind the defense, because they're going to sit back. We need to not only keep possession, but also be able to attack them.
Daniel, thank you for your time. Good luck in the second 45 minutes.
Thank you.
Well, FC Dallas with the 1-0 lead. Marvin Chavez, he's the goal scorer in the 35th minute. Stick around, plenty more coming up. FC Dallas 1, Vancouver Whitecaps 0. FC Dallas 1-0 lead through Marvin Chavez's goal in the 35th minute. Well, a couple changes in the playoff structure tonight with the results we showed you at halftime. Philadelphia, Sporting Kansas City, Houston all clinching, and Colorado and Columbus all making sure that they've booked their spot in the playoffs. Now the question becomes, Steve, how does this all play out? Because we know right now there's still an opportunity for FC Dallas to catch Real Salt Lake. Right now, FC Dallas sitting on 49 points, Real Salt Lake sitting on 52. Real Salt Lake will play Portland Timbers at home next Saturday. FC Dallas will play on the road at San Jose.
Started today, the playoffs would be the New York Red Bulls coming here to Pizza Hut Park to play this FC Dallas team. And what an exciting game that would be.
Yeah, when FC Dallas win, they would play first place team in the Eastern Conference. Tweet hashtag FC Dallas TV. Heard Pareja and BR19 were inducted into the FCD Walk of Fame. Who would you put next?
Well, that's a tough one. We spoke about Alvarez being a good option there. Mark Dodd is another great option. Old school style.
You're going really old school.
Yeah, there's quite a few funny ones in there. I think our team in the truck joked around, but Ed Vizcarich, who we see often on the sidelines here on weekends. Ed's still a big-time coach here in the area, and what a great guy.
Leonel Alvarez, now the head coach of the Colombian national team. Be interesting to see what the trickle-down effect with players in MLS will be. Leonel playing for the Dallas Burn before being traded for Oscar Pareja to the New England Revolution.
Well, there's some talented players here tonight, young players, and Breck Shea and some other names that could be on that Walk of Fame someday.
Well, Vancouver in possession, attacking from the right to the left, wearing the all-white. FC Dallas, the red and the white, they'll be defending from the left to the right. Michael Boxall brings in Jordan Harden. Georgiou. Pressure from behind. Foul committed. Danny Cruz. Camilo standing over this set piece. 12 goals, 3 assists on the season. 3 goals in the last 2 games for the Vancouver Whitecaps.
The way the Vancouver's playing this game in terms of waiting for the counterattack and defensively starting off way in their side of the field. Counter pieces and set pieces are going to be important.
And swinger from Camilo, right into the breadbasket of Kevin Hart. Has the opportunity to outlet to his right-hand side. Daniel Hernandez stays there. Still wants it. An opportunity for FC Dallas to push all the way up. For Kevin Hartman, 1.09 goals against average, 12 shutouts on the season.
Strong performance in the first 45 minutes. Asked to step up and be called upon at least 2 times. The highlight packages. He came up big time with that set piece of Camilo. Big save. Veteran keeper.
Breck Shea. Speed versus speed down the left-hand side. Chavez! Puts it in the back of the net, but he's in an offside position.
And the linesman was right there the entire time. Didn't hesitate to put up his flag. It was Chavez, who looked to be a yard or 2 offside. Put a ball by Breck Shea. Breck Shea giving his head up, playing a strong ball, but you can see there clear as day. 1 or 2 yards off, and I got to tell you, Chavez has to be better. He's got to see that he's offsides and time that run a little bit better.
You got to love the evolution of Breck Shea, though, on that left-hand side. A year or two ago, we would have seen Breck cut that ball back, try to keep possession. Those blind balls in or around the top of the 6-yard box, putting balls in dangerous spots.
Well, you said it best. I mean, the role and responsibility of that midfielder is to put the ball in that space. You can't always see the time of the run or who's in that space. The job is just to put it in that space and let somebody run onto it. So Chavez has to be a little bit better in terms of timing of his run.
Well, Breck Shea starting the season as a center back, while both Ugo Ihimelu and George John were recovering from injuries. Adjusting to a left back, replacing Jair Benitez, then moving back into that more customary left-hand side role back in the U.S. national team. He's appeared in every match underneath Jurgen Klinsmann.
It's true. 5 games under Jurgen Klinsmann, come in at halftime against the Mexico game, gets an assist there, but I can actually recall the game of when he was moved to left midfield again. Portland made all the difference, scores a goal, but also had a couple of assists. Made all the difference.
10
his
goals,
confidence.
3 assists on the season for Breck Shea. Not bad for a left side player.
Left side player who's garnering a lot of interest abroad in Europe. Big teams are looking at Breck Shea.
John Thorrington getting a big bite out of Ricardo Villar. Alex Preuss is calling the initial foul. Michael Boxall going up the backside of Jackson.
Boxall coming a little late, does get Jackson. And I think it was the Jackson call that really was the first one that Preuss picks up. And once again, we get to see another important set piece. Daniel Hernandez stepping up. Set pieces for FC Dallas are always a good option for this team. George John, Ugo Ihimelu. Really good options here on the back post, and it's Daniel Hernandez. So we'll probably put it into that 6-yard box of the back post and allow his big guys to run onto these.
Both George John, Ugo Ihimelu, 2 goals, 2 assists. Daniel Hernandez, right-footed service. Hard line drawn by Vancouver. Ball played in, touched initially from Thorrington. Shea. Bodies off Salinas, commits the foul. Quickly taken from Brovsky. Camilo into space. Look at the speed of Jair Benitez. Referee says play on. Camilo has Jarju. Good step from Zach Lloyd. Second challenge won. Salinas now. Kaufman. Good pressure from Daniel Hernandez. Cleared out.
Well, defensively, it was all about Zach Lloyd, the young defender with incredible positioning there, really saving the day, stepping up. Camilo a lot of space and time, looking for his offensive teammate, but it's Zach Lloyd who comes up big defensively there in the 50th minute.
FC Dallas caught sleeping just for a second. Good recognition from Lloyd. Keeps that from going out for a corner kick. Zach Lloyd, yellow card warning. Jackson, yellow card warning. Jordan Harvey started every match since coming over from the Philadelphia Union. Last 2 matches, left midfield. Alan Roshaw set to come in for Vancouver. Final conversation with Tommy Sohn.
FC Dallas, but missed by the substitution. Roshaw will slide to the back line, allowing Jordan Harvey to step up in the left midfield position.
Carlisle Mitchell, the Trinidad and Tobago international, allowed Tommy Sohn to move Roshaw out to the left-hand side. Michael Boxall getting the start tonight. Sets the Jordan Harvey pushing up to a left midfield position where he's played the last 2 games. Jackson through the legs of Brovsky. Kofi.
See her, Kofi, frustrated with maybe his touch.
That conversation where you're talking about in the first half. Daniel Hernandez, driven ball, looking for the far post. George John, touched in, top of the 6-yard box. Breck Shea, 2-0. FC Dallas, 54th minute.
Well, cool as cool can be. Breck Shea, ball bounces directly to him, and he steps up. And a wonderful tribute there from Breck Shea to Bobby Ryan. With us, number 19, Bobby Ryan, always. A wonderful testament to Breck Shea's character, recognizing one of the true greats on and off the field for FC Dallas. But you can see here, Daniel Hernandez throwing it inside the box. George John doing a good job, just staying involved with it. Battling hard is Ugo Ahimolu. Let's give Ugo Ahimolu an assist there. Why not? Because Breck Shea on the end of this one with a lot of time and just as calm as possible, steps up and finishes it and puts it in the back of the net, and FC Dallas goes up 2-0.
Absolutely nothing Joe Cannon can do about it. Look at that pace. Got a touch to it. Breck Shea honoring Bobby Ryan, inducted into the Walk of Fame tonight alongside Oscar Pareja.
Credit to George John to get on the end of that one, but also how about Ugo Ahimolu battling it out right there on top of the 6-yard box. It's Ugo Ahimolu with his battling creates some wonderful opportunity where the ball just falls right down to Breck Shea's feet. Good job, Ugo Ahimolu.
They always say goal scorers put themselves in positions to score goals. I don't think there's another player in the league that you would want that ball falling to the left foot. Breck Shea, 11th goal on the season.
Right now, with Breck Shea, all of his confidence that he's garnering with the U.S. national team, you're exactly right. If there's a ball that is floating inside the box and right to a guy on the left foot, it's like Breck Shea, that's who you want right now.
Well, after that goal, it looks as if we might see another substitution from Vancouver in the next couple minutes. Chavez, foul committed by Danny Cruz. Long Tan, first Chinese-born player to score a goal in Major League Soccer. He started the last 2 games paired up alongside Camilo. He's cult status in Vancouver. Player with an incredible amount of talent and confidence. Keep an eye on the number 23, Long Tan, when he steps in the match.
Now with that 2-0 lead, it's now a strategic play that Shellis Hyman has to think about. His entire bench steps up, getting warm up. Be interesting what his next steps are going to be here in the 55th minute.
Shellis Hyman in the back of his mind, thinking about the match against Toronto this week, CONCACAF Champions League, a must-win. If FC Dallas wins against Toronto, they've booked their spots into the quarterfinals of the CONCACAF Champions League. Look at the players available on the bench for Shellis Hyman.
Well, the midfield guys, Andrew Jacobson, Bruno Gorda could be an answer tonight, especially Jacobson. Up top, you've got guys like Santos, who spent a lot of time up top for this FC Dallas team, and obviously Fabian Castillo, who is always a threat when he steps in. What a wonderful luxury there for Coach Shellis Hyman.
Baylor substitution, Mustafa Jarju. Designated player comes off, Long Tan. Chinese-born striker steps on for Long Tan, his 12th appearance in 2011.
You see a lot of talk of his teammates in Vancouver. Was a well-deserved goal recently, partly because of all the fine professionalism he's brought into the reserve games here for Vancouver. He's getting his opportunity yet again here for Vancouver to step up, try to create some opportunities for himself and his teammates.
I had a conversation with John Thornton yesterday about Long Tan. He told me the kid just doesn't know any better. He was running, going up against Jamison Olave, ended up nutmegging him and running. Said any other player in the league would have recognized that it was Olave, would have tried to keep possession and gone backwards. Not Long Tan. Not afraid to dance, not afraid to go through the legs. Vila. Shot deflected on the way in. Bump as Breck Shea goes down. Calfan. Ugo Ahimolu, timely step. Settled by Hernandez. Jair Benitez tries to keep it in play. Unfortunately, a bit too heavy. Well, get in and win with a 2012 FC Dallas season ticket package on sale now. Go to fcdallas.com/get in and win to get 15 to 20% off and 2011 pricing for 2012 tickets and for all other ticket information. Shea, time and space. Possession with Hernandez. Jackson, he's onside. Jackson in behind, just skips out of his reach and into the hands of Joe Cannon.
Well, Jackson was gifted a wonderful ball once again by Breck Shea. Breck Shea floats it in, a well-timed run. Jackson all along, but his first touch is a Poland.
Chavez now. Vila. Brekshay isolated. 1v1. Back to Hernandez. Big switch on. Zach Lloyd. Harvey first to put pressure.
Good decision by Danny Cruz. Good defensive play there to force Vancouver and Jordan Harvey back to the keeper.
Vancouver Whitecaps still trying to avoid becoming the fourth team in MLS history to finish the season without a victory on the road. LA in 03, RSL in 05, New York Red Bulls in 09.
None of my old teams. How about you, Brian?
Fortunately, there's one of my teams on it.
As expected. Yep.
I can say that Eddie Pope was alongside me for that one. So.
I actually knew
I'll
that
blame
one.
Eddie.
I wanted to dig you a little
I'll
bit.
blame
Sorry.
Eddie.
Well, welcome to North Texas there, Brian.
Long tandem. Great little piece of skill from Danny Cruz. Foul committed from Rocha. That gets Schellesheim off the bench.
More than anything else, Coach Schellesheim, he's looking for a couple yellow cards. Frustrated. Alex Bruce is letting Vancouver a little bit more physical than you'd like to see.
You don't see head coach Schellesheim on the bench too often. Not afraid to have a dialogue with the fourth official when necessary. Jair Benitez not liking the foul. A few choice words for Alex Bruce.
The FC Dallas team now up 2-0. Have to be so smart the final 30 minutes of this game.
We talked about dangerous defending, poor decision making across the back line in the first half. Michael Boxall trying to keep possession with the outside of his right foot. This time, Jebrovsky tries to knock that ball back. A dangerous ball, gives up an unnecessary corner kick.
Good opportunity here for FC Dallas. They try to get the third one.
End swinger from Vila. Brekshay. Touched out by Jay Demerit. Ugo Ehimulu has an opportunity to keep it in play. We'll let it roll out. Look for a long throw from FC Dallas.
And a long throw from Ugo Ehimulu. It's Ugo Ehimulu. He was going back to the defensive side, but I was going to say Ugo Ehimulu was the man from Chicago the other night with a long throw who created space for Jackson to put them up 1-0.
Zach Lloyd, not a bad throw himself. Brekshay, top of the 6-yard box. Pressure released for Vancouver. Great touch by Ugo Ehimulu. Benitez has Cruz. All alone, Danny Cruz. Jackson inside to his right. Ricardo Villar onside. Keep an eye on Brekshay. Great recovery tackle from Jay Demerit.
Villar's decision with the right foot instead of the left foot to come in to the box with. A poor decision.
Good ball from Thornton. Kofi. No help. Hernandez. Chavez. Doubled up. Big touch. Takes it out. It'll be a throw in for Rocha.
Rocha. Vancouver teammates are really pushing the play now. Down 2-0. They know that they need something, anything right now, but Ugo Ehimulu with an incredible step there.
Up comes the big center back. Jackson now, cannon off his line. Ugo putting his hand up, probably should have made the decision to find Brekshay.
Yeah, lesson learned to Ugo Ehimulu. Come on, let's be honest with you. You're a defender. Get rid of that ball as soon as possible. Give it to the guys who know how to score, the guys like Brekshay.
2 goals, 2 assists for Ugo Ehimulu on the season. As well as being rewarded with a new contract extension alongside Brekshay this season.
Ugo Ehimulu is having a fine performance here tonight. Defensively, he's really stepped up his game over the last couple of games there in Chicago, but also here in Vancouver.
An awkward tumble from Jackson. Looked like he landed on the boot. Michael Boxall. Boxall, no real reason to throw the shoulder right there. Something to keep an eye on. We've seen all season long when Jackson does get knocked around a bit, not afraid to throw his weight. Right there, bouncing off the right hip of Michael Boxall.
He was diving, no question about that. But it's the decision that Schellesheim has to make. Do I take the guys out? We're up 2-0. Do I take some guys out, get some opportunities for the guys? who started the game on the bench, rest a little bit. Big game coming up in the next couple of nights against Toronto FC in the Champions League. It's a tough decision for Coach Schellisheim.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
Yeah, right.
Trying to figure out how to manage his squad heading into a must-win situation. The win against Toronto FC absolutely will book them into the quarterfinals. The Himmler gets a touch to the ball.
Great defensive play there by Ugo Himmler. Going down, getting a touch.
Jackson, overlapping run of Zach Lloyd to his right. Chavez in front of him to his left. Hesitated too long. Chavez now.
Miscommunication there by Pilar and Chavez. And with that, Jackson having Zach Lloyd wide, bottom of your screen wide open. Jackson could have played that a little earlier and created a lot of space for Zach Lloyd, who committed to his run.
Searching ball, looking for Long Tan, all the way back. Kevin Hartman. 37-year-old trying to manage the time on the clock. Outlets to Benitez, up to Shea. George John. Settled back in. After all that talk about joining Premiership side Blackburn, great little piece of skill from Hernandez. For John, away from the team for a couple of matches, back. He's been solid, alongside Ugo Himmler. Breck Shea, another mistake across the back line. Look at the pace of Breck Shea.
Some big touches, created some space there for Breck Shea, but it's Joe Cannon who comes off his line and gets on the end of this one. You can see here he steps up, Breck Shea gets behind Jay DeMerit, but it's Joe Cannon coming off of his line as a goalie should in those situations and making the save.
Once again, Jay DeMerit given an earful to his right back. Second time Borowski's made an interesting decision as far as staying with Breck Shea or playing the ball back to his keeper in an unnecessary situation. Vancouver giving up 51 goals heading into tonight. With the 2 goals by FC Dallas, 53 on the season, 31 goals given up on the road.
Vancouver and Jay DeMerit, that's exactly what Jay DeMerit's role and responsibility as a captain. Talk to those young players when they make mistakes. This is the time to do it. Educate.
Kaufman from distance into the hands of Hartman. Bobby Rhine Fall Invitational presented by Market Street is a new tournament for boys teams under 10 to under 19 at Pizza Hut Park the weekend of November 25th to 27th, 2011. This will be an annual tournament and registration is now open. Log on to fcdallasyouth.com for more information. This tournament was just renamed for Bobby, our friend and colleague whose contributions to FC Dallas in the sport of soccer as a player, broadcaster, youth coach, and person will absolutely never be forgotten.
And there he is, Bobby Rhine, a wonderful player there from the University of Connecticut. Starts his career here at FC Dallas, or Dallas Burn, excuse me. And spent all 10 years here in the Dallas market. A wonderful player, but more importantly, a wonderful person who is deeply missed.
Absolutely nothing like hearing his laughter, his little cackle when playing 5v2.
And you see the laughter and the competitiveness. It's another thing that most people remember from Bobby Rhine. It's one of those players that you hated playing against, but loved playing with. You played with him in the locker room. You knew here was a guy that was, at the end of the day, will always look for your best interest and heart. And an incredible colleague and friend. And as I said, we deeply, deeply miss him.
Going to see a couple of changes coming up for both sides for Vancouver. Conversations with Tommy Sohn. Eric Astley, first designated player for Vancouver, started out the season incredibly strong. Astley, 10 goals, 2 assists, 8 yellow cards, 3 red cards.
A passionate fellow, they say.
He'll replace Camilo, his 12 goals, 3 assists to the bench. Fabian Castillo set to come in for FC Dallas.
Right behind him, looks like Andrew Jacobson will also be following Castillo to hop in here.
Our Baylor sub, Eric Astley, replacing Camilo. Astley was a substitute in that 2-1 win over DC United. Did not play against Real Salt Lake. Andrew Jacobson's going to replace Danny Cruz. Waiting for the fourth official. For Fabian Castillo, a lot of eyebrows raised by the fact that he did not start tonight. He had a fantastic performance against the Chicago Fire. Remember, Castillo just 19 years of age.
Oh man, if you're tuning in, you haven't seen Castillo play, you're in for a little bit of a treat here, because Castillo has no fear. It's Chavez who's coming off. His friend gives a hug to Castillo. Castillo stepping on, and then Danny Cruz or Andrew Jacob. But watch Castillo play. A lot of confidence. Not afraid to take players on. Incredible pace in that young man.
Andrew Jacobson, the 26-year-old, making his 27th appearance of the season. 1 goal, 5 assists. Confirmation of the Baylor subs. Castillo for Chavez, Jacobson for Cruz.
As mentioned earlier, Coach Shellis Hyman with wonderful options on the bench. There's Chavez with his goal. Might even stick to be in the game-winning goal. Comes out for Fabian Castillo. Danny Cruz with another fine performance, but it's Andrew Jacobson that steps in the 70th minute.
Daniel Hernandez. Will it be driven or curled into the far post? In swing, touched out by Kofi. Benitez! Right place, right time, Jay Demerit. Fabian Castillo, unintentional designated player. Right spot out completely. Spent the summer with the Colombian under-20 national team. Solid night from Ricardo Villar so far, 32-year-old. Seems more and more comfortable with the amount of reps he's been getting.
He is starting to become more comfortable. Coach Shellis Hyman has a lot of confidence. Has spoken to Villar a little bit in terms of maybe pushing a little bit more forward than he has been. But tonight, looks like another fine performance by the entire FC Dallas team so far here in the 7th minute, 20 minutes to go.
Ricardo Villar brought in for depth, knowing that David Ferreira was going to be a heavy workload. You know, you had Open Cup, you had CONCACAF Champions League. Next thing you know, Ricardo Villar thrusted, given that opportunity in the starting 11.
You mentioned the Open Cup, and it's actually the Open Cup game against Orlando City where he stepped up and had a great goal in the free kick. And since then, he's pretty much played just about every game since that one game. Had an opportunity to show himself to Shellis Hyman. Shellis Hyman having a lot of confidence now in Ricardo Villar.
Just a second ago, you saw the stats on fouls. 14 fouls committed from Vancouver, 8 from FC Dallas. Tommy Sone's got to be happy with the physicality, just with the lack of possession. You said it from the beginning, Steve. Immediate pressure from Vancouver. If they can't win the ball, they drop off, and they drop off deep.
They drop off deep, and it's pretty much beckoning the idea of a counter-attacking team. And with 5 guys in the midfield for FC Dallas, that's not always the easiest thing to do. Sometimes it works. More often than not against this FC Dallas team, it doesn't work, and FC Dallas up 2-0.
Vancouver taking a lot of chances heading into this season. It's a heavy Division II based squad coming in. Long ball up over the top. Castillo in an offside position. And on top of that, a little different of a dynamic. Usually in Major League Soccer, we see teams that have that Hispanic influence. For the Vancouver Whitecaps, more of a Euro influence.
A Euro influence, but it hasn't been a successful one. But FC Dallas, you can see here with Fabian Castillo trying to get forward, trying to get that 3rd goal. An attacking-minded young gentleman in Fabian Castillo. Just a little too over-ambitious there.
Ball clipped up over the top, off the back of Eric Astley. Castillo, there's that skill. Jacobson finds the face of Villar. Back to Breckshea. Good combination passing tonight. That triangle passing. Castillo's onside. Can Rochat catch him? Castillo, 1v1, far post! just inches wide.
Well, Fabian Castillo is not going to be happy with himself because Villar served one of the better balls of the night. You can see there Jackson just calling for the ball, but no, he wants to go far post. And what a great angle taken by the keeper, Joe Cannon. Opportunity missed there for Fabian Castillo.
2 goals, 3 assists on the season for Castillo. Young player still trying to find his way professionally. Absolutely no doubt about his skill level. Now it's just blending in, assimilating into the ideas of what Schellas Hyman puts forth. Hard work, good work rate, good effort, most importantly, consistency.
It's good to see FC Dallas, although up 2 goals, they're still pushing forward, trying to get that 3rd one. An offensive-minded team with a talented roster. So here in the 75th minute, still trying to get a goal on that man, Joe Cannon.
Be an in-swinger from the far side, Ricardo Villar. 75th minute. Goals from Chavez and Breck Shea. Villar looking for the far post. Just out of the reach of Jacobson. Athletic ball back in play from Zach Lloyd. Up and over the crossbar.
Well, ambitious effort there by the young man. Obviously playing with a lot of confidence here. You can see here, ball bounces up a little bit. Jacobson gets on into it, and it's Zach Lloyd, a defender, trying a world-class goal.
5th overall pick in 2010 out of University of North Carolina. Probably a player who benefited from the injury of David Ferreira Jackson. Initially, we thought he was going to be the right back. FC Dallas having to make some adjustments. Jackson's found himself a nice little role up at the top of the point of the offense for FC Dallas.
Yeah, it's good that Zach Lloyd sits into that right back position. Has played well. Obviously, he's gotten some opportunities with the national team. Went there on the first trip with Jurgen Klinsmann. And it's Jackson who's played just about every position, it seems, this year. But it's up top. His speed and athleticism really creates a lot of opportunities for not only himself, but many of his teammates.
Zach Lloyd named man of the match in his debut for the U.S. national team against Chile.
It's good to see Zach Lloyd's evolution. Last year, his rookie year struggled a little bit in terms of trying to do too much, trying to when he's going forward. Now, he's been a little bit smarter when he goes forward, maintaining possession when necessary, and he's really growing and developing as a player, and it's just a wonderful sight to see for the organization and FC Dallas fans.
The Vancouver Whitecaps not happy with the assistant referee. Heavy, unnecessary challenge from Jackson, scissoring the back right ankle of Jay Demerit. I'll tell you what, Steve, fortunate that that's not worse than just the yellow card.
Well, I got to tell you, we talked about
miss the next match.
Emotional intelligence. It's so frustrating to see Jackson do yet again another example of him losing his composure. Schellas Hyman right off the bench, demanding somebody to step in, and it is Santos who's going to step in. Completely and utterly unnecessary by Jackson.
Well, we both know that you're shown red card worthy tackles in the preseason from Major League Soccer. When you see a tackle like that, you ask what card should be handed out by the referee. 9 times out of 10, you're going to hear the players say the referee's probably going to hand out a red card. The way his right leg goes up and over and follows through, Jackson's already sitting on a yellow card warning. He's going to miss the final match of the season at San Jose. It's that right leg.
Well,
dangerous.
More than dangerous. He's lucky he didn't get a red card, and I assure you that many of the veteran leadership and staff of FC Dallas are going to have a nice long talk with that young man.
Well, Schellas Hyman coined the phrase emotional intelligence based off of Jackson's 2 yellow cards in the first half earlier this season on the road in Columbus. It's going to be interesting to see if you get the uncensored version of Schellas' post-game locker room speech.
Well, it's going to be a long walk here for Jackson. If anything, Jackson's going to know that once he steps off that field, that he's going to have a coaching staff is none too happy with what he just did.
Well, Baylor sub, Maicon Santos. 8 goals, 2 assists on the season tonight, making his 29th appearance after coming over in exchange for Eric Avila from Toronto FC. Maicon Santos starting the season as the captain of Toronto FC.
It's good to see Coach Shella Simon having a nice little talk there with Jackson. Jackson keeping his head down, thinking he could get by the coach, but it's the coach who puts his arm around him and said, good job. Class move by Shella Simon, but he also probably said, good job, but we're going to talk a little later, son.
Awesome. Good pressure from Jacobson. Castillo.
Substitutions have been made by both teams. We're now going into the final 10 minutes. This is the lineups that are out. It's Vancouver that's going to be pushing this game, trying to get points, trying to get any kind of points on the road, but it's FC Dallas. They're looking to create that third goal.
Fabian Castillo, there's the skill. Unfortunately, good positioning from John Thornton. Final 15 minutes of the match. Statistically, FC Dallas had scored 10 goals in the final 15. Vancouver, 8 goals. Allowed. FC Dallas has allowed 10 goals. Vancouver has allowed 12. Explosive final 15.
It's shocking. It's shocking, and I think that's a perfect example of why Coach Shella Simon is deemed as leading emotional intelligence. Not only the plays that what Jackson just did, but it's also the entire team being very focused.
Brek Shea, opportunity, top of the 18-yard box. Shea! Not happy with himself. Little cutback ball, looking for the far post. Looking to catch Joe Cannon leaning to the near side.
Well, Brek Shea has done a lot of great things in there. Daniel Hernandez, it knocks off his head. He has some time. Brek Shea tries to sneak it in there to the far post, but a little too wide.
Take a look at scores around the league. Chicago Fire, huge 3 points for them. Columbus, 3-0 win against the New England Revolution later tonight. Seattle, San Jose, over 66,000 expected at CenturyLink Field. Casey Keller's last regular season home match. What an incredible amount of support it's been.
Well-deserved honor there for Casey Keller. New England with a abysmal season soon will come to an end. I'm sure a lot of changes in the offseason there in DC United. Games in hand the last couple weeks. Have not been able to pick up points at all.
The tackle's coming hard and heavy. Maicon Santos. Interesting to see from New England's perspective. Do they re-ink Shaw Joseph? You know he's going to want money based on what Benny Feilhaber was given. The fact that they signed a DP. Good look at Long Tan. Is that a difficulty getting into this match? Scored a goal against DC United. His first goal, the first Chinese-born player in the history of Major League Soccer. Kevin Hartman looking for his 13th shutout of the season.
If anybody deserves a shutout tonight, it's Kevin Hartman. Coming up big 2 times in the first half. A free kick by Camilo, another one by Kalfan.
Kevin Hartman, most victories in MLS, most shutouts in consecutive seasons with less than 1.00 goals against average. Pretty incredible to think just a couple years ago, shed unceremoniously from Kansas City, being able to pick up an all-star worthy goalkeeper every single season for relatively nothing.
Relatively nothing. And how about his performance since he's been here? Nothing but professional, a great leader on and off the field.
Especially off the backside with Dario Sala being the starter when he got here. Much like John Bush in San Jose, having to come in, reestablish themselves, get themselves back in a situation where they get their old contract.
Yeah, it was good to see. I mean, at the end of the day, Kevin Hartman knew that it wasn't his job right away, that he needed to keep his mouth shut and just perform, and an opportunity would eventually come. An opportunity did come with Dario Sala injury, and next thing you know, he's got him in an MLS Cup in 2010 and looking to do the same thing here in 2011.
Chris Seitz is the backup for FC Dallas, coming over off his season with the Philadelphia Union, taken in the expansion draft by Seattle, then traded down here to FC Dallas. Possession now for the Vancouver Whitecaps. 84th minute here at Pizza Hut Park. Long Tan settles for Kalfan. Kofi. Eric Gasly. Shot from distance. 10 goals, 2 assists on the season for the big Frenchman. It's been tough going as of late. Been having difficulty finding the back of the net. He found himself in a different role the moment Vancouver was eliminated from the playoff race.
FC Dallas still trying to maintain possession, still getting forward. Defensively, they're looking for a shutout. Do the 13th shutout there for Kevin Hartman. All about finishing this game now. Just 5 minutes remaining. FC Dallas maintaining possession, getting forward whenever necessary. It's one of the good things that you get with watching FC Dallas. Never afraid to get forward, even when they're up 2-0. Creating more and more chances.
Difficulty this season at home, 8 wins, 5 losses, 3 draws. The calling card for FC Dallas over the last 2 years, they've been incredibly difficult to beat or even get points against here at Pizza Hut Park. It was a long stretch. September, 4 losses in Major League Soccer, 2 losses and a draw in CONCACAF Champions League. They're the first team to win 10 games in 2011. Had a bit of a slide, but that 2-1 win in Chicago, breaking the streak of 4 consecutive losses and earning them a spot in the playoffs. Boxall under pressure from Castillo, big clearance, all the way to the feet of Jair Benitez.
It's an FC Dallas team that looks completely different in September. The rest of 4 days early in October after that Colorado game has really created a second life here for these players.
Now, one player who's had absolutely no rest is this man on the ball, Breck Shea. International commitments with the United States. MLS All-Star this season. 11 goals, 3 assists on the year. Foul committed by Eric Osley. Zach Lloyd making the most of it on the near sideline. 4th official. Right on top of it in front of Tommy Sohn and the Vancouver bench. 8 yellow cards, 3 red cards for Eric Osley. Only 2 yellow cards handed out tonight by our referee Alex Bruce. Marvin Chavez, the second, a costly one. Jackson, he will miss the match in San Jose. Jacobson, great little ball from Maicon Santos. Jacobson finds Castillo. Far post, great tackle from Brovsky. For the 2 bad decisions he made, that was a great defensive play right there from Jeb Brovsky.
Plenty of numbers for FC Dallas, crashing the box, but it's Brovsky who comes up big defensively.
Well, one player completely unmarked on the far post. Keep an eye on Breck Shea.
Look at the numbers there, but Castillo gets the ball, and you can see 1, 2, 3. Villar trying to get on the end of it, but Brovsky following the near post run of Villar. A good defensive play by Brovsky there.
Steve, we talked about the evolution of Breck Shea, putting himself in dangerous spots. Good early service. Once again, Breck Shea's inside the 6-yard box, completely unmarked. It's a good sign if that's your left winger.
It's true, still pushing forward. We can get another goal. But let's think about this game, your opinions too. When you look at the yellow cards picked up tonight by FC Dallas and Chavez and also Jackson, got to be a cause of concern. A lot of positive obviously comes from a game when you're winning 2-0. At this point in the year, players like Chavez and Jackson have to be a little bit smarter.
Absolutely. You got to think that Jackson's going to get the nod for the 90 minutes against Toronto, knowing that he will not travel to San Jose. Maicon Santos, this man could have a huge role next week. Wild challenge won by Thornton all the way back to Ugo Ehemelu. One thing you pointed out in the first half, Steve, the spacing from Vancouver. Just haven't been able to keep simple possession, especially in that midfield third after the 30th minute.
The Vancouver team tonight that has definitely been beaten by an FC Dallas team that has just a little bit more talent on the field, able to possess the ball. But they also have extremely individual talent. Breck Shea and Marvin Chavez, who both get really good goals here tonight.
Said it in the first half, Vancouver, one of only 3 teams that has 2 players in double-digit scoring, Eric Astley and Camilo. On the season, they've scored 34 goals. Defensively, they've given up 53.
FC Dallas in the back line of Barry Benitez, Hugo Hemelu, George John, and Zach Lloyd. The combination of the captain, Daniel Hernandez, once again have done their job. Camilo, even though he scored 4 goals in 4 games, 3 goals in the last 2 games, I don't even remember saying too much about him tonight.
Castillo now. Rochelle, good tackle. Through the legs of Maicon Santos. Kofi. Rochelle pushing down that left-hand side, looks for Long Tan. Early ball touched by George John, back to Zach Lloyd. No pressure, clearance. Skips all the way through, finds Maicon Santos. Pulls the brakes up, finds Brett Shea.
Smart decision by Santos to slow it down a little bit, allow his teammates to help support. It's FC Dallas that maintains possession here in the final seconds of this game. A huge 3 points for FC Dallas against a Vancouver team, a weaker side, but gives this team a little bit of confidence.
Long Tan, top of the 18-yard box. Kevin Hartman quickly off his line, looks to outlet, finds the feet of Maicon Santos. As Fabian Castillo elects to go back inside. Releases pressure, finds right back Zach Lloyd. Immediate pressure from Harvey, ball up over the top. With the speed of Fabian Castillo. Jay DeMeritt recognizes the pressure, keeps possession. Big heavy touch. Foul committed by Castillo. 4th official indicating 2 minutes. Stoppage time added on tonight.
Jay DeMeritt, fine defensive play there on the pace of Castillo. Getting an angle for himself, getting on the sideline, and Castillo committing the foul. And it's now Vancouver, the last minutes of this game, trying anything to get a goal.
Big bump off the ball between Jordan Harvey and Zach Lloyd. Daniel Hernandez. He missed the game in Chicago. Steve, there's very few players that play the game the way Daniel Hernandez do. That calming influence. You know he's very rarely going to lose that simple possession.
The calming influence, although getting a little older now. That's a nice way of saying it. But an
35 and still playing.
Incredible talent. 35 still playing. Incredible talent. Great, incredible on and off the field presence, to say the least, but his timing and his choice in angles defensively are some of the best in the league without question.
Plenty of teams in Major League Soccer, as well as being in Mexico. Necaxa, Jaguares. What a huge steal for head coach Shellis Hyman to be able to bring back the SMU midfielder to Dallas. Ricardo Vila skips away from Thornton. Zach Lloyd under pressure. Cut out by Calfan. Looks for Austin. George John. Battle to 6'4". Jordan Harvey into play. Look at that save from Kevin Hartman. Thornton. Austin. Foul committed. Daniel Hernandez goes down top of the 18-yard box. And pretty much at the end, they're pushing and shoving as Daniel Hernandez still down behind the play.
Well, if you want my choice for player of the game, it's probably Kevin Hartman there, coming up a big yet again in the first half. 2 incredible saves on Calfan and also Camilo. But here in the second half, in the final minutes, it's Kevin Hartman stepping up for yet another. This is a sight that nobody likes to see. Daniel Hernandez supported there by the trainer Josh Watts. Beyond the 90-minute mark, we're in the 93rd minute mark, and it's Osley.
Keep an eye on that right knee. Just gets caught underneath him. You can just see as he turns out, his body weight's going right, his foot's caught underneath, then it pops out.
That's exactly what Josh Watts is checking there.
Hate to see the ACL test. Josh Watts looking for stability in the right knee of Daniel Hernandez. And you got to think, as soon as this ball's put back into play, referee Alex Proust is going to blow the whistle. The 2-0 win will be a costly one for Shellis Hyman if he loses his captain, Daniel Hernandez.
It is Josh Watts and a concerned Shellis Hyman. Looking on to see this. Ostley coming through. There's an awkward twist there for Daniel Hernandez.
And the way it kind of shoots out at the last second. It just doesn't look right.
But it's very, very good to see Daniel Hernandez up and walking. Everybody excited here at Pizza Hut Park to see that.
30th appearance of the season, 30 starts, 2 goals, 4 assists for the 35-year-old captain. Kevin Hartman. Big clearance. Alex Bruce waves Daniel Hernandez back on the field. A couple extra seconds added to the 2 minutes of stoppage time indicated by the 4th official 4 minutes ago.
We've seen this kind of game quite a few times over the last 2 years. It's an FC Dallas team that defensively is solid, create a lot of opportunities for themselves. They finish those opportunities with Marvin Chavez and Breck Shea. And then when called upon, Kevin Hartman, 3 gigantic saves so far tonight. And it is there, FC Dallas with 3 big points.
9th win of the season at home for FC Dallas. Our Budweiser man of the match, Kevin Hartman. 13th shutout of the
Dum dum bling gong gong bling gong.
playoff positioning on the line tonight as FC Dallas play host to Western Conference rivals expansion side.
Ding dum dum bling gong gong bling gong gong. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa, num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do cor, dum dum bling gong gong bling gong gong. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa, num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema. É a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho. Ding dum dum bling gong gong bling gong gong. Ding dum dum bling gong gong bling gong gong. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa, num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema. É a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho. Ah, porque tudo é tão triste. A beleza que existe, a beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha. Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo sorrindo se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor.
she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at me. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, she smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. But she doesn't see. She doesn't see. No, she doesn't see.
Ding dum dum, bling gum gum, bling gum gum. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa, num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema, é a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho? Ah, porque tudo é tão triste? A beleza que existe, a beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha. Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo sorrindo se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor.
And tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. So sadly, how can you tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see.
Tim dum dum, bling gum gum, bling gum gum. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema. É a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho. Ah, porque tudo é tão triste. A beleza que existe, a beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha. Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo sorrindo se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor.
And tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. So sadly, how can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see.
Ding dum dum, bling gum gum, bling gum gum. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa, num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema.
FC Dallas Stadium, Frisco, Texas, a game with huge playoff implications in the Western Conference. FC Dallas currently in 6th place, Vancouver currently in 5th, and the top 5 make the playoffs this year. Jonathan Yardley and Brian Dunseth with you. Brian, your keys to the game.
Well, it's about winning the midfield battle, not just the tackles, but winning that second, that third, that fourth ball in the midfield. You got to force Vancouver to chase the ball. And then quality in the final third. It's just not creating chances. It's the way to the passes. Finding the right foot in the run of play. Finishing those chances early. This is a must-win situation for Schellas Hyndman and FC Dallas.
Schellas Hyndman and Martin Rennie discussing this one. They've discussed a lot more than that through the media in the build-up to this one as well. Our starting goalkeepers tonight, Brad Knighton on the left, the 19th start of his MLS career. Kevin Hartman on the right, his 407th MLS start. Experience edge to Dallas on that one. Kevin Hartman, the starter all year. Brad Knighton stepping in for Joe Cannon. The lucky coin toss brought to you by WinStar World Resorts. And you see Jay DeMerit and David Ferreira wearing the captain's armbands tonight for this one. Again, these two teams now meeting for the 3rd time this season. And it's by far the biggest one. Dallas's only home game in this series. And as Brian mentioned, they need a win. Whereas I think Vancouver might be able to get away with a tie and be okay. Cool night, 73 degrees. A little windy, but Schellas Hyndman would have liked a little more heat. Martin Rennie's happy with the cool conditions for Vancouver. This feels a little bit more like Canada.
Yeah, ideal conditions for the Vancouver Whitecaps. One thing Schellas Hyndman's been talking about all season long. It's such a huge advantage to play in the heat and humidity of Texas. Tonight, they will not have that advantage.
FC Dallas, so many injuries throughout the season, yet they are still within sight of the final playoff spot, 4 points back, entering play tonight. The opening whistle, we're underway. FC Dallas, 6th place in the Western Conference in the red and white stripes. Vancouver, 5th in the West in all white. As we get underway, Vancouver attacking left to right toward Main Street, Frisco on this Saturday night. Early offside call against the Whitecaps. The referee tonight is Alan Chapman, his first year calling MLS games. The linesmen CJ Morgante and Matthew Kreitzer, and Mark DeCluet, the 4th official. Vancouver with it in its own half. Jordan Harvey turning out of trouble there. And Vancouver trying to clear it upfield. George John wins for Dallas. That was to Guzman, back to George John. We looked at formations a lot before the game, trying to figure out exactly how Vancouver was going to line up, and predictably it's not exactly what we thought. John Thorrington is sitting deeper in the midfield, Brian, than we expected.
Yeah, and I think for the first time in a long time we're seeing the Vancouver Whitecaps play with 2 forwards up top, and I think that's a bit of a surprise. Camilo, he's going to play on that left-hand flank, but he's going to have to pair up a little bit closer with Kenny Miller in the run of play. Barry Robson's going to play underneath, but it's going to be that midfield 3 to keep an eye on. Alain Rashaw, John Thorrington, and Gershon Kofi. And especially keep an eye on the number 4 with Rashaw. Let's see how he kind of molds himself back into that midfield role, not only physically but mentally as well.
He's been at left back most of the year. Steps into the midfield today, and Jordan Harvey takes his spot at left back. 13th start of the year for Harvey. George John with an intercept for Dallas. 2nd minute just underway. Must-win game for Dallas as they try to stay alive in the playoff race. Perez, a neat flick to find Jackson in the corner. Jackson working against Harvey and wins a corner for Dallas right away. Schellas Hyndman said the early indicators would be David Ferreira getting touches and Dallas's flank players penetrating and getting 1v1 chances. Check mark, so far so good.
Yeah, and 2 things that we're used to seeing from FC Dallas. When David Ferreira's on the field, the play and the rhythm is dictated through his feet. Not only can he do it individually, but he opens up the runs for players around him.
He'll deliver the game's first corner kick here. Headed out by Miller at the near post. Julian de Guzman blocked by Camilo. And Dallas didn't really get a chance to get their head on those and pressure Brad Knighton, who's not the most experienced goalkeeper they'll face this year. Again, only his third start. Benitez looking for Ferreira, and it's headed away. Won by Thorrington, but collected by John at the back. Here's Matt Hedges to Benitez on the near side. You see the series, FC Dallas leads it all time and won that big game August 15th, 2-0. Fabian Castillo, Jonathan Top scored the goals, but David Ferreira set up both of them by holding off challenges and staying on his feet. And he's the man that Dallas is going to try and find again.
Yeah, and David Ferreira, highly underrated in terms of his strength and the way he separates himself. Much like, you know, a guy like Javier Morales, smaller in stature, but good, strong build right in that mid. And what he loves to do is he loves to get that early bump. He bumps off his defender, comes back to the ball, separates that space, and then technically one of the best players in Major League Soccer, no doubt about it. But you go back to that win in Vancouver, and it wasn't just the big 3 points for FC Dallas, but that was the turning point. Vancouver Whitecaps were on such a great run, climbing the table in the Western Conference. After that loss, the wheels seemed to fall off, and they're still trying to get it right. And that's one of the reasons why you see Martin Rennie, for the first time all season, very secretive with his starting 11 and the adjustments he was making coming into Dallas.
Benitez forward for Blas Perez. His first touch let him down. Kofi won it. Robson won a hard tackle there. And eventually Kofi controlled for Vancouver, and it's a handball against Dallas. Vancouver has been awful on the road this year. They've lost 6 in a row, 3, 9, and 3 on the season in road games, as you get a look at the handball.
Well, and I think it's one of the things that you're going to see, and it's going to be a major talking point. It's the battle in the midfield third. I'm not talking about just the initial challenges, but those second, third, fourth balls won. And when you're talking about Barry Robson, John Thorrington, and then you throw in a guy like Gershon Kofi, these are players that love to get stuck in. They love to get a piece of the ball and the player if possible. Not that they're dirty or malicious, but they love that physical contact. Expect to see that tonight. Vancouver needs to get it right. Yeah, they got a game in hand on FC Dallas. Yes, FC Dallas was not able to capitalize at home against the Seattle Sounders, just getting that point, but you're going to see more of this. That little extra physicality, that's going to come into play tonight.
And this is what the two coaches are watching. What will Alan Chapman whistle? We don't like to focus on the officials too much, but you hear it from both sides. FC Dallas wants the fouls called. They want to be able to move around the field and get those foul calls. Vancouver wants to play a physical game.
Yeah, and Alan Chapman, one of the younger referees in terms of games experience, just 9 games in Major League Soccer, but 3.2 average of yellow cards and 1 red card, 1 penalty kick. So I've had it before in terms of calling a game. He likes to let the game and the rhythm dictate how he blows the whistle. And that's exactly what you want as a player. As long as you know exactly where those boundaries lie.
Lee Young-pyo gets forward down the right for Vancouver. Benitez wins the ball for Dallas and got tripped up briefly. Lee has quite a Korean contingent on hand tonight. They said more than 700 tickets sold to Korean fans, mostly here to see Lee Young-pyo. 35-year-old, amazing career for South Korea, 127 caps, played in 3 World Cups. He's done it all.
And he still looks physically like he's 25 years old. He's up and down that right-hand flank, and he's so incredibly technical on the ball, very rarely loses possession. But what's also impressive is his starting position defensively. Very rarely do you see YP lead Lee in a one-on-one defensive situation.
Perez found 3 players around him as soon as he got a touch on the ball. Vancouver won it. And it's Jordan Harvey on the left-hand side. Robson, Rochat going forward. Thorrington was onside. Thorrington's got help. Plays it into the box, and it's going to run out of bounds before anybody in white can get there. It'll be a goal kick for FC Dallas. Jordan Harvey trying to get into the attack there on the end line.
On a big opportunity for Jordan Harvey with Alain Rochat pushing into the midfield. Harvey gets his 13th start of the season. And Jordan Harvey, in my opinion, one of the best left backs in the league. If he was on any other team in Major League Soccer, he'd be a full-time starter.
Hartman again targeting Perez off the goal kick. Gershon Kofi won that header. Matt Hedges with the intercept for Dallas. He's hoping to be in the running for Rookie of the Year along with Austin Berry from Chicago. Connor Lade from New York, maybe Darren Maddox, who's on the Vancouver bench.
Yeah, you would have had to give the award to Darren Maddox, I'd say, about a month ago after that hot streak, and one of the most exciting young players in Major League Soccer. It seems as if he might have fallen out of favor a little bit with Martin Rennie. Kenny Miller finally getting the start, but something you expected. An experienced player, great feet in Kenny Miller. He's got the pedigree. He's got a great goal against Macedonia in his time away with Scotland. So now it's up to Darren Maddox. He's not a full-time starter with Jamaica. Come back, prove yourself again. That's what happens sometimes when you go away on international duty.
But Kenny Miller, I know he's coming in mid-season, but Brian, they're 0-4 when he starts. That's not a good number. Is that just a matter of him finding his way into the side and getting used to his teammates?
Well, I think it's the team in general. You got to remember, it's not just Kenny Miller, but Barry Robson doesn't have a lot of games under his belt. This is just his 12th start, his 12th appearance for the team. But on top of that, you're getting John Thorrington back, and John Thorrington has always been one of the best players in the league. And I know that sounds crazy, but he's just never been healthy. Both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively, that's the guy you hate playing against, but it's the guy you love to have on your team.
Benitez finds Shea, playing it back post over the top. And Breck Shea couldn't get on track there, but a good sign for Dallas, getting its flank players wide early.
Great ball from Jair Benitez into the space, and just keep an eye on Breck Shea. Watch the pull-away speed from YP Lee. Bonjour goes incredibly tight at first, and I'll tell you what, Breck Shea's going far post side net. We've seen him do it before. Just clipped it inside of that left foot, curl into this far post side net. Unfortunately, got a little too much of it.
Shea opened at the top of the box here. Benitez cross, blocked by the hand of Lee Young-pyo, and it'll be a free kick for Dallas instead of a corner.
Well, with no Zach Lloyd in the lineup, Hernan Pertuz is a more stay-at-home right back. That means that Jair Benitez has to get forward that much more on the left-hand side. Camilo's not necessarily going to want to track him back, so you're going to have to see Vancouver slide across. Whether that's Kofi or whether that's John Thorrington, someone's got to get tight because Jair Benitez has already recognized 10 minutes into this match there's a ton of space on that left-hand flank.
Perez, Jacobson among the targets for David Ferreira here. Second free kick for Dallas to deliver against Brad Knighton. Ferreira low, it skips through and is cleared away. And I think it's the second time David Ferreira didn't hit his service the way he wanted to. Barry Robson battling Pertuz for the header there, and Harvey clears upfield for Vancouver. Tough bounce for George John. Robson picked it off. Long ball looking for Camilo. Benitez gets back there for Dallas and wins possession. That'll be a throw-in for Vancouver right in front of the Dallas bench on this near side. 10 minutes in, no score. FC Dallas trailing Vancouver by 4 points in the Western Conference standings for the final playoff spot. Jackson found Ferreira on the sideline, closed down, but holds on to the ball. Benitez, that entry pass picked off by Rashad. And Kofi would play on. De Guzman won it. De Guzman taken down there by Kofi on a wild swing. That'll be another free kick for Dallas in the early going here. And Julian de Guzman, just coming off of 2 90-minute performances for Canada, picked up enough.
And this is an opportunity for Gershon Kofi to come back through. He felt like he got just walloped from Julian de Guzman a few seconds earlier. De Guzman keeps possession with David Ferreira. Then he lines up Julian de Guzman on this near side. Alan Chapman having a long conversation. But Blas Perez, he needs to be careful. The number 9 for FC Dallas just ran 30 yards with his hand in the air trying to get the referee to pull out a yellow card. You just don't want to put yourself right in the spotlight of the referee less than 15 minutes into this game.
Another free kick for Dallas. They've had several of these so far. 12th minute. Ferreira low again, knocked away. Jackson battling with Robson for the ball, and Jackson eventually knocks it out for a Vancouver throw-in.
Keep an eye on those matchups because Barry Robson is a player that's going to close down space incredibly fast. He's going to grab, he's going to pull, he's going to scratch, he's going to kick, he's going to do everything in his power to make your life difficult. And Jackson, we all know, is a very temperamental type of player, so keep an eye on the number 6 and the way he deals with the pressure from the number 14, Barry Robson from the Vancouver Whitecaps.
Pertuz on the ball right now. Shea had gone centrally for the moment. His pass picked off. Vancouver will go the other way. Robson got away from Jacobson for a second. Jacobson recovered to win it. Now watch Dallas run on the left-hand side. Shea and Benitez flying forward. Benitez against Lee. Steps inside. Onto the left foot. Cross is blocked. And Vancouver will go the other way as Dallas complains, wanting a handball call that's not coming. Kofi with a long ball, and it's going to run all the way to Kevin Hartman in the Dallas goal.
Well, it's not just the fact that the ball did strike the hand of YP Lee as it comes in, and absolutely correct, the ball did strike the elbow. His arm broke the plane of the body as it goes up. We have absolutely seen a referee point to a spot like that. But for Jair Benitez, you can't fall to your knees and beg the referee and go nuts because it was a breakout opportunity for Vancouver. It's those little things, especially at this point in the season, there's a difference between not just a point at home, but 3 points at home.
Shea trying to turn Martin Bonjour, and the foul whistled against Vancouver again. And one-way traffic in terms of fouls, what we expected. Vancouver leads Major League Soccer with 405 fouls committed on the year.
And it's not that they're a dirty team, but they're a competitive team. And when you're a second-year team in Major League Soccer, you need that bite, you need the grit, and that's what Martin Rennie has in his group.
Most in Major League Soccer committed by Vancouver. Fourth free kick so far for Dallas. George John, and a foul whistle. Penalty kick, Dallas. Hedges and John were up there, and the call goes Dallas's way.
A great ISO work by our truck, and where'd it go down? It looked like Bonjour. It looked like Bonjour had wrapped up, and there goes Hedges, goes down in the box. And this is what happens at this stage of the season. When you've got less than 7-8 games, you can call a penalty or you can call a foul on every single set piece, corner that's whipped into the box. Alan Chapman saw something he didn't like. It was judged to go against Martin Bonjour, and now it's an opportunity for David Ferreira to step up from the spot, 15th minute at home, to make it 1-0.
It was their fourth free kick, the first time Ferreira really put it in the box in a dangerous spot, and they get the call. Ferreira 4 for 6 in his career on penalty kicks in the Ferreira, saved by Brad Knighton to his right. Knighton in only his third start of the year with a huge play for Vancouver.
Brad Knighton takes those two little bubble steps off his line before David Ferreira strikes the ball. That's a huge save. Cuts down the angle, goes down to his right-hand side, parries that around the post.
Corner kick comes in. Knighton got a touch, and another man goes down. And this time they're not going to get the call. Quick rollout for Robson, who wants to run. Robson wide to Camilo with Miller in the box. Camilo's shot blocked. And end-to-end stuff here after Dallas couldn't score from the spot. So Thorrington, I'm sorry. And anytime you see John Thorrington go down, you start to get worried.
Oh, the one thing for Thorrington is you just don't want to see him reaching for the back of his hamstrings. That's been historically one of the biggest issues that he's dealt with. But the initial challenge and the tackle is won by Thorrington, but watch the foot. It's David Ferreira, steps on the inside of the left ankle. And for Ferreira, you just got to hope that he wasn't trying to do it on purpose, because anytime a player is exposed.
So Thorrington down, getting treatment at the moment. Let's go back to that play just a few minutes ago that could have put Dallas in front on the call from the spot.
Oh, the referee pointing to the spot, keeping on the tug. It was Martin Bonjour. He's adjudged to a foul. Matt Hedges. That leads to the penalty kick in the box. But watch Knight. One step, two step, comes off his line. The assistant referee on the far side should have been watching that. It's going to be a huge talking point for FC Dallas should they not get the win or the draw at home.
First career penalty kick Knighton had faced in MLS play. And he came up with a huge save and again got away with a couple of steps. Knighton, 27 years old, 5th MLS season. Last year he was with Carolina in the NASL where Martin Rennie was the head coach. 8 shutouts in 28 games last year and then brought to MLS really to be the backup to Joe Cannon, who started the year well, but Cannon let in a bad goal on a free kick against Portland. Has struggled a bit and Knighton gets the call, his 3rd start of the year. Miller battling with Hedges here. Thornton back on the field, so 11 on 11 here. 20 minutes in, no score. Dallas and Vancouver must win at home for FC Dallas, their 2nd to last home game of the year. Here's Jay DeMerit stepping forward. Triangle passing by Vancouver. Robson wide on the left-hand side. Looking for Camilo. He couldn't come up with it. And Jackson tries to go the other way. Avoided one bump. Gets by Rochad as well. Early ball looking for Perez. Too far in front. And Lee with some step overs clears upfield. Thornton flies in and wins it for Vancouver. And now Robson boots it long when Miller had checked back short, and Dallas will collect.
So a good opportunity for FC Dallas down that right-hand side. Jackson just showing that athleticism that we see every single game. He's dribbling with speed at the ball, with the ball at his feet, at speed. He's bumping, using his strength. Just bumps off for a shot, gets his head up, and he still looks for that early ball. Bypasses 3 players for the Vancouver Whitecaps. Unfortunately, couldn't find the feet with Blas Perez.
Jacobson pressured there by Thornton, and he's whistled for a foul. Catching Andrew Jacobson. It'll be a free kick to FC Dallas. We've said that a lot tonight. 7 fouls now called against Vancouver, just 1 against Dallas. Great pass to find Benitez. Early ball looking for Perez, falls to Breck Shea. Jackson plays it across. Shea too far. Fans get in and win with an FC Dallas season ticket package on sale now for 2013. Renew your tickets before October 9th. You can lock in 2012 prices through 2015. Go to fcdallas.com to purchase yours today. 22nd minute. Jonathan Yardley and Brian Dunseth with you on this Saturday night. Jordan Harvey at left back with it for Vancouver. Whitecaps a 6-game road losing streak, 2nd longest in MLS. Harvey again. Pressured and the ball turns over. Perez coming back for Dallas and he couldn't hold it. Seen a couple of loose touches from Perez the few times he's gotten the ball for Dallas. And this time the foul does get called against FC Dallas.
I just noticed the perfect first touch from that man, Barry Robson. Every time he receives the ball, he gets himself out of trouble. It's always against the player's motion coming across him. He's so consistent with his passing. Not only can he keep the ball in the depth, but he's got that left foot that can pick people out left and right over the course of 30, 40 yards.
Vancouver gets a chance to respond with a set piece of its own. Camilo will play it in. Plays it toward the 6, and Kevin Hartman has to come get it under pressure from Martin Bonjour.
And defensively, FC Dallas have to be smart and have to be tight because they know that Alan Chapman already pointed the spot. Sometimes you see the rep equal things out.
Shea with a good first touch there, tries to get by Robson. Neat moves, and he's taken down on the sideline. And Shellis Hyman and the FC Dallas bench up in arms.
We're waiting to see if John Thornton will get a yellow card for persistent infringement. He'll not. He'll get that final warning. Just takes a little kick out at Breck Shea, but you can understand the frustration from head coach Shellis Hyman. For John Thornton, he's a pit bull in there. He gets a piece of play. That's exactly what we talked about from the opening minute. This is a midfield 3 that is not afraid to get stuck in. And then one of the reasons why it plays to their advantage is when they're so physical, they're committing so many simple fouls in the midfield, it just slows your rhythm. It stops your rhythm. It halts it to a dead stop. And that's what FC Dallas is trying to figure out. How can they move the ball and keep it away in this situation where FC Dallas can't make that simple tactical foul and slow everything down.
Dallas with it. Ferreira on the ball. Tries to float it in looking for Perez. He had stopped his run and it skips out of bounds. But Brian, on that play, that was the Breck Shea Dallas fans have wanted to see. On the sideline, isolated, willing and able to take somebody on.
That's what his skill check is for 90 minutes. Can you continue to do it? Not just once, not just twice, but can you be consistent enough to take the game over? And I think that's, when you look at Breck Shea, you see 6'4", 185, and that left foot, that speed, that strength. You're willing him as a fan to take over the game consistently, week in, week out, because that's what he's capable of doing.
Harvey forward looking for Camilo. Good touch into the box. Shot blocked by George John. Clearance, though, goes back into the Dallas box. Falls to Harvey. Just missed. Close chance for the Whitecaps and close call for Kevin Hartman.
Oh, Barry Robson just lops a ball back over his head into a dangerous spot. And as that ball's initially cleared, George John battling with Camilo. It's Jordan Harvey, the left back, that's pushed to the top of the 18-yard box. Uncontested shot. Ball just going outside the right post to Kevin Hartman.
Perez and Kofi battling there. Runs over everybody. And Lee clears it away. Pertuz will chase this down on the right-hand side for Dallas. Jacobson's pass broken up. Combination of Rochat and Thorington. Kofi trying to get out, but Shea picks it off. Ferreira early ball, and it was just too far for Perez at the top of the box. Busy day of soccer in MLS. Toronto and Philadelphia tied 1-1. Late goal from Shane Williams. Portland and Seattle tied 1-1. Late goal from Rodney Wallace. New York 3, Columbus 1.
2 goals from Thierry Henry.
And DC and New England currently tied 1-1 in the second half. Montreal leading Chicago. That's a big result in the Eastern Conference. And much more still to come tonight. Brian, we haven't seen Blas Perez be on the ball much at all. Is that by design for Dallas, or has Vancouver been able to shut him down? And Dallas moving forward with Pertuz. Robson limping a little. Kenny Miller having to help back, and the pass intercepted by Lee. Finds Robson, who hadn't really moved a whole lot. And you can see he wasn't going to run at anybody there. Thorington's overlap to Harvey on the left. Camilo trying to get in the box. Kenny Miller gamely going up and down the field, trying to play the role of 2 men right now. And eventually the foul is called against Dallas.
As Camilo checks back to the ball, he tries to spin himself away from George John. George John gets that strong physical bump on him. Set piece opportunity for Vancouver.
We've seen a lot of those, but this is the most dangerous for Vancouver so far. About 25 yards off the end line for Camilo. We saw him hit the crossbar against Dallas earlier this year from a little bit closer in. And he scored against them in April.
Yeah, from this angle, look for Camilo to whip a ball in front 6. Right now, Kenny Miller's pointing to it, because if he can just run traffic, get a slight touch, it's going to make life difficult for that man, Kevin Hart.
Camilo low, headed out by Perez. Thorington misses. Not by much.
Not by much at all. And I grew up with Johnny Thorington. We played on the Olympic team together. He's one of the best strikers of the ball that I've ever played alongside. Sets himself up perfectly, gets his head up, and watch the way he strikes through. Ooh, he does not miss by much as that ball just tails on him at the last second.
29th minute, no score. These teams, it's been feisty pretty much from the first game they ever played when David Ferreira's ankle was broken. And I think some of the ill will probably goes back to that game. And this year, It looks like they're the two teams battling for that last playoff spot in the Western Conference. Robson tries to find Miller. Hartman intercepts. Ferreira with his back to goal, holding off Bonjour, who slides and is called for the foul, and maybe more here. Martin Bonjour, his first year in MLS out of Argentina, did not get the ball there.
Oh, he's just late. It's a little bit reckless. The fortunate thing for Bonjour is he doesn't swing through with that right foot to completely scissor Ferreira, but he'll be the first player to go into the book, 30th minute.
A yellow tail, yellow card for Martin Bonjour. The 27-year-old. Been very good most of the year. Pressured lately by Andy O'Brien, who did not make the trip with an adductor strain. So Bonjour and Demerit back in the middle of that Whitecaps defense.
Yeah, the only player sitting on yellow card warning for FC Dallas, George Johnson.
Miller, good pass off the wing, finding Robson. Advantage played. Camilo trying to slalom through a couple players, and numbers told Dallas won it. Ferreira with a man on him, it's Rashad. They tangle, go to ground, and Kofi will go the other way.
You can feel the tension level rising just up here in the booth, and a lot's being left in behind the play. The moment players are getting the ball off their feet, there's still a good amount of contact behind the play.
Both coaches up off their feet at the edge of their technical areas. See if anybody can get one in the last 15 minutes of the first half. Lee for Vancouver, pressured by Ferreira. Tugging, and it's a foul against Lee, who gets a bump afterward. And of course, Jair Benitez feels the need to be involved. We'll see if Lee gets a card here.
Well, Brechet took exception to the challenge from YP Lee. Then it was David Ferreira, but you saw some forearms come up on the verge of almost being elbows thrown, and a strong talking to by Alan Chapman to YP Lee.
With the unbalanced schedule, teams playing more than twice, these things start to build.
It's just a good 50-50 challenge. Both players fighting, and you can see the strength, you can see the agility, you can see the burst of energy. And as they come through, a little shove, then a push. And listen, these are two teams that are fighting for the same spot. You want to get in the playoffs, you got to beat each other. For Vancouver, they can put the nail in the coffin of FC Dallas tonight if they can get 3 points on the road. FC Dallas has a difficult schedule. At San Jose, at Chivas USA, at Seattle, then home against Chivas. For the Vancouver Whitecaps, only one more road game after this, and that's going to be the last game of the season at Real Salt Lake.
Dallas wanted a foul on Benitez there as he tried to play a 1-2, not called. And Dallas does win the ball back. Believe me though, Vancouver knows that its schedule is favorable. Not only are those games home, but 3 of them are against the bottom 3 teams in the Western Conference. A tie today works for Vancouver.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it works. And Dallas really can't.
Yeah, and that's a scary talking point, because if the head coach Martin Rennie is saying that's okay, that's a bit of a problem.
He didn't say it was okay, but he said he knew he had home games coming up. Here's Camilo, offside flag is up.
I can just tell you from a player's perspective and an ex-player's perspective, by a coach inferring that it's acceptable to come out with a result that's not favorable, that's a scary tactic. Barry Robson outside the left foot. Very, very close, but thankfully football lines come into play and they help us out.
Playoff lines, playoff lines. Dallas has had more of the ball in this first half. Great run by Jackson, but Demerit slid well to intercept for Vancouver. Thorrington under a lot of pressure, turns out of it smoothly. And Jackson was really late on Lee there, and the Vancouver bench not happy about it.
Michelle Simon says it all the time, emotional maturity. YP Lee spins out. It's not a lot. It's really nothing.
But it's happening on most challenges, like you said.
At this stage, you've got 2 teams that know that they feel any type of contact, they're going to go down and look for the referee to make a decision.
Robson with good vision to spring Harvey. has numbers ahead of him, uses Thorington. George John stepping out on him and gets whistled for the foul. Tempers continue to flare here. Vancouver tried to restart quickly. Alan Chapman will call them back to the spot of the foul. "35th minute, no score. Must-win game for Dallas." Rochat, Demerit, Bonjour among the targets. Camilo. It's loose, knocked away by Hernan Pertuz after Kenny Miller got an initial flick to it for the Whitecaps.
Oh, what a great knockdown header from Kenny Miller. Puts it in such a dangerous spot at the penalty spot. Just waiting for that second run from the top of the 18-yard box to finish that chance off.
Rochat had Lee running behind the defense, but miskicked. And it deflects out of bounds, apparently off of Dallas, which is not happy with the call. It'll be a throw-in for Vancouver. This is Rochat. Nutmegged Jacobson to Robson. Julian de Guzman with a good tackle for Dallas, though. Kofi picks up David Ferreira's pocket. He tries to win it back. Does so. Jackson taken down by Jordan Harvey. Yellow card coming. 36th minute on the call. It's a yellow tail, yellow card for Jordan Harvey, the left back.
Well, Jordan Harvey feels it's undeserved, but watch the way Jackson spins himself out. Anytime you get a hold of a player as the ball gets past you as a defender, if you put your arm out, you're allowing the referee to make a decision. And he's saying that's my first foul, but 36 minutes in, it doesn't matter at this point if it's your first foul or not. The tension has been raised. And sometimes you see referees, because of persistent infringements and fouls across the board, start handing out yellow cards, even if it's your first foul.
These two teams get hit a lot. You can see the number. We've seen it tonight. Shea against Lee, and Lee knocks it out of bounds. See if Dallas can get some chances late. Benitez over the head of Perez, chested down by Harvey dangerously and out for a corner kick. He didn't know that nobody was on his back and pretty much had to do that.
Well, I think he got caught in between. He wasn't sure what the bounce was going to look like as he tries to bring this down and settle it. Just kind of got away from him.
Brad Knighton saved a penalty kick in this game. The third corner for Dallas, looking for Perez, headed away by Rochat. And Camilo takes a bump from Jackson. Jair Benitez hit that one very late and apologizes to Alan Chapman.
Oh, this is just laziness from Jackson. Jackson gets in a bad situation because tactically he got in a terrible starting situation. The only player you got to worry about is Camilo, the counterattack opportunity. And what does he do? He's on the wrong side. He's front side instead of just being on the inside goal side. Gets caught in a situation where he commits a silly foul and very fortunate not to pick up a yellow card. That being said, Jackson, he's one of those players that walks that fine line all the time.
He got a warning there. He got the 1, 2, and the next one's a yellow card. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, Martin Rennie continues to work the fourth official over the decision by Jair Benitez to just launch a ball after the whistle was blown, hitting the back of the referee.
We knew going in this would be a fun night for the fourth official. Mark DeCluett's going to hear it. Demerit got caught a little bit there, but gets it away to Harvey. Camilo with his back to goal tried to leave it. Dispossessed though, and here's Breck Shea for Dallas. Sloppy touch, falls to Robson. Rochat getting forward. Won by Hedges, who's been very solid yet again. Any one-on-one situation, Matt Hedges has come out on top. George John with the intercept. Dallas looking confident. Ferreira. Shea. Falls right back to him. Ferreira has Bertuz sneaking forward on the right. Here's Jackson. Tried to play a 1-2. Kofi broke it up. Big play. Great touch by Breck Shea. Benitez to cross. Pretty easy for Brad Knighton at the edge of the 6. Fans, visit fcdallas.com today for your source on all things soccer. Check out match previews, player and coach interviews, behind-the-scenes video, academy updates, and more at fcdallas.com. This may be the highest pressure we've seen Dallas apply all year. They certainly know that they need to come out with a win.
Yeah, and it's not just the defensive pressure, but it's the ball movement. The speed of the passing is incredibly high tonight. It's been a long time since we've seen this type of intensity, and you can tell these are two teams that know what's on the line.
Hedges again did very well to step up there. Robson had Miller running through, and Hedges read it all the way. Matt Hedges, the rookie out of Carmel, Indiana. 17 straight starts since May. He's been solid at the back. Shea at the other end, into the box. Plays it across, off the post from Ferreira. Everything right but the final touch. Vancouver goes the other way with Harvey. Bertuz wins it for Dallas. Perez, neat dummy to Ferreira, has Shea. Top of the area, gonna hit it first time, tipped over. Dallas on the front foot, inches away.
A great understanding. Blas Perez bypasses Ferreira. Perfectly weighted ball. Breck Shea comes through, strikes. Good touch by Brad Knight.
You feel like that's the one Breck Shea dreams about hitting. Just rolling perfectly on his left, and he caught it well. Corner kick. Headed away by Bonjour. Again, Jackson and Camilo battle on that second ball. De Guzman finds Ferreira into the box. He's onside. Left-footed chip. Nobody could get on the end of it. Brad Knighton has had to be big tonight. The penalty kick save and the stop on Breck Shea. Dallas has done everything but put the ball in the net today. They've gotten a penalty kick. They've hit the post. Early ball to Merritt, slides very well to win it for Vancouver. Robson in the center circle under pressure. Uses Kofi.
We talked about defensively what this formation meant for Vancouver Whitecaps, but offensively they've struggled. They have struggled to find Camilo or Kenny Miller and their feet. This is the type of game that's screaming for Dane Richards with Darren Matters.
We go back to the 41st minute, and this is the chance off the post.
Yeah, Breck Shea, there he is, isolated one-on-one, bypasses YP Lee, finds the foot of David Ferreira, completely unmarked, top of the 6-yard box. He just tries to redirect it, open up his hips, put it with the inside of his right foot. Unfortunately for Ferreira, as it comes off, strikes the right post of Brad Knight.
Ferreira with Demerit on it, slides, won the ball cleanly, and Vancouver will go the other way. Lee has no one to play it to, though, and the ball drifts out of bounds for a throw-in.
That's got to be the 4th or 5th time you've seen Jay Demerit with a perfectly timed challenge. One of the best tacklers in Major League Soccer.
A minute plus away from the halftime whistle, still scoreless in Frisco. Neat moves by Benitez to De Guzman. Knocked away. Here's Robson. Again, only one man in front of him. That's Camilo, as Miller is had to drop into a wide midfield spot a lot.
And that's the problem with this formation, is that you're asking Kenny Miller, who's an out-and-out striker, to play as a wide right player. If Camilo doesn't want to go out, Kenny Miller's forced to go out. And that's one of the reasons why you've seen Jair Benitez pull out into this wide flank and have a ton of space. Julian de Guzman, much like Jordan Harvey, saying that's my first tackle, it's my first foul.
Well, Alan Chapman pointed for persistent infringement on a yellow card for de Guzman. You wonder if it's team persistent infringement or if he's mixing him up with Jackson.
And it comes into play. It absolutely comes into play. And it's not a lot, but it's enough where he sticks a foot in. And for me, no chance in the world that's a yellow card. But if the referee feels it's persistent infringement as a team that's being committed, it's his prerogative to pull out the yellow card when he deems fit.
Miller handled the ball. That'll be a free kick for Dallas. We're at 45 minutes, 2 minutes of stoppage time. The signal from the sideline.
Well, it was a risky move to start with Kenny Miller tonight. Played 171 minutes in 2 matches for Scotland. And if you look at who he's competing with, Darren Maddox, only 26 minutes against the United States at home, didn't play in Columbus. And then Dane Richards didn't play in Jamaica, only 14 minutes in Columbus against the United States. So you have fresh legs in 2 players that played for the Jamaican national team. You're going for that experience. You're going to utilize that designated player who you brought in. But I just think with the style in which you're playing tonight, with a flat 3 in front of your back 4, Barry Robson doesn't have a lot of options, and Kenny Miller's pulled into an uncomfortable position on that right-hand side. You're not getting the most out of it.
Hedges wasn't able to keep that one in. It'll be a throw-in for Vancouver. Halfway through first half stoppage time. Perez hustling back, another throw into Vancouver. Lee throws for Robson, and Hedges cleans it up again, having a big night.
You think about the loss of Ugo Ehemalo and how much that's hurt FC Dallas. The great news is that Matt Hedges is just taking that opportunity and run with it. Had such a solid season, despite the fact just a young player still learning his trade, but a great partnership alongside George John. You got to give George John a ton of credit. Didn't start this season at the beginning of the year, comes in with a player that he's really unfamiliar with, and both he and Hedges have done very well together.
Merritt won the header off the long ball, and we're nearing the end of the first half. Shellis Hyndman was asking for a card against YP Lee, who had 4 fouls committed. And there is the halftime whistle. No score at the half, not for lack of trying. Dallas with a penalty kick stopped, a shot off the post, and a shot that looked like it was targeted for the upper 90, tipped over as well.
Yeah, the better of the chances falling in favor of FC Dallas. The big question in the second 45 minutes, what changes will Martin Rennie make, knowing that he's just got some horses? Dane Richards, Darren Maddox coming off the bench for head coach Shellis Hyndman. He still has Fabian Castillo, Daniel Hernandez, Zach Lloyd is available, as well as Carlos Rodriguez, Scott Seeley, Ricardo Villar making his return to the bench. So plenty of attacking options on both sides, a game that's just itching for a goal to be scored.
And can Dallas continue to stay on top? I don't know that we've seen 90 minutes at this tempo and this level of pressure all season.
Oh, they're going to have to. It's all on the line. Make no mistake about it. This is the game that you need 3 points at home. You're going up against a team that's sitting in that 5th spot. A perfect opportunity. You've already got the 3 points on the road. The big question, can you get it here tonight?
Kevin, Jonathan, and Brian in the booth, you guys had a number of chances in that first half. What was the key to creating those chances?
You know, I mean, I think that we realize the situation that we're in. You know, I think that we know that we have to press the game. We have to get opportunities. The more opportunities we get, obviously, the better opportunities that we have to score. So, unfortunately, we missed the PK, and that can be a little bit disheartening. But at the end of the day, we just got to continue to fight and realize what's on the line here.
Kevin, very limited chances for the Vancouver Whitecaps. best chances coming through their transition. How do you slow them down and be aware of their ability to counterattack?
Well, I think we just have to be cognizant of their speed. You know, if they have two up top, it would be nice if we could keep a defensive midfielder back and maybe intercept some of the through balls, or at least put pressure on the guys that are serving. But I think we're aware of it, and at this point, you know, we just have to score goals. You know, I think that we feel pretty assured of where we are defensively, but at the end of the day, we got to put something in the back of the net so that we give ourselves hope.
Kevin, thanks for your time. Good luck in the second half.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Kevin Hartman joining us at halftime. He's been unbreached at the back, but Dallas hasn't been able to break through at the other end. A lot of hits and some close calls. We'll be right back with the halftime report. Dallas nothing, Vancouver nothing at the break. And Dallas enters the game trailing Vancouver by 4 points in the Western Conference standings. A win would put them within 1 point. Last year, Dallas hosted Vancouver in the fall at FC Dallas Stadium, and it was flank play and the big blonde, Breck Shea, that was the difference last year, Brian. They're hoping they can do it again in the second half.
Well, it's a perfect example of what works well against the Vancouver Whitecaps. Secondary runs out of the midfield, opening up flank play, following up your chances, and at the end of the day, being proactive, not just being reactive, being proactive in the box.
For me, that was the biggest positive sign for FC Dallas in the first half. Breck Shea was involved. He looked hungry. He looked tight with his touches, skillful. And that's the player, along, of course, with David Ferreira and Blas Perez, who can make the difference and get Dallas the goal they need, because that's all they were missing in the first half.
Listen, he's one of the best players in Major League Soccer when he gets isolated, gets his head up, has a confidence about him, running at players, breaking them down, creating those goal-scoring chances. And that's exactly what you need from him tonight, especially sitting 4 points behind Vancouver for that final spot in the Western Conference. 4
points back. Remember, as you look at it, Vancouver has one extra game to play, and of Vancouver's remaining games, they have 3 home games against Colorado, Chivas, Portland, the 3 bottom teams in the Western Conference. Those are likely wins or good results for Vancouver. So Dallas, really, when we say must win, it's not mathematical, but momentum-wise, Dallas needs to get the win tonight to put the pressure on Vancouver.
Yeah, and the wild thing about that is, if you think about it, Colorado, Seattle, Chivas, Portland, you would think that's automatic 3 points, but you also get that factor that kind of swings back in the favor of these teams is you never know what they're going to put out. They could be putting out young players looking for experience, but they could also be putting out players that have that hunger, have that desire to have a job next season.
Available off the bench for FC Dallas, Fabian Castillo, of course, one to watch, 5 goals, 3 assists. Scott Seeley, Ricardo Villar, the other attacking options. Daniel Hernandez, Zach Lloyd, Carlos Rodriguez, more defensive looks off the bench for Dallas.
The stunning stat about all these players that FC Dallas has missed all season long. You think about it, it's been incredible. 123 games lost due to injury for players, and it's still continuing. The one player you haven't thought about who's missed the most, Ricardo Villar, 19 games since that tackle.
We're just about set to kick off the second half. Perez and Ferreira standing over the ball. And here we go, the second half, 45 minutes for FC Dallas to try and find a way past the Vancouver Whitecaps, or for Vancouver to try and hold its playoff lead. No changes on either side as we start the second half. We'll see if Dallas can control play as much as it did in the first half. Right away, Shea battling with Lee Young-pyo, which we've seen all night, and it just goes as a throw-in for Vancouver. Vancouver in all white, going right to left, south to north. Dallas in the red and white stripes, left to right, north to south, attacking toward Main Street, Frisco. John Thorrington into the left corner for Vancouver. George John heads away. Jacobson bumps off Camilo and finds Blas Perez. Great play by Jacobson. Great first touch by Perez.
Yeah, Hernan Pertuz has to be careful, though. There's no reason John Thorrington should be getting in behind you at that angle. Has to stay goal side. That's just lazy defending from Pertuz.
Dallas really flying both Benitez and Shea forward on that left-hand side again. This time Vancouver able to break it up. Miller in the middle of the field with his back to goal there, a little more comfortable. His pass picked off by Hedges, but Vancouver retains possession. Rochat got a step on Jacobson. foul whistle. Free kick to Vancouver. 22 fouls in the first half between the teams. They're on pace to top that 40 foul game a month ago at BC Place.
Oh, listen, when the Vancouver Whitecaps have been successful in that run, when they climbed up into those 5 spots in the Western Conference playoff race, it was because they were hard, they were aggressive, they were doing all the things that made life difficult for their opponent. On top of that, they were breaking the rhythm of their opponent every single game. That's what they do well when they're successful. That's what they got away from during these 4 games, this 4-game losing streak. One thing, Martin Rennie, he's become a little bit tighter with his tactics. He's not going to be as open talking about what they're trying to accomplish after something came out in the paper and they weren't happy about it. But that's what you expect. This is when things tighten up. This is when coaching staffs get a little bit nervous.
Well, we'll see if they adjust this formation at all. One thing we had talked about was there being a gap that developed between Vancouver's defending players and attacking players, and I don't know that we've seen a whole lot different tonight. There hasn't been a lot of help when their attacking players have gotten forward.
Well, and listen, we go back to when they were on that incredible run. And what it was Darren Maddox and Dane Richards were on the field. They were incredibly dynamic and athletic going forward. I think that's something that they're really missing tonight.
Shellis Hyndman early up off the bench, clapping, exhorting his team as Jackson goes forward. Thornton slides and knocks it out of bounds for a Dallas throw.
A smart tackle from John Thornton. You notice how as he goes down, he uses his heel to flick that ball away. Good strong tackle from the number 11 for Vancouver.
Really limited the chances of there being a foul on the play, the way he went in. Pair twos cross at the near post, pretty easy for Brad Knight.
Yeah, and a lot of things that a lot of times people forget. John Thornton, you look at his resume, he was in the Manchester United Youth Academy. Then he goes to Bayer Leverkusen Reserves. Then he was about to go to Bolton before he ended up pulling his quad and did his hamstring. He was days away for signing from Sam Allardyce. On top of that, he has incredible experience in England in the championship. Then coming here, Chicago, lights out. He just couldn't stay healthy. And that's been the biggest issue for John Thornton. It's kind of that Johnny O'Brien mold, is that he's technically and tactically the best player on the field 99% of the time. The problem is he just can't stay on the field.
Kevin Hartman eluded Camilo and got taken down. It'll be a free kick to Dallas, but a close call at the back for the 38-year-old Hartman.
Kevin, a little bit of a skill check, gets his head up. A little bit of a deke, pushes out to his right. Good pressure from Camilo. But you notice as soon as Kevin Hartman got up, what he was asking for is his outside back, Jair Benitez, his left back, to give him that angle to play. I'm not sure it would have been on. That being said, it's either got to be a stronger back pass that Kevin can clear it first time, or he's got to just make the decision that he wants to get the ball out of trouble.
If he needed the job at indoor, though, he could put that on his tape.
Listen, I've known Hardy for a long, long time, and he loves to play on the field. Fancies himself in small side as the playmaker, so no surprise he gets himself out of trouble.
Pertuz goes long, looking for Ferreira. Demerit reads that pretty easily. Guzman knocks that one straight up. He and Robson battling for that center circle.
I'm just constantly in awe of the first touch from Barry Robson. It is so clean. He settles himself so perfectly, and he's not the fastest player on the field, but the way he moves his body, the way he leans.
He was the first guy Shellis Hyndman talked about when I asked him about Vancouver and what he was concerned about.
He's the difference maker. He's the difference maker for this team. You can talk about everyone else, but Barry Robson makes this team tick.
Lee Young-Pyo's pass knocked away, and Hedges and John will combine to bring it out of the back. John had his attempted clearance blocked, he believes, with a hand, but Thornton able to win it back for Vancouver. Rochat with a skill check of his own on that sideline. Kofi, who Martin Rennie calls, for me, one of the best players in Major League Soccer at the tender age of 21, holding off Jacobson there.
And he's a player that absolutely benefited from, an expansion team. Last year he played a lot of minutes in a short amount of time, and he really figured out his game. And a bit of a surprise tonight that June Davidson didn't get the start. That Martin Rennie elected to put Alain Rochat into the midfield and keep Jordan Harvey as the starting left back. But Gershon Kofi, incredible athleticism, great work rate, good engine, simple player, loves to get his foot on the ball. And you love young players that when things are going wrong, he wants the ball on his foot.
Angled run by Kenny Miller going for the long ball there. And he and Hartman exchange shoves.
this was after the original call appeared to go in Dallas's favor and then was turned back for Vancouver. It's been an interesting one. Guzman with a technical switch to Pertuz. Into the feet of Jackson. It was too hot for him, and Vancouver clears.
Keep an eye on this stat. Vancouver Whitecaps have scored 18 of the 29 goals this season in the second 45 minutes. That being said, they've allowed 19 goals in the final 30. So
both these teams tend to give them up late in the second half. Jackson trying to get on the end of that. Jay DeMerit just got a toe to it.
And I think in this game, this is the type of game where you're going to see FC Dallas have to make. They're going to have to take some chances, both tactically and making those adjustments off the ball, those risks going forward.
Now Gershon Kofi booked there. He was standing in front of the ball when Dallas tried to take a free kick quickly. He got the yellow card because he put his foot out and intentionally disrupted it. If he just stands there, this is not a yellow card.
Yeah, and he knows what he's doing. It's a silly yellow card to take. Every player on the field knows you got to get your distance. It's one thing to get yourself in front and act like you're pushing around, you're motioning your players around, but that's youth. That's youthful exuberance right there, getting his foot up and blocking that pass. No need to take a yellow card in that situation.
Ferreira into the box, and Brad Knighton comes for it without a whole lot of pressure. Kofi missed 2 of the last 4 games due to suspension, 1 for a yellow card and 1 for a high kick on Andy Rhodes. Back in there, picks up another yellow. Robson, great ball to Miller. Hedges coming back, wins it, and clears it away for Dallas. Close call.
Yeah, Alan Chapman missed that one. That is a foul. That is a foul by Matt Hedges. And watch what Hedges does. He utilizes his body in a way that he gets underneath Kenny Miller. Good first touch, watch him come across. He's not making an attempt for a ball, he's playing Kenny Miller. That's a foul. And absolutely correct by Martin Rennie to lose his mind on the near side, because that should be a set piece opportunity for Vancouver.
That one played in, George John headed away. And Benitez and Robson battling in the corner. You might get some fireworks there. Eventually Shea clears it, but Martin Rennie is generally a calm, cool, and collected customer. And you're absolutely right, he is still livid on the sideline.
I think
with good reason.
He's feeling the pressure. You know, he's feeling the pressure. He had a team, I think, that surprised a lot of people by how quickly they really started to put together the additions of Robson, Kenny Miller, Andy O'Brien. He strengthened his team right down the spine of the group. And with the results not going
the results
his way,
didn't come right after those acquisitions, and that's why he's been feeling the heat.
Yeah, and anytime you're still a young coach in this league and you're starting to figure out the little nuances, sometimes the pressure really starts to tighten things up a little bit. And so at the end of the day, it was a poor decision by the referee. He missed that one. Foul committed by Hedges, and Hedges is fortunate. But also, at the end of the day, that's a huge warning sign for the backline of FC Dallas. That's the second time you've seen Kenny Miller get in between both center backs and bring the ball down with a goal-scoring opportunity at the top of the box.
Vancouver with a little possession here. 55 minutes in, no score. Camilo with a push-off, not called, and now the flag goes up and the whistle blows. If you could put these two teams in a cage match, I would pay money to see that.
Yeah, it looks like Fabian Castillo is going to be the first change of the night for FC Dallas. Take another look at the offside. Ball up over the top, the push from behind, and Camilo just getting the shove in the back of the number 24 Hedges.
Pertuz lost the ball in traffic. John wins it back. And Jay DeMerit, solid shoulder charge on Ferreira to win the ball there. Jacobson pokes it away from Kofi. Both teams really mixing it up in the midfield right now. Benitez, Shea, deflected, and Bonjour able to clear for Vancouver. Hedges under pressure here. Back to Hartman, also with a little bit of pressure. And it's in between George John and Pertuz, but John takes charge and takes control. Dallas switches to Benitez on the other side. He has to hurry back. Fabian Castillo up with the fourth official at the near side halfway line, getting ready to come in at the next stoppage. That will be the first time this year in Dallas's 30th game that they will have Perez, Ferreira, Shea, and Castillo. Should be your highest 4 attacking players on the field at the same time.
And I think you got to put Jackson in that conversation. You know, this is a very dynamic team going forward. It's the first time in a long time you've seen not just those 4 players, but including the 5th, Jackson, on the field at the same time.
The substitution presented by Texas Health, Ben Hogan Sports Medicine. Andrew Jacobson will come out. Fabian Castillo will come in here in the 58th minute. Now Castillo has been battling a hamstring strain. But he'll come in here. He's got 2 game-winning goals, 2 game-winning assists this year. Now would be a time to make it 3.
Well, and that's the tactical risk that we're going to start seeing from Shellis Hyman. Castillo goes up on that right-hand side. Now finally, 58 minutes into the match, you see the Vancouver bench as June Davidson, Carlisle Mitchell, and Dane Richards all start making their way down to the corner. But the adjustment, Jackson will go in central. Castillo will come to the right-hand side.
He drives a switch to Shea. Well, that's the flank play Dallas wants to see. Shea against Lee, plays it across. Too far for Perez. Castillo able to keep it in. Castillo trying to dribble on Harvey. Harvey with a good touch. Here's Pertuz. Looking for Perez. Over the top, he mishit it.
Oh, what an incredible first touch from Blas Perez. It's been a quiet night for the big number 9. Haven't had a lot of opportunities. Watch this skill check. Jay DeMerit comes flying by, sets himself up perfectly, and he just can't keep it down. Bertuz, good whipped in ball, great first touch from Perez. And it looks as if that ball just struck him in the shin guard as opposed to got him on the laces. But Perez, just after making that front post run for Breck Shea, recycled, came all the way back out. And as this game continues on, remember that stat. Vancouver's allowed 19 goals in the final 30 minutes.
That was the moment for Blas Perez, their money striker. As you kind of look at the missing corner flag at the moment that we're waiting to repair. The strike force you look at, they've very, very, very rarely been out there, even 3 of them together, let alone all 4 as they have tonight. Perez and Castillo leading in goals with 5. Ferreira with 6 assists, and as Brian mentioned, Jackson, the other one with 6 assists. Shea is the one whose production they've missed a little bit. Just 1 goal from open play all year. 2 of those 3 goals from the penalty spot where Ferreira was stoned tonight. So Darren Maddox up with a jersey and a substitution card for Vancouver as we have this long delay in the absence of a corner flag.
Now the corner flag's down there. It looks like it's just broken. You can see poor wounded soldier.
The absence of a fully intact corner flag.
And now we're going to see the adjustment from Martin Rennie. Darren Maddox has been the most explosive rookie striker in Major League Soccer, as now Jair Benitez makes the 120-yard run as a left back all the way into the corner. Going to get a standing ovation.
Is he really the guy you want to hand a sharp object to in a critical game?
I'd like to see the Revenge of the Nerds style run up and just chuck it as far as possible.
The substitution presented by Texas Health, Ben Hogan Sports Medicine, Kenny Miller out, Darren Maddox in the 61st minute. Darren Maddox out of Akron, Rookie of the Year candidate, 7 goals and an assist this year. 2 caps for Jamaica now. He just turned 22 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, a little bit interesting, the fact that Kenny Miller didn't shake the hand of the head coach Martin Rennie as he walked off. Disappointment all the way around. That being said, team sport, got to make sure that just because you're a big name signing and you scored a goal on an international break, you're still a player that can be subbed off.
Kofi with a neat turn at the halfway line. Tries to feed Maddox. John got there first. Maddox's speed against Dallas' center backs, who are taller than they are fast, is an interesting matchup to watch. But speaking of fast, it's Jackson. Early ball low, and Brad Knight collects again. Vancouver trying to build out of the back. Robson looks up, hits one long for Maddox. It's headed down by Pertuz. And Dallas will try to build its own attack. 62nd minute in a scoreless game. Herrera battling, able to keep possession for Dallas. Castillo one-on-one against Harvey. Feeds Perez, struggles with his touch. Switch for Breck-Shea, took him backward. Pass was between two players, broken up. And now the ball runs out of bounds at the sideline. Fans, come see FC Dallas as they take on Chivas USA in the regular season finale Sunday, October 28th, 6 o'clock at FC Dallas Stadium. Get here early for Lamar's tailgate featuring music, food, and drink specials. And get up close for the Lamar Hunt scarfing ceremony. Tickets available on sale now at fcdallas.com, the final regular season home game of 2012. It's a long time between home games. International break thrown in there in October as well, as the offside flag goes up against Paris.
The fact that FC Dallas had so many games so early in the season with so many players injured. He talked about 123 man games lost this season because of injuries. That's incredible. That's something that there's no way, shape, or form that you can prepare for. And one of the biggest losses, you know that David Ferrer is finally coming back, and you lose Blas Perez on international duty, much like DC United dealing with Dwayne De Rosario. Always a huge risk, first reward when your players leave on that international break.
Picked up that foot injury against Cuba back in May. And didn't play for Dallas for 3 months. FC Dallas has yet to create more than one clear-cut chance. Perez's turn, which he made the most of, was the best chance of the half so far for Dallas. John under some pressure, gave it away to Maddox, sitting over there on the right-hand side. Feeds Thorington, and his pass off the mark picked up by Castillo.
You already noticed with the introduction of Darren Maddox into the midfield for the Vancouver Whitecaps, you know, it's a little bit of a hybrid front three where Maddox, Robson, and Camilo, they interchange quite a bit, but we haven't seen Jair Benitez get forward since Maddox came on the field.
Kofi feeds Maddox into the box. Benitez getting back there, deflects the shot out for a corner kick.
Well, you see how dangerous Darren Maddox is. He gets the ball top of the 18-yard box, swivels around a couple players, gets that opportunity to get a shot off, leads to a corner kick.
65th minute, and it's the first corner for Vancouver. Barry Robson will take it as Kevin Hartman sets his defense. Robson left-footed. Hartman got a punch to it. Jackson mishit it. Vancouver still has it. Robson. Edges got a head to it for Dallas.
Well, Martin Bonjour took a huge risk for a player sitting on a yellow card. Watch the way he throws his arms up. Trying a little hand of God. If the referee would have called that, if that ball would have hit his hand, he would have been forced to give Bonjour a yellow card. 66th minute, would have been sent off because that would have been his second of the night. Saw it happen last night. Sporting Kansas City. Aurelian Collin did the same thing. Was booked right away by the referee, Baldomero Toledo.
And of course, Collin was incredulous that the call was made. Robson trying to stay with Jackson. He can't do it. Shea running ahead of him. Jackson feeds Breck-Shea. Shea stopped by Knighton as he tried to feed the back post.
It's always a difficult decision for Breck-Shea to make. Do I take the shot at that angle because it's such a low percentage shot? Brad Knighton would have that near post covered. Or do I look for the run of David Ferrer at the far post? Ferreira was wide open. The problem was Brad Knighton stayed connected. What a perfectly weighted ball from Jackson. Look at that speed, that pull-away speed. Tell you what, David Ferrer might have had an opportunity. Jay Demerit getting back to a good spot, but give him credit tonight. Knighton doing a good job staying connected to his back line.
He's been outstanding tonight for Vancouver. Whether he was off the line early or not, he saved the PK. Jackson still going, slide tackle, no handball against Bonjour. and Vancouver will go the other way. 5 Dallas players committed forward at the moment. Ferreira the only one trying to get back. And here goes Maddox. Hartman off his line. Maddox to the end line, fires near post. Corner kick after a deflection.
Just when you got done talking about how many players were committed forward to FC Dallas, there's the speed of Darren Maddox. That's why Darren Maddox has to be on the field for the Vancouver Whitecaps. Pull away speed, slight hesitation, Kevin Hartman recovers, and then you got Hedges doubling up, going hard, and just the angles cut down at that point.
But that's the danger Dallas takes, needing to win the game.
Speed, speed, speed. When you have Maddox on the field, you have Dane Richards on the field, it changes the composition of what you're trying to do defensively.
Second corner for Vancouver, headed away by Hedges on another good delivery from Robson. Bertuz headed the second one away. Jackson and Castillo combine to win it. Ferreira leads the counter. Castillo with space. Looking for Perez, it was deflected and rolls right to Brad Knight.
You see how many white shirts at the top of the 18-yard box. You've got 6, 7 players right now, but it's a transition game. This is going to be a shootout. It's a Wild West for the next 20 minutes.
Robson goes long, and Maddox takes a tumble, looks beseechingly at Alan Chapman, and gets nothing for the effort. It's a goal kick for Dallas. Fans registered today for the Bobby Ryan Invitational presented by MoneyGram. This tournament now an automatic qualifier for the Dr. Pepper Dallas Cup from the U13 to U16 age group. Go to fcdallas.com/tournaments today. Registration fee $895. Deadline to register September 23rd. Shea with Lee on his back again. To Guzman trying to find Breck Shea to the left corner. Has Ferreira and Castillo. And YP Lee got back there to make the play. And right in front of his cheering section too, you can see the red-clad fans. They're not rooting for Dallas, they're rooting for South Korea's own left back, or right back I should say.
Well, such an iconic figure in the community.
Dallas wins the ball back though. That's the red and white that most fans here want to see going forward. Castillo looking for Ferreira. It was broken up. Vancouver will try to counter again.
And you just see the way this game is shaping up for Vancouver. And once they win possession of the ball, you got to think that maybe Dane Richards for Camilo might be the right adjustment for the final 20 minutes. Get fresh legs on with that type of speed from Dane Richards. Someone that can get in behind, because Vancouver, they're defending 7 across that back line, and once they retain that possession, they're looking to spring up over the top. A guy like Dane, Darren Maddox, going to give you plenty of goal-scoring opportunities.
Benitez tried to get into the attack. Rashad broke it up. Look at Robson sprint and keep it in. He has Maddox and Camilo in the middle. Maddox was knocked away by Julian de Guzman for Dallas. And this game is wide open. The gap for both teams between the defense and the midfield.
You can see it. Look in the middle of your screen. Look at how wide open. No pressure whatsoever for 35 yards.
Ferreira created space, finds Shea. Perez lurking in the box. Shea drives it low, and Jay DeMerit calmly gets out of pressure for Vancouver. And you can see, since Jacobson's been taken out, de Guzman has no help applying pressure in the midfield.
Yeah.
Because Jackson and Castillo are going forward, and that's what they need.
And that was the risk. That was the risk that Shell Simon knew he had to take, because he needs goals. A point's not good enough. You need 3 points.
Camilo, showy move to get some space into the box, and it's out off of George John for a Vancouver corner. I asked him yesterday what he would do in a tie game late in the second half, and he wasn't sure, as Dallas now going to have an extra worry. George John does not look comfortable with this injury.
What happened was George John, as he was recovering and that cross came in, it struck him and he came down awkwardly.
Zach Lloyd running to warm up for FC Dallas.
I remember Zach Lloyd concerns about a back spasm issue that he was dealing with. We thought we might see him get the start. A little bit of surprise to see him on the bench. But for Lloyd, he's going to have to get warm quick after sitting on the bench for 70 minutes. It's not always easy to get ready.
For FC Dallas, a season full of injuries. Are they dealing with
he rolled
another?
His ankle so bad. Watch his left ankle. Oh, you can just see it's the cross of Camilo. It hits his left foot. His left foot tucks underneath him, and he completely buckles. You see that outside of his ankle bone touch the ground. All of his weight as he's turning, just going straight on that left foot.
Zach Lloyd, who has started every game this year when not suspended, now going to come off the bench.
Watch slow motion. Ooh. It doesn't matter how much you tape your ankles before the game, something like that. That's 180, 190 pounds, just full force on that left ankle right there. And that's the season. Look at his face.
That
look
look,
at Schultz's face.
That look says it all.
That says it all. That's the year it's been for FC Dallas. You know, we keep saying it. 123 games lost through players unavailable because of injury this season. There's going to be more. You just can't prepare. You cannot prepare for a season like this. From David Ferreira not being available. Then you got Ugo Ahimlu out long-term with concussion issues. Ricardo Villar, the player that started off incredibly bright this season in that number 10 position for David Ferreira. He goes down after a rough tackle.
So
they just haven't been able to get it right.
George John carried off. And Zach Lloyd comes on, a substitution presented by Texas Health, Ben Hogan Sports Medicine. Lloyd to right back, Hernan Pertuz into the middle as Dallas defends a corner kick near post, and Hartman had to be alert. Punched it away. Camilo then tried to hit it far post and overhit it, but it was a close call.
Well, something to think about right now for FC Dallas. You got Zach Lloyd in his accustomed position as a right back, but Hernan Pertuz now comes in centrally, and you've got two, and I'm going to use this word loosely, but inexperienced central defenders alongside of each other. And Hernan Pertuz, he's got plenty of experience throughout his career playing a center back, but in terms of their relationship with Matt Hedges, a rookie in this league, with the speed of Darren Maddox, who's already had a few opportunities to get behind the defense, keep an eye on that partnership both tactically and verbally through the next 15 minutes of this game.
Two substitutions now used for Dallas, one left as Benitez finds Ferreira. Still Benitez. Chipping, looking for Jackson. Lloyd pressures into the box, and it's cleared away by Camilo, tracking back for Vancouver. Alan Chapman asking Lloyd to stand farther back before throwing in. He targets Perez. Robson with a great touch to find Thorrington at full speed. Hedges stepped up well and won the ball for Dallas to Ferreira. He used his hand to control it, and eventually Kofi whistled for the foul. Jackson, meanwhile, got away with the foul before that on the advantage call. Here's Benitez. Cutting, feeds Jackson. Shot deflected and spins out of bounds. They say off Perez, and it'll be a goal kick.
Keep in mind, players on yellow card for Vancouver: Bonjour, Harvey, Kofi. For FC Dallas, only Julian de Guzman sitting on yellow card 1.
Benitez and Robson tangled up, and the foul goes against Jair Benitez. We'll have some healthy stoppage time as well. The tie does not help FC Dallas. They would stay alive mathematically, yes, but it would be a tough road to hoe. Pertuz, header. Vancouver still with it with Harvey. Castillo got away with one. Lloyd, early ball, too far for Jackson. And Vancouver goes all the way back tonight.
Tell you what, that's not a bad ball from Zach Lloyd. Gets his head up, he puts the ball in a dangerous spot. Jackson just kind of pulls out of that one. Good idea from the right back substitute.
Pressure mounting for FC Dallas. De Guzman. Lloyd. Perez trying to turn. Camilo tries to dribble out of trouble. Lloyd won it. Perez trying to feed it into Castillo. Tough one to handle, though, and it rolls to Knight.
Yeah, and poor decision from Blas Perez. He had Zach Lloyd wide open on the flank. Simple laid-off ball, first-time cross.
You look at George John. Still strapped in there, and you feel for him. '78th minute, Jonathan Yardley, Brian Dunseth with you. It's sweaty palms time for MLS playoff contenders. FC Dallas 6th in the West, top 5 get in. The team they trail on the field with them tonight, the Vancouver Whitecaps. Castillo, chance to run. Cuts to his left. Ferreira can play Shea into the box. Lee covered it. They feed Perez, deflected, cleared by Camilo. YP Lee with great shift to cover Breck Shea there.
Yeah, he tucks in, does a very good job initially of applying that first pressure.
Ferreira to the end line, headed away by Demerit.
That's great commitment across the back line for the Vancouver Whitecaps tonight.
Benitez. Jackson tried to draw the foul, couldn't do it. And now Hedges whistled for a foul against Maddox. And that, for Darren Maddox, is exactly what Vancouver wanted.
The Vancouver Whitecaps set to make another adjustment. Russell Tybert set to come into this match next.
Camilo feeding Maddox, and Hedges got there just at the last second. That's what it's going to be for these last 12-plus minutes. Inches separating the results, and YP Lee with the inches advantage there.
Yeah, right now both Camilo and John Thornton looking a little bit heavy in the midfield.
Benitez was keeping Maddox on side for a second, but Hedges with another great tackle. Boy, if Hedges doesn't pop up on a lot of radars, people aren't watching. Ferreira in the left corner. To the end line, Bonjour shielding him, and it runs out for a goal kick. Now we'll get the substitution. Presented by Texas Health, Ben Hogan Sports Medicine. Camilo coming out. And Russell Tybert to come in. Still 19 and has already won a cap for Canada out of Niagara Falls, Ontario, but joined the Vancouver residency program back in 2008, so he's been in the system a long time.
And one of the positives about being in a funk is that young players get the opportunity to come in and take their opportunity full grasp. And for Tybert, had a few starts. This is a player that'll come in, replace fresh legs of Camilo. Camilo, typical Camilo performance. Isolated, creates some good goal-scoring opportunities. Loves to get his foot on the ball. So for Tybert, now let's see what he can do in a short amount of time, because this is a young player that could be the difference maker in the final 10 minutes.
Very technical. We saw him in preseason in Orlando. And again, you saw only 3 games this year, but he's in there in a big spot now. Castillo is switched to the left side, Shea to the right. And YP Lee handles Castillo that time. Castillo beats him for speed, keeps the ball in. Still Castillo. Kofi got back to help, and Rochat cleaned it up. But YP Lee almost seemed like he was targeted in the first half. He has stepped up in the second. Jackson got it to Castillo. Tried to play a 1-2 with Shea. It's picked off. They go ahead to Maddox, occupying 2 defenders in the center circle. Drops it off for Robson to take care of the ball, and that's what Vancouver's going to do here. Thornton, Tybert, his first touch.
Now, we talked about in the beginning of this match, if Vancouver can keep the 0 on the road, it's a satisfactory result. The last thing they can afford is for FC Dallas to pick up 3 points at home That would apply a lot more pressure, not just in that race, but from a mental standpoint of what Vancouver's been dealing with over the last 4 weeks.
Well, this has been the game Dallas has been pointing to on its schedule. This is our chance to make up ground. And they've got 8 minutes plus to make something happen. Castillo, Ferreira, knocked away by Bonjour for a corner kick.
Well, the quality of service has been poor all night long from David Ferreira from both corners and set pieces. Now you got Hedges and Pertuz slowly making their way up. Let's see what kind of ball that David Ferreira can put in the box.
Corner kick number 5. Ferreira headed out by Maddox. Benitez into the area, over the top, as he lost his footing there.
That's just the wrong foot. He'd rather have it on his much preferred left. Gets isolated, a little cut back, pushes through, time and space, and you can see the idea. Gets caught in between, do I hit it hard? Do I just curl one in? But it's just a slight little cut on that ball. That's all it takes. They keep going back, you know, for David Ferreira, he's one of the best in the league, and you would think the quality of service would be so consistent when there's no pressure whatsoever. It seems like he thrives when the pressure is coming from a defender. He hits that perfect ball, yet on a dead ball opportunity, he just hasn't been what he was previously.
Tybert wide open on the left, early ball looking for Maddox, not cleared. Hartman with a big stop in the 6. Hartman keeps Dallas alive.
John Thornton completely unmarked inside the box as that ball spilled right to him. What a huge save from Kevin Hartman.
Advantage call played. Perez to Ferreira. Looking for Shea. Knighton didn't catch it, but he's going to slide and cover it. And here's another look at Thornton's chance.
You take a look at the chance, and it was Hedges that clears the ball initially, but no one stays with John Thornton. Kevin Hartman, that ball squeaks through, goes through his legs, and you can see that little bit of a tilt back. That's a huge sigh of relief. What a huge save for Kevin Hartman.
Vancouver trying to take advantage of all the space out there now with Robson up the middle looking for Maddox. He thought he was offside and let it run to Hartman. Throws out to Jackson, 4 against 6. Jackson tried to dribble between 2. Kofi won it for Vancouver. Tybert under pressure. Perez trying to avoid committing the foul, and he's whistled for it anyway. And he's not happy about it, let me tell you.
On the pressure on Tybert, and it's just enough of a bump. I don't see a foul. I don't see a foul anywhere. He's got his hands down. He's going side to side. Tybert's losing a little bit of control of the ball because he's trying to feel which side Blas Perez is coming from.
5 minutes plus stoppage time for FC Dallas to take advantage of this. Their nearest competitor on the same field on their turf. Robson with a smart turn. Thornton, Tybert. Early cross. Pertuz got a foot to it, but didn't have much control over it. It's a throw in for Vancouver. It'll be the final Whitecap substitution presented by Texas Health, Ben Hogan Sports Medicine. Barry Robson coming off and Matt Watson coming on in the 86th minute. And Robson so key to controlling the midfield. Matt Watson, a player who will not be quite as creative, but steady in the middle.
It's fresh legs. You could just see Barry Robson. It's not that he's completely done, but you have an opportunity to close up shop, get the 0 at home.
Maddox holding off to Guzman. Kofi wants to shoot, missed wide. That'll give the ball back to FC Dallas. Fans, be sure to follow FC Dallas on Facebook. You'll get videos, breaking news, ticket giveaways. And there's a new free FC Dallas mobile text program. Text the word GOAL right now to 444-222 to get access to special ticket offers, contests, breaking team news, and more. That's GOAL to 444-222. Dallas could use a goal here, Brian. But only over that simple. Shea trying to dribble through two, and he goes down and gets what looked like a soft foul from here, but it's a dangerous free kick.
Yeah, Breck does a good job. He goes through the legs of Jordan Harvey, and Harvey just tries to keep him close. He's laughing it off right now, both of them. A little conversation, but Breck makes the most of it, forces the referee to make a decision, and falls in favor of FC Dallas. FC Dallas ready to make their last sub, as Scott Seeley is going to be the final for FC Dallas. Looks like it's going to be for Jair Benitez.
And also brought to you by Texas Health, Ben Hogan Sports Medicine. 88th minute as Seeley, a forward of course, comes on for Benitez.
On the last of the offensive subs, the only risk for FC Dallas, don't get hit on the counter.
Ferreira knocked away by Maddox again. Service has not been there tonight. Good pass to Castillo, I should say. Now Shea. Stripped by Darren Maddox, defending for Vancouver. Shea won the ball. Still going in the box. Perez taken down, no call. Maddox is offside. He had just crossed midfield when Tybert played it to him. And this place is erupting to life with yells from both sides.
Well, Blas Perez just is absolutely losing his mind on the near side, gets isolated in the box. Ball rolls to him, he cuts back, goes down. He just missed the ball. He just flat out missed the ball. No contact whatsoever on Blas Perez.
Still a minute and a half. Here's Seeley. Feeds Shea. Back heel for Lloyd. Plays it across. Ferreira deflected. Not cleared yet. Finally cleared by Vancouver. De Guzman under pressure. A minute to go plus stoppage time. Chipped forward. Punched away and cleared by Lee.
Oh, what incredible defending from Jay DeMerit. He has stood on his head all night long.
Ferreira went down, no call. And Dallas not happy about it.
You just feel like there's going to be a tackle where the referee reaches for the back pocket any second.
It's desperation time. Ferreira feeds Castillo. In the box. Saved by Knight. Offside flag is up. Flag is up. It won't count. It will not count. He was offside on the first ball in. Here it is.
Well, Blas Perez, last man, is it in front? It's right. No, the ball's going forward. He's in an offside position. Correct call by the referee. Now take another look as Fabian Castillo, initially, it doesn't matter where Blas Perez is. As the ball comes in to Fabian Castillo, is this ball forward? It is. It's just enough that that ball is played forward to Blas Perez. If it's parallel, if it's going across or behind, it's going to stand.
6 minutes of stoppage time as Brad Knighton's going to get a yellow card for time wasting. A yellow tail, yellow card. I will say, just because the ball's going forward doesn't mean he was in front of him. You could play it to a guy who's moving.
I agree with you.
But
I agree with you.
We'll freeze it later. Stoppage time here, no score. DeMerit plays out of trouble to Rochat. Matt Watson on the right corner. It's deflected. Hartman holds for Dallas. 5 minutes to play here. No score. Dallas needs to win. Throwing everything forward. Lloyd got a little lucky there, I think, because he overhit the long ball, but gets it back to De Guzman. Looking for Perez, might have used an arm there. And DeMerit dummies it out of bounds and takes a shove from Perez. It'll be a goal kick for Vancouver. Perez is right on the border of losing it right now. Tybert wins the header over Lloyd. And Maddox fouled by Pertuz, and that'll give Vancouver a chance to kill a little more clock.
Unnecessary challenge for Pertuz. The way he goes in, he's not playing the ball, he's playing Darren Maddox. Just got to be smart. He's not going anywhere. You're given a set piece opportunity, as you go up, you're just bundling through him.
Again, 6 minutes of stoppage time. We had a long injury delay as well as a corner flag delay. Tybert taking his time. Back post, headed away, under pressure. DeMerit went up for it, interesting. See if Dallas can catch Vancouver. Hedges, looking for Shea, he's onside. Early ball looking for Perez, it's deflected, and Knight does very well to come get it at the end line before Perez could get there. Halfway through stoppage time. Tybert and Lloyd. Lloyd will head it down to Kevin Hartman. Game is so stretched right now. Castillo turned Harvey, tries to get by Thorrington and recovers well. It's Lloyd for Dallas. Into the box, Seeley, Jackson, Castillo missed it high. That was the chance for Dallas.
We knew with the numbers going forward for FC Dallas, there'd be a couple good chances left in this game. And big first touch, Jackson, and Castillo comes across it left foot. He tries to hit it with the outside of his foot to come across, and just got to touch the keeper, got to keep it on frame.
He's left-footed, and it fell to his right, and that didn't help the situation. But that's one where, as you said, you need to force a save.
He's going power over placement in a situation like this, and it's a split-second decision, but at the end of the day, an uncontested opportunity like that with baby bouncies to you got to keep it down.
Minute and a half. Kofi climbing all over Shea to win that one. Martin Rennie beside himself. Harvey couldn't clear it. Castillo again. Cleared away.
Both teams, and turnovers is the name of the game in these final seconds.
Jackson. Headed out by Maddox. To Guzman. The winner! Dallas has life!
Couldn't ask for a perfect time for Julian de Guzman to score his first goal of the season and his first goal for FC Dallas. Dying moments of the match, and de Guzman, of all people, finds himself unmarked at the top of the 18-yard box. That's just an incredible skill check. And you see one of the reasons why Julian de Guzman had such a great career in La Liga. Sets himself up perfectly. Comes across, side foot volley, left-footed. Nothing Brad Knighton can do about it. What a huge goal for FC Dallas.
In a must-win game, a cast-off designated player from another team delivers what could be the goal of the year. Still some defending to do though. Corner for Vancouver. 97 minutes we've played tonight.
Now Vancouver's got to hurry up and get this ball in, and you got to think it's going to be the last chance for the Whitecaps.
Tiber. Headed away. Knighton on it. Kept it alive. Tybert again. Headed out by Lloyd. Full time. Dallas has life in the playoff race. Julian de Guzman, the hero. One of the most dramatic goals in FC Dallas history, Julian de Guzman, your Budweiser man of the match.
Well, full credit to Schellas Hyman, FC Dallas, taking the risks from a substitution standpoint, from a tactical adjustment standpoint. They went for it at home, and it paid off through their defensive midfielder, Julian de Guzman, picking the perfect time to score his first goal in an FC Dallas uniform.
What a moment for a club that has been up against it all year with injuries, with a sustained winless streak mid-season, and they close to within 1 point of a playoff spot with a month and a half remaining. What a night for FC Dallas. We're joined by FC Dallas head coach Schellas Hyman. And Schellas, congratulations. Just give us your emotions on that last corner kick.
You know, that was amazing. I think what's happening is we put so much into this game. You know, the only ambition we had was just to get 3 points, and you saw there at the end we were just giving everything we had. And of course the emotions, unbelievable. But it again shows great character from the team. Refuse to lose mentality. We got our starters back. I think you know, we smell the playoffs in front of us, so hopefully we can get some more good results.
Schellas, you made the tactical adjustments to get your team 3 points. Kind of opened up at the end, but how do you as a head coach go about making those decisions, knowing that you could get those 3 points, but you could also lose the game?
Yeah, you're right. It's a tough call, you know, and I guess that's why we get the position we get. But you know what? There was only one ambition. That was to get the 3 points, and that made it a little bit easier. You know, we're running out of games. They're ahead of us. A tie wouldn't have got us any closer. So the only ambition we had was 3 points, so maybe that made it a little bit easier.
Schellas, I can tell you are excited to get in there. Congratulations. We'll let you go enjoy it.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Congratulations, coach.
Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa, num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol. Dum, dum, bling, gum, gum, bling, gum, gum. Bling, gum, gum, bling, gum, gum. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa. Dum, bling, bling, gum, gum, bling, gum, gum. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa, num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema. É a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho. Ah, porque tudo é tão triste. que existe. A beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha. Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo sorrindo se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor.
Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. Oh, but he watched her so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see.
Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa, num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema, é a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho? Ah, porque tudo é tão triste? A beleza que existe, a beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha. Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo sorrindo se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor.
She walks to the sea.
que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de...
On a night when national anthems certainly take on more significance in light of events this week. Here are tonight's keys to the match with Dante Washington as FC Dallas plays host to Vancouver Whitecaps FC.
Well, for Dallas, they'll have to have a focus in the final 15 minutes. 10 of the 18 goals that have been involved in these games have happened during that time frame. The longer Vancouver stays in this game, the more important those 15 minutes are. For Vancouver, maintain your defensive shape. Dallas can spread you out, especially on the flanks. Opening space for Ferreira. It'll be a long night if they don't keep it tight.
Well, you've got one of the most experienced players in the history of Major League Soccer in net for Vancouver. Meanwhile, it is Raul Fernandez in net for FC Dallas. This is his 7th appearance, 4 wins, 1 loss, 1 tie, a goals against of 1.17. That is also Joe Cannon's goals against so far this year. Joe Cannon, 38 years old from Sun Valley, Idaho. Raul Fernandez, 27 years old from Lima, Peru. Tonight's Lucky Coin Toss brought to you by WinStar World Results. As you see, Juan Carlos Rivero, who is tonight's referee. This will be his 11th appearance as a referee in Major League Soccer. He has shown 4 reds and also awarded 4 penalty kicks in his 10 matches. Tonight's weather, perfect April night. A little windy, not nearly like what it was at training here over the last 2 days if you came out to watch, as it was howling out of the north as it does here in Frisco, Dante. But 18-mile-an-hour winds, 67 degrees, and FC Dallas trying to maintain perfection on the home field here. 4-0 this year. That includes having to get late winners to beat Houston, a late winner last week to beat the Los Angeles Galaxy. They also had comfortable wins over Colorado, who was rather beat up at the time early in the season, and Real Salt Lake, who was without several players due to national team call-ups. And tonight, the supporters group in the beer garden here at FC Dallas Stadium, they have unveiled these signs in support of the folks in Boston and, of course, in West Texas, where the tragic explosion occurred on Wednesday night and in the aftermath of the Boston Marathon bombings on Monday. And we understand that later on tonight, as we all know by now, I'm sure, Sweet Caroline, a very popular song, has always been at Fenway Park. Neil Diamond did it live there at Fenway today as a tribute and a moment of great fan spirit and great community unity and spirit in Boston. He did it live today at Fenway Park. They'll be singing Sweet Caroline tonight. The supporters will in the 26th minute here, representing the 26 miles of a marathon.
We'll get to hear it. That'll be exciting.
FC Dallas will be playing in Vancouver next week. So this is always an interesting twist to a regular season schedule. Now, to play a team home and home in an aggregate playoff situation, certainly we're accustomed to seeing that. You don't see that too often during the regular season, but Shellis Hyman talking about it yesterday. Dante said, look, the second match, I'm not going to talk about what I'm going to do in the second match. All I'm focused on right now is the first match, setting the proper tone, getting the proper result.
And I think that's fair. And when you look at Vancouver, you know, they have some travel involved during the week and then have to come back and play at home on Saturday.
Right.
They're going to take it probably game by game as well.
That travel that you're referring to, by the way, Vancouver will be playing a Canada Cup match against NASL side Edmonton. That will be on Wednesday. The Canada Cup, the domestic competition that pits Montreal, Toronto FC, Vancouver Whitecaps FC, and FC Edmonton against each other. And here's the ball that comes right down to Bloss for a blast in the first minute. A rebound to Cooper, and then a whistle and play is stopped. But a ball coming right to the feet of Blas Perez here in the first minute, and he will send a rocket that Cannon has to hit the ground for and save.
Well, I tell you, Lee almost gave Blas Perez a gift. Defensively, the cardinal error of hitting the ball back into the center of the field, and fortunately for Perez, it landed right on his foot, but Joe Cannon was up to the task.
Was offside at that point when he played the ball, so that results in Joe Cannon sending it forward. Hedges shoved Tommy Heidemann, and the ball out off FC Dallas for a Vancouver throw-in. Vancouver's story this year on the road, they've had 3 matches. They've lost 2, they've drawn 1. They did have a draw against San Jose for their lone point on the road this year. They've been outscored in their road matches so far this year, 5-3. They've got a lot of new faces up front. Tommy Heinemann's first start, third appearance. Matt Watson's first appearance this year. Eric Hurtado, the 5th pick of the MLS Super Draft in January, is making his 6th appearance and 3rd start. That's Young Pyo Lee, YP Lee from South Korea, 3rd most caps in South Korean national team history. And he just ended up playing the ball out of bounds over the touchline off Eric Hurtado. FC Dallas 5-1-1. George John, the goal scorer last week, and came through the bizarre incident after scoring the goal just fine. 5 staples in the back of his head, but trained without incident this week and obviously on the pitch tonight.
Yeah, one of those things you definitely don't expect and probably won't be seeing that happen anymore.
Well, he scored the goal in the 87th minute off the corner last week, and then right as the celebration occurred, you see the goal go in, and then you see the incident where the bottle was thrown from the supporters group, and it's always unfortunate that one idiot can make things look bad for everyone else, but the great supporters groups that are in the beer garden here at FC Dallas, that was, from what everyone understands, someone who has not had any sort of real affiliation with the supporters group, sort of someone who was here and had got a little bit out of control, to say the least.
Didn't know how to handle himself.
In the 4th minute here early on, Vancouver and FC Dallas. They played 3 times last year, twice in Vancouver. Vancouver had a 1-0 win early in the season. FC Dallas came back to beat Vancouver in mid-August on a 2-0 score, with Jonathan Topp scoring in that game along with Fabian Castillo. And then Julian de Guzman had the winner for FC Dallas when they beat Vancouver here on Saturday, September 15th. And that really breathed some life into that late season playoff push that FC Dallas was trying to make. But Vancouver ultimately held them off for the 5th spot in the West and then lost in the 1-match knockout round against LA, 2-1. Matt Watson and Andrew Jacobson right at the halfway line get tied up. Jacobson goes down. Tweet your soccer questions now using hashtag FCDTV, and we'll pick a couple of questions at halftime and answer them on air. And don't forget to follow at FC Dallas for in-game updates via Twitter. Hedges gets away from Tommy Heinemann, but plays it past Kenny Cooper. Andy O'Brien at center back drives it forward for Vancouver. Michel can't win the ball. Russell Tybert has it. It's June Marcus Davidson, number 27 for Vancouver, who played it a moment ago in the defensive midfield spot. Just a lot of possession here early on, but a giveaway by Michel. Nigel Rio-Coker has it in a very dangerous area. George John able to shield him off. And then also Juan Carlos Rivero has called a foul here, the second one of the match against Vancouver. But a dangerous giveaway by Michel, much like the one YP Lee had earlier for Vancouver.
Well, it's one of those things. You're in the center of the field. You have to know that the pressure's coming. Michel has to do a better job of maintaining possession. At least get yourself in between the man and the ball.
Back heel deflection by Matt Hedges prevented Rio-Coker, the longtime Premier League veteran, from getting on that ball in a more dangerous area. Rio-Coker in his first year in Major League Soccer after being on the championship side Ipswich Town earlier in the season. But before that, I'm sure many fans remember him from a long spell with West Ham United and also a long spell with Aston Villa, one season with Bolton Wanderers. And Nigel Rio-Coker, when asked earlier this week, Vancouver really felt last year that David Ferreira was diving in some situations. Ferreira's suffered 24 fouls this year, the most in Major League Soccer. Nigel Rio-Coker said this week, I'll make sure that if they go down, they'll have a good reason to go down. So an interesting build-up to the match with the comments of Rio-Coker.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times it's better just to be quiet. You because you may end up eating those words later on.
Well, and something that Shella said yesterday, wasn't going to respond to it. He echoed your sentiments that the best thing to say is nothing. You can answer it best with silence, and he said hopefully the referees are aware of what he said.
Well, when you say something like that, you're attracting the attention. It's just kind of stupid to say something like that out in the press, because you're just drawing the attention to yourself. And we'll see how this game goes, but if calls aren't going his way, you might wonder why.
Rio Coker's committed more fouls than anyone for Vancouver so far this year with 12. Matt Watson just to the Vancouver side of the halfway line. There's Tommy Heineman with possession. June Marcus Davidson in his second season with Vancouver plays a long ball upfield, and the senior assistant referee, that's Anthony Vasoli, makes a call for a foul in the box. Martin Rennie, closest to you in the screen, is Vancouver's head coach. Interesting way that he made his way to Vancouver. Played professionally in Scotland, but before his career could really get off the ground, he suffered a serious knee injury, so he took the classes he needed to earn a manager's license, and then ended up working his way not through the European ranks, but through third and fourth tier levels of the North American soccer pyramid in the Premier Development League, and in USL, Pro, and in the NASL as well. Carolina Railhawks, Cleveland City Stars among his stops as a manager.
Yeah, and I think as the game grows, you attract more people like that. There are more opportunities to coach. You know, before, when the league started, it was mostly some national team, ex-national team coaches, and a plethora of college coaches. Now you see that dynamic changing. Obviously, Shellis Hyman being a coach from the college system, but he was there for 20, 30 years.
After Michel lost the ball, here's Rio Coker. Plays it wide, Hurtado can't hold it in. Hurtado got tangled up with one of the streamers as he was trying to make a run to the ball near the corner flag.
Opening 9 and 10 minutes of this game has not been much with any sense of rhythm. Both teams giving the ball away. Vancouver, some of their newer players, Hurtado specifically, looking a little bit like they're not on the same page. Dallas hasn't been able to maintain any type of possession, but you know that's probably going to try to change.
Well, perhaps an opportunity here, although a nice bit of defending by Alain Rochard, the right back, but a cross is sent in by Jackson, headed away by June Marcus Davidson. Controlled by Perez, wide to Ferreira. Ferreira puts in a cross, no one on the end of it for FC Dallas, and cleared by Rio Coker. Michel drives it in a diving header. Alain Rochard. Now here's Cooper with a drive! Deflected out for a corner, the first of the match in the 11th minute for FC Dallas.
Game picking up now. Watson, a poor touch, ball bounces over, and Cooper just elects to take a shot from out wide. Thought he was going to try and knock that across. Good decision, because forcing Canada to make a save.
And Joe Cannon, a fingertip save, sends it over the bar. Michel with the delivery on the corner. Rio Coker, the header. Chipped back out by Vancouver. And now Ferreira from this side will take the corner. Michel and Ferreira have handled almost all of the set pieces so far. Of 32 corners, 16 taken by Ferreira, 15 by Michel. Back post, and Joe Cannon with it. You can come cheer on FC Dallas when they face off against the Portland Timbers. That's coming up Wednesday, May 8th. Kickoff time is at 8. Come early for drinks and food on the new extended Budweiser Beer Garden. Tickets are still available. Visit fcdallas.com for tickets today. Both of these teams are infrequent in terms of committing fouls. Both of the bottom 3 in Major League Soccer so far this year. Both under 11 fouls committed per game. for Vancouver. Off Hedges as he was defending Heineman. Heineman only 9 minutes played so far this year. That's the 29 shirt for Vancouver. That's slammed out there by Michel, and another throw-in for Vancouver.
It'll be interesting to see how long Heineman goes. His style of play is very physical. When you don't have a lot of minutes under your legs, you can die and tire pretty quickly. It's going to be a big battle with him. He's a big guy, big frame, listed at 6'4". Between him, Hedges, and George John, it could be pretty fun to watch.
Well, and you said that he plays a little bit like Steven Lenhart.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that you're not just saying that because of the hair, though, right?
No, not just because of that.
But he does have hair that Steven Lenhart will be proud of. Andy O'Brien didn't back pass to Joe Cannon. Cannon came out of his box to play it upfield. First quarter hour of the match has been less than impressive so far. Benitez to Ferreira. And Ferreira fouled by Rio Coker. Now Rio Coker said there's what we're talking about earlier, that he said that's what would happen.
I mean, Mark, that's just, he has a lot of games in the English Premier League under his belt. He knows what he's doing. He made that statement. I know that he probably meant it, but he also knew what it was doing. I mean, he obviously was not going for the ball there, and that's just the statement he's trying to make.
12 fouls committed this season by Rio Coker, and also 2 yellow cards. Vancouver has only been shown 4 yellows this year, after leading Major League Soccer with 69 last season. There's Rio Coker on in for Vancouver. Hurtado. Benitez sticks a foot in. And finally, the foul is assessed against Hurtado. FC Dallas tried to restart play quickly and then lost possession. Weird start, I would have to say.
This is odd. I did not expect the game to start out like this at all.
George John played it forward. Here's Jackson in a little bit of space. Hasn't had much of an opportunity to push forward tonight, but Jackson with nice control sends it into Blas Perez, flicks the header wide, and Cannon is able to dive and try to keep it from going over the byline here in an effort not to concede. Well, it wouldn't have been a corner because it was off Blas Perez with the header. I'm not sure why exactly Cannon elected to do that.
I was wondering the same thing. I have to think that he saw that it went off of a Dallas player, not off of one of his own.
Right.
But I guess he's just trying to be safe.
Well, in any event, it goes over the byline, and it will be a goal kick here for Joe Cannon. You can text FCD and the player's name to 444-222 to vote for tonight's Budweiser Man of the Match. We'll announce the winner immediately following the game. See what FC Dallas can put together here as a cross is sent in, and a save by Cannon. Jackson's cross right to the head of Blas, and Cannon was there to answer the test.
What a fantastic ball by Jackson.
Wonderful ball played into the box. June Marcus Davidson. And then driven upfield by Alain Rocher.
As a striker, those are the balls you salad. Maintaining the sight line on it, because you can easily lose that with the defender in front of you. But got that on frame, and hats off again to Cannon of being able to be there to make the save.
Blas has 2 goals this year. 6 fingertip over the bar. And then a header by Blas Perez. Then Perez is dispossessed by Nigel Rio Coker. Rio Coker running out wide. He's got 2 players in support, but he also has 2 defenders trying to close it down. And it will be a Vancouver throw-in.
That's the cross I was talking about. That's exactly what you want. Perez did a good job of getting his head on it. Not really much more you could have done there.
And here is a punch on a cross. Fernandez punches. Here's a shot blocked by George John after it was taken by June Marcus Davidson. cross was sent in that got to be a very dangerous situation. But ultimately, it is dealt with by George John blocking the shot that was placed in. It wasn't June Marcus Davidson, it was YP Lee. 18th minute and a tricky situation there defensively for FC Dallas. Now Benitez holds off Heineman. Heineman the size, Benitez the speed and the finesse, and is able to maintain possession, although it has to be played back here to Fernandez.
See Dallas starting to settle the game down now. Getting more possession in the midfield.
Oh, here's a nice run for Jacobson off the ball from Lloyd. Jacobson is there. They had 3 players in the box in support, including Blas Perez, is cut out here by Vancouver.
As I said, you see Jacobson making a run from deep in the midfield. He has a number of options, choosing to take the first touch and get it across, maybe not hitting it as well as he would have liked. Trying to see the ball to the man in the middle.
Brad Russin ends up making the defensive play, conceding the corner. Russin took over when Jay Demerit ruptured his Achilles tendon 8 minutes into the first match. The corner from Michel puts it into a good spot. Cannon with the punch, and then side-footed back to Cannon by Jackson. Some dangerous opportunities that FC Dallas has created here over the course of the last few minutes. Cannon has had to make 2 saves. A punch there a moment ago. Nice back heel to Hedges from Benitez. Jackson. Blas Perez chested down. Now Blas with some space. It's cleared by June Marcus Davidson. And now here's Russell Tybert making his 3rd start this season, a ball in. But no support there for Vancouver. Tybert has made a couple of appearances also for the 3 Canadians men national team caps. 1 yellow card, 158 minutes in the last 2 games for Vancouver, played by Russell Tybert, 20 years old from Niagara Falls, Ontario. Moved into the lineup, but Gershon Kofi has found himself on the bench as these opportunities in the last 2 matches have been given to Russell Tybert for Vancouver.
When I know they said they were really high on him during the preseason, he played well and he's continued to play well, and deserving of that he's getting his chance to start.
In the 21st minute here at FC Dallas Stadium, Mark Followill, Dante Washington, one of our 5 broadcasts of FC Dallas soccer on TXA 21. We appreciate you joining us tonight. FC Dallas first place in the West and all of MLS. A shot by Jackson. And Joe Cannon really upset with his defense here.
As he should. He's had a lot of work to do early in this game. See the ball coming in, and great job by Perez to lay that ball off with his chest. Jackson not hitting it too well, going wide of that far post.
3 matches last year, Vancouver only registered 1 goal against FC Dallas. It was scored by Camilo. Camilo is available on the sub list tonight for Vancouver. And Vancouver committing the foul. Their 3rd. Blas Perez on the end of it from Andy O'Brien, longtime veteran of the Premier League from Harrogate in Yorkshire. O'Brien, number 40 for Vancouver, and he's the one who concedes the free kick here. And FC Dallas has been solid on set pieces, and this is their first free kick opportunity. They've had 3 corners, but now a free kick sent in by Ferreira. Bending, and Cannon punches it away. Now back in. Laid off by Hedges for Michel. Now Ferreira, another one bending into the box. Matt Watson along the touchline, trying to win the ball for FC Dallas. Rolls over the touchline and a throw in for FC Dallas as David Ferreira puts in a dangerous free kick, and FC Dallas will quickly throw in and keep the pressure on. To Benitez. Benitez played it back in.
These long balls that Vancouver are playing up top to Tommy Heineman. He's a big guy, as I said, but when you're battling Matt Hedges and then you have George John cover and then the other defenders, it's tough for him to bring any of those balls down and maintain control. They're pretty much just giving possession away any time they send the ball up forward in the air to Heineman. Need to get the ball on the ground. Try to get some type of possession. On the other hand, you see that Dallas is now starting to get their rhythm. They're moving off of the ball, showing for one another. Balls are being placed to where their teammates are expecting. And as a result, you're seeing more opportunities.
At the halfway line, Blas Perez. There's Michel. Benitez. YP Lee the intercept, back to June Marcus Davidson. Alain Rochard. Rochard left back. They play on. Rochard in possession here for Vancouver. We are approaching the 26th minute when, as noted earlier, we're expecting a rendition of Sweet Caroline from the FC Dallas supporters groups here as a show of support for our friends in Boston in light of the events there this week. Rio Coker. There's YP Lee. Cooper and YP Lee 1v1. The center backs Andy O'Brien and Brad Russin. O'Brien, as noted earlier, the veteran of over a decade in the Premier League. Russin had played in Denmark and in minor leagues in the United States and now is in his first year in Major League Soccer. Hurtado slides it across the field. Matt Watson. That's Davidson. Rio Coker from YP Lee. And once again, they can't link up with Heineman. The possession ended whenever they tried to link up with Heineman, although the ball out off FC Dallas and a throw in for Vancouver. Jackson on the end of it for FC Dallas. Blas running into the box in support, but two defenders back and cleared. The header by Marcus Davidson, not once but twice, but it falls to Jacobson, who floats a shot just wide of the posts.
So once again, the ball bouncing out. Jacobson taking that touch off of his chest and getting a nice shot off. Joe Cannon has a lot of work ahead of him if Vancouver doesn't get a hold of things.
A corner conceded as it went off the fingertip of Cannon. Back post on the corner and a right-hand punch and a foul in the box. Cannon with the punch, but there was a foul. FC Dallas whistled for a foul in the box. Oh, now I hear it. I thought I heard a dun dun dun. I thought I heard Sweet Caroline down there. There's Kenny Cooper with the foul. Heideman's back heel, no one there. And the foul by Alon Rochard, the left back, against Jackson. Things starting to develop here for FC Dallas. They have put Joe Cannon in position to make 3 saves so far in the first half. They've had Vancouver under the cosh here for the last 5 to 10 minutes. We'll see if that keeps up. Andrew Jacobson, 2 goals this year. Plays a ball left to Benitez. And Benitez sends one in. And this will be the 5th corner now for FC Dallas. That ball sent in, cut out by Andy O'Brien, but it means Ferreira will be taking a corner. Ferreira, near post, losing the box, and cleared off the line, or is it a goal? It's a goal for FC Dallas. Cannon tried to clear it, but it just cleared the line. FC Dallas is on the board in the 29th minute. Here's a look.
Well, Mark, this is what happens. A lot of balls have been coming in. A lot of work for Joe Cannon. The ball, actually, that's an own goal.
It's off Russin.
Going in off of Vancouver, but when you give a team this many opportunities, sending the ball into the box, as much work as Joe Cannon has had to do, punching balls away as we've seen him do, this is what ends up happening. Vancouver has given FC Dallas way too much time on the ball out wide. They've just been able to serve balls in, and as a result, they end up giving a goal away with an own goal.
Yeah, it has to be, as you see the replay, it has to be an own goal off Russin. Well, that was a score that is fitting the first half hour of the match.
You said that right.
Yeah, that was almost clear. June Marcus Davidson was on the post, but there was that little gap right there between Cannon and June Marcus Davidson where neither one of them could get to it. And I think you could tell it pretty clearly from the replay. It looked like it at live speed that it just cleared the goal line. Not by a lot, but it was apparent when you saw the replay that it definitely did. And the linesman on the far side was right on the call, as here's a run by Jackson, and a cross is cut out. Once again, a look at this own goal here in the 29th minute. Right off the back of Brad Russin as he was trying to hold off George John, who we've seen him be dangerous on set pieces with 2 goals in the box on set pieces this year.
Well, and that's what happens. Bodies start bouncing around. Obviously, some luck for Dallas there. The ball bouncing off of Russin's back, past and over the shoulder of Matt Watson and into the back of the net, but over the line.
Michel whips one in. Joe Cannon. Cannon, 5th all-time in Major League Soccer in games, but a miscue here that will result in another ball being played into the box. Cannon tries to punch it. Finally, Russell Tybert with the header away for a moment, but FC Dallas will hold possession. And a cross sent in. Ferreira, there's Blas Perez, and he was offside. Cannon was right there anyway.
He was wide open. He didn't blow the whistle.
Yeah, no flag.
So he must have been on.
Yeah, he was on.
But the way he took that, he took it as if he thought he was off.
Right.
Because as soon as he headed it, he looked to the linesman. He expected the whistle to blow. Mark, this is one of those eerie games where you can end up 4-0, 4-1, or 4-4.
Here's a quick look. When the ball was played, he was onside.
Yeah, and you saw him, his reaction right after he headed it, looking straight to the linesman. Another great opportunity for FC Dallas with those balls once again being sent in from the wing.
Ferreira's done it. Jackson's done it. But it was an own goal that ultimately led to FC Dallas getting on the board. very choppy game so far through the first 32 minutes and into the 33rd minute. But in the 29th minute, FC Dallas on the board. You can go to fcdallas.com to pick and purchase your FCD season ticket package today. Season tickets are available in the all-new Club 96 and our extended beer garden on the field, plus flex packs and individual tickets on sale now. Jackson on the edge of the box, another cross sent in and cleared by Russin, who surrendered the own goal a moment ago. Things have turned very sour for Vancouver as this is FC Dallas dominating the ball and with the lead here. Rio Coker. And the obvious foul given there. YP Lee on the end of it.
Interesting, you see a right back for Vancouver being that far forward, being the man drawing the foul.
From George John, there it is. Results in a free kick opportunity here for Vancouver. They have not had much of an opportunity like this at all tonight. At the same spot on the field where Michel sent one in against Houston that led to an FC Dallas goal. But not the best service from Russell Tybert. We'll wish he had done more with it than that.
Matt Hedges doing his best Turtle impression at the last minute. I know they've been having communication issues, but it looked like it finally got through to him at the last second. Fernandez must have told him that he just should leave that ball to go out for a goal kick.
Well, I know that in speaking with George John yesterday, he does feel like that chemistry and communication is better with Raul Fernandez. Some of it is the new relationship between keeper and backline, but of course there is a language barrier that they're working through. Fernandez from Peru, of course he's the Peruvian #1, 23 caps for their national team. And he and other FC Dallas players are going to get, in the coming days ahead, immersed in a program that will help their communication. There'll be a lot of English lessons for Raul Fernandez. Talking with Shellis about it yesterday. The focus, though, is just going to be primarily on soccer terminology. But George John said yesterday that even without the fact that it's gotten to this tutor situation, that they are learning to communicate better with one another, getting a feel for whenever Fernandez likes to come off his line, which I said, well, that seems like that's every time pretty much.
Pretty accurate.
Yes, he has not been shy about coming off his line to play balls this year. We'll have a goal kick here in the 36th minute.
Well, and I hope that the tutor works some wonders. And I don't know if it's Rosetta Stone, but the Cliff Note version or whatever, because they've been having some serious issues communications-wise. If it's the language barrier, hopefully that tutor can work some magic for FC Dallas.
But despite all that, Fernandez does have a goals against of 1.17, 21 saves, 3 shutouts, and a 4-1-1 record in his 6 starts. He missed 1 match earlier this year because he was away on Peruvian national team duty and their South American World Cup qualifying. Chris Seitz started that match against Real Salt Lake and recorded a shutout. And recorded his first win with FC Dallas. After 3 losses and 2 draws in his first 5. Joe Cannon has to deal with the cross sent in by Jackson. You know, we commented on the peculiar nature of this game, the lack of possession, the choppiness. Until recently, FC Dallas finally started stringing some passes together and linking up and having some possession. I guess the question now becomes, why has the first 35 minutes played out, especially from the Vancouver standpoint of them clearly not playing very well?
Well, and I think what you're seeing is 3 guys who aren't used to playing and aren't used to playing together. As I said earlier, they're knocking a lot of balls up top to Tommy Heineman, and quite frankly, he's not the type of player that's going to be able to hold off George John and/or Matt Hedges.
And Heineman, by the way, with this tackle here a moment ago, this challenge here that sends down Matt Hedges.
Once again, as I said, he's battling for the ball. And that's just no need to foul there, especially from behind the way that he did. Hurtado as well has not had a particularly good half, or 38 minutes. Has been out of position, losing the ball, hasn't been able to win balls.
Rio Coker upset there with Cooper going down.
So, I mean, it's a recipe for not necessarily disaster, but won't lead to success when you can't hold the ball up top.
Vancouver's 7th foul committed of the first half, as noted earlier. They come into play tonight at 10.3 fouls committed per match. That's the lowest number so far this year in Major League Soccer. Lowest per match, lowest total as well. FC Dallas at 10.9 is the third lowest. A free kick for David Ferreira. El Torito whips it in, and YP Lee heads it away. And now great pace for Eric Hurtado. That is his calling card as he tries to race upfield in space, but then Hurtado ends up committing the foul, shoving Ferreira. You could see, though, there for that moment, the pace of Eric Hurtado. He was the 5th pick in the Super Draft in January, 38 goals in 4 years at Santa Clara, and there certainly was that glimpse of what made him so enticing to be a high draft pick. For a brief second, we saw it.
Well, for few and far between for Vancouver fans and their coaching staff.
George John. That's Lloyd. Hedges on the clearance. Played back to him by Lloyd. Andy O'Brien, most recently playing in England with Leeds, and now in his 2nd season with Vancouver. He started this attack, and Rio Coker bringing the ball forward. Now Hurtado. Hurtado closed down by 2 defenders. Rio Coker, and the ball is spilled by Fernandez right front, cleared by FC Dallas. Fernandez didn't play it right, but FC Dallas escapes near calamitous defending.
Hurtado finally maintains possession, drops it back to Rio Coker. No idea what Fernandez was doing. Ball goes straight through his hands. You've got to get that ball. See, once again, Hurtado spinning out. Rio Coker delivers, and Fernandez not doing a good job of coming off his line. But fortunately, his defenders are there, as they should be, to cover his back.
George John was there providing cover. And here is a corner that is whipped out by Blas Perez. Another corner coming here for Vancouver.
This is one of those things where you don't have a lot of work during the half. When you're called upon, you have to make sure that you have that focus and perform.
Short corner this time. Rio Coker with a grass cutter and blasted out. Benitez holds it in. Great pace to reach the touchline. Can't link up with Jackson. Finally, Benitez with the throw in for FC Dallas. Hurtado. Possession for Vancouver. And we'll tell you that you can come join us at one of our newest pub partners next weekend when FC Dallas plays Vancouver Whitecaps FC. That'll be at 5 o'clock. And it's our party at the pubs at the Brick House Tavern and Tap in Plano. Meet and watch the game with an FCD player, promo girls, and more. That's next Saturday at 5 at Brick House Tavern. Log on to fcdallas.com for details on all of our pub partners. We'll be back on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel next week. when FC Dallas ventures to BC Place. Cannon out off his line at the top corner of the box. Andy O'Brien was the center back that was there. Again, Cannon is the 5th most experienced player in MLS history. 339 matches. Our old friend Kevin Hartman, of course, the most experienced in MLS history with 416. And a recent signing by New York Red Bulls, although hasn't appeared yet. Hurtado with a cross up top. Oh, and Tybert duffs it. Oh, my. That was played to Russell Tybert right at the top of the 18-yard box, and he squanders an opportunity.
Yeah, you're not going to get many more opportunities like that. Hurtado doing a good job of fighting Benitez off the ball, lays it back. Tybert just mishits it. Those are the ones after you hit it, goes off your foot, you know it's not going anywhere near the net. You wish you could have that back. Tybert was really active early on in the game, but he's kind of disappeared. Rio Coker has been on the ball a lot more in the midfield, along with Davidson. Tybert pushing a little bit higher, but it's probably more of a factor in the point of they keep going way too up top behind him and just bypassing Tybert, so he has no time on the ball. He's not seeing the ball.
YP lead down. Throw in for Vancouver. See how much stoppage time we'll have here in a moment. 1 minute, we understand, will be added. The intercept by Jackson. Ferreira. Rio Coker marking him as he has all game. Oh, and Rio Coker gets a foot in. And here is the first booking of the match. Nigel Rio Coker, a yellow card in the 45th minute. Persistent infringement, a possibility, or just that particular foul. But it is the 3rd time that we've seen Rio Coker foul David Ferreira. And the yellowtail yellow card is assessed to Nigel Rio Coker in the 45th minute.
You can see the body language of Rio Coker when he walks away. We'll get another look at the tackle here. I mean, it's just no question. You know what the intent was. He was just going in just to foul. He fouls, he walks away, shakes his head, but he didn't even complain and say, "Ref, that wasn't a foul." So that tells you right there he knew exactly what he was doing. But now has that yellow card. Next 45 minutes, he's going to have to play a lot softer.
Well, we'll see the official box score at halftime. As I said, I would bet the card was given for persistent infringement, with 3 there in the first half. And with that, the first half is over. It was not pretty at times. Strangely played first half. However, it is a first half nonetheless that FC Dallas leads after its completion because of an own goal by Vancouver Whitecaps center back Brad Russin. That occurred in the 29th minute, and FC Dallas, by virtue of that, has the 1-0 lead.
All in all, I'd say it's honestly positive for FC Dallas. They have that 1-goal lead going into halftime. I think it's going to be a very interesting second half to see what changes Coach Martin Rennie does, because he has some firepower on the bench.
George John putting a headset on now down on the field. George, Mark Followell, Dante Washington, thanks for joining us for a little bit.
Thanks, Mark and Dante.
First of all, your perspective on the own goal. I know you were right there in the middle of the box. What did you see when that play took place?
Yeah, I saw it dipping right in front of me. I tried to get my foot on it. Not sure if it bounced first or if it was out of the air, but yeah, so I go off my marks back there. And I didn't want to celebrate because I knew it was an own goal. It's great ball by David.
Well, you can still celebrate. Just take it and make everybody think it was yours.
Yeah, but I mean, there's replays, you know.
I know.
We're getting a chance to see the replay right now. Overall, as you reflect on the first 45 minutes, George, how did you feel like your team played?
I feel like, played pretty strong. Vancouver came out with a lot of energy and was, making us play backwards a little bit more than we like to. And, we got a hold of the game there. Then Vancouver had a nice spell of possession, so it's going back and forth. But, happy that we got the lead right now going into halftime.
All right, George, thanks for the time. Good luck to you in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
George John, he scored last week. Tonight, though, it was an own goal. He was close, but it was an own goal that put FC Dallas in front. 1-0 at the half. We'll be back with a Novo Nordisk halftime report in a moment on TXA 21. Before the third quarter, or before the, I'm sorry, thinking basketball, I'm thinking Mavericks days. Not completely out of Mavericks mode. I'm used to being in the playoffs, Dante.
I understand.
Before the second half starts, Twitter questions. First of all, which player has been with FC Dallas the longest? These are hashtag FCDTV from Jenna_Nicole W. And you have 3 players who have been with FC Dallas now in their 5th seasons. David Ferreira is in his 5th season. So is George John and Jair Benitez. So those guys are your core of the team for the longest amount of time. The most appearances, Benitez 104th tonight. There's George John with his 103rd. Kenny Cooper is in his 5th season with FC Dallas, but broken up by time in Germany and with Portland Timbers and with New York Red Bulls. All right, Dante, will Cooper and Blas Perez stay on the field together for the majority of the season? From @SS3 Vivo. Eric Hosley will get his time, but at this point, things are working so well as a collective 11, not just Cooper and Blas, but as a collective 11 for FC Dallas. I would suspect we'll see Shella stay with that for a long time until national team duty calls Blas away or until an injury occurs, and then you'll have the substitutions happen as matches go on.
Yeah, exactly. Barring injuries, suspensions, call-ups, I think this is what you're going to see.
I really am used to being in the playoffs at this time of year from a basketball standpoint. So still thinking Mavs, but regrettably that did not happen this year with the NBA playoffs starting today.
We're glad you're here.
Yes. And it makes it possible to be here tonight and to be in Vancouver next week when FC Dallas and Vancouver Whitecaps FC play again at BC Place next Saturday on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. We appreciate you joining us tonight here on TXA 21. FC Dallas, top of the table in Major League Soccer, 6 points clear of Chivas in the West, 2 points clear overall of Sporting Kansas City, although 7 matches in, probably much too early to start thinking Supporters Shield, but it has been a great start, certainly something to say. 16 points out of a possible 21 to start the year. Perfect at home. A win on the road against New England. FC Dallas did lose a 2-0 lead late on at Toronto FC, and it only ends up with a 2-2 draw there. And the only loss was match day 2 of the year at Chivas, 3-1. Vancouver, 2 wins, 2 losses, 2 draws tonight. They have players like Kenny Miller out due to injury. Daigo Kobayashi, new signing from Japan this year, who has a goal. It was an MLS goal of the week, the second week of the year against Columbus, as a matter of fact. Kobayashi is out tonight with a late knock that he picked up this week. Corey Herzog has a goal for Vancouver this year. He's out with concussion symptoms from an incident in training earlier this week as well. So some real options for Vancouver. You know, we've talked about them playing the young players, and the reason they're having to do that is because options like Kenny Miller, who has 2 goals this year, Kobayashi, Corey Herzog, all not available. Oh, trying to play through Benitez. Solid defending by Eric Hurtado with the intercept. But now FC Dallas is back to possession. Sent in by Benitez to Joe Cannon. All of the goals allowed by FC Dallas this year have been in the final 22 minutes. They have shutouts in 3 of their last 4 matches. 2 by Fernandez, 1 by Sykes. 7 goals allowed by FC Dallas this year against 68th minute or after in 3 matches. 2 against Houston, 2 against Toronto, 3 surrendered to Chivas. And the only loss of the year. Juan Agudelo has the earliest goal scored against FC Dallas this year. He equalized against Chivas in the 68th minute. Fernandez had a dangerous back pass that he was able to clear. Kick opportunity here for Vancouver off the foul by FC Dallas. And it's Eric Hurtado who will take the service here. Tybert handled a free kick in the first half, but Eric Hurtado over this free kick. Just a one-man wall. Ferreira, been in and cleared by Blas Perez. Blas has been active clearing balls into the box off set pieces tonight.
That's one of the things you see from him. Obviously your forwards are your first line of defense, but he also does a lot of work defensively in the box, as you said.
The ball cut out by Blas leads to this Eric Hurtado corner now after he's in the free kick. Benitez covering at the near post. There's Fernandez with a punch near the far post and punches it way out. 15 yards outside the box to Jackson. Jackson with space, and they've got a great opportunity on the left flank. A ball played to Kenny Cooper. Cooper sends it into Benitez. A shot is blocked. Now a shot in by Cooper. Another block. A flick on header is in. Goal, FC Dallas. Blas Perez is celebrating the second goal of the match for FC Dallas in the 50th minute.
And this is what you want. There's a great break by FC Dallas off of that corner.
And there was, what'd you think, Dante?
I'd have to say, came off the deflection, but Perez was in an offside position at the time the ball was hit, it looked like.
Well, the goal has been given, and it's a 2-0 lead for FC Dallas. 50th minute goal from Blas Perez. That's his third of the season, Dante, and his 7th for FC Dallas in the last 9 matches played. Went off the knee of the defender. And then Blas Perez puts it in.
Well, that's what you look for. As I said, off the break, Jackson won that ball initially, had enough time to collect the ball, turn. Now, mind you, when you're that one person up there.
All right, here's another look at it, Dante.
See again, Benitez takes the shot, deflects back out. Actually, he was onside.
He was.
A good call by the linesman.
You're exactly right. Better a second look at it. And Blas Perez with the goal. Second of the night for FC Dallas. As a team, there was, of course, the own goal. Here's Jackson with a cross. Blas Perez with his team leading third this year. He had 9 last season. So a 2-0 FC Dallas lead.
That angle gave a much better look at it. You
no
could see that he was onside. Back 4 for Vancouver didn't complain. Run to the assistant referee for an appeal of offside.
Well, I would definitely say on the final angle was the definitive look. Line to Jair Benitez. Benitez will send it back in, but no one there. Be sure to follow FC Dallas on Facebook. You'll get videos, breaking news, ticket giveaways, and we've just launched our new free FC Dallas mobile text program. Text the word GOAL right now to our brand new text number 444222 to begin getting access to special ticket offers, contests, breaking team news, and much more. Hedges back to Raul Fernandez. They've given an assist to Kenny Cooper on Blas Perez's goal a moment ago. For Cooper, that's his 2nd assist this year. He also assisted on one of FC Dallas's 2 goals against Toronto. And a long ball play to Ferreira comes to him in the box and sends it over. There may have been a deflection there by a defender for Vancouver. No. Just be a goal kick here after Ferreira has an opportunity in the box on a long ball.
I'll tell you this much, back 4 for Vancouver having some serious issues. Anytime The shortest man on the field at 5'5" can collect a long ball from 50, 60 yards away with a little bit of pressure, but pretty much no pressure, to then get the ball, get the shot off with his left foot. Didn't that tell you it's David Ferreira, one of the most dangerous men on the field?
We just saw a moment ago a shot of Brad Russin. It was off his back that the first goal of the game was scored, the own goal in the 29th minute. To Michel. Benitez. Ferreira drives one in. There's Blas Perez again. This time the flag is up.
Well, Perez doing what all good goal scorers, all good forwards do. He tries to beat that line. Fortunately for him, in that instance, he was offside. But if you look at the body posture of the back four for Vancouver, none of them are looking at him. That's just, you can't have that. One of them at least has to put a body on him, or at least watch him.
The halfway line, Michel looking to thread it through to Ferreira. Taken away by Nigel Rio-Coker. Intercept by Michel. For those who might not have seen him yet this year, Michel has played in every minute since Jair Benitez was hurt in the first kick match against Colorado. Michel's played at left back. He's also played in the midfield and has played most of his time in the midfield. Made the squad as a trialist in preseason training camp after most recently playing in Greece. The Brazilian with a long career in Brazil, 8 seasons. A couple of years played in Belgium as well. Marcus Davidson to Rio-Coker. Alon Rocha played it to Matt Watson. Watson making his first team appearance of the season. Appeared in 15 matches for Vancouver last year. Almost 1,000 minutes. One of several players on this roster for Vancouver, 5 to be exact, that played for the Carolina Railhawks, while Mark Penny, Vancouver's now manager, was coaching the Carolina Railhawks. Russell Tybert has 2 defenders trying to close him down. Tybert is able to spin and send one far post. Hurtado holds it in. Cutting in, YP Lee, cleared by Matt Hedges. Andy O'Brien held it in. Give it away now to Benitez. '58th minute. FC Dallas came into this match with 11 goals, 7 games played this year. 2 on the board against Vancouver, 3 the most they've scored at home. That was in their Texas Derby win against Houston. And here are some changes being made. Texas Health Ben Hogan Sports Medicine presenting this substitution for Vancouver, and it's going to be 2 of them. And they're going to get some attacking options in. Darren Maddox, who has scored 8 goals in league play in the regular season in a year plus for Vancouver. And also we're going to see Gershon Kofi go in. Kofi did not play against Real Salt Lake. We're talking about someone who had started 4 matches this year, but had lost his starting spot. Kofi and Maddox are in for Martin Rennie here to play the final half hour. 59th minute officially on the substitutions.
Martin Rennie trying to pull some strings now, bringing on 2 attackers. Maddox, tons of speed. Proven record of scoring on the road. Kofi, a good attacking player in his own right as well. They're going to have to inflect some energy into this team because right now they're pretty much on the ropes.
And Kofi, a guy in the midfield, not afraid to stick his nose in or a foot in. as he suffered nearly 60 fouls last year, committed 70, and led Vancouver with 9 yellow cards last season. Matter of fact, he missed a game against FC Dallas due to a 1-game suspension for yellow card accumulation. So Heineman stayed out. Russell Tybert went off. And June Marcus Davidson as well. And Watson turning into the middle, fouled by Jacobson.
This will be interesting to see if they do push Kofi more forward, if Rio Coker sits in.
Here's Hurtado 1v1 against Benitez, and the cross is cleared by Matt Hedges. YP Lee with the header. Over to Hurtado. Rio Coker sends the ball in. Roshaw, the right back, can't hold it in. This will be a throw-in for Zach Lloyd. Remember to come check out the FC Dallas fan shop. It's located at FC Dallas Stadium for your all-new 2013 FCD Advocare jersey. Get it personalized with your favorite player. Plus, check out other FCD apparel and gift ideas. Different specials are available every week. Hours are 10 to 4 Monday through Thursday, 10 to 5 on Friday, and the store opens at 2 on game days. And wow, Gershon Kofi gets pinwheeled here on that tackle. George John immediately shown a yellow card by the referee Juan Carlos Rivero. This is in the 61st minute. If you've seen the highlight earlier this year of a tackle by Nigel Rio Coker against Sam Cronin, it wasn't quite as dramatic as that one, but it does upend Gershon Kofi there.
Yeah, I think George John comes in obviously really strong, doesn't get the ball. Well, it actually looks like he does get some of the ball, but he follows through and gets the player.
And the free kick, Hurtado bends it back post, and Fernandez is there. And Fernandez with the punt to the halfway line for a 50-50 ball that is ultimately controlled by Vancouver, by Hurtado. Matt Watson with the ball. Heineman not able to get on the end of it. So George John shown a yellow. First one this year for George John. 8th yellow card. 8th booking for FC Dallas as a team. FC Dallas has not had a red card this season. They've had 2 sending offs occur involving their opponent, Jordani Alvarez for Real Salt Lake earlier this year, and Leonardo last week. The LA Galaxy appeals for handball there, but FC Dallas with the possession. Michel to Kenny Cooper. FC Dallas 2 up, just past the hour mark. On an own goal in the 29th minute, then Blas Perez in the 50th minute as that ball floats right to Joe Cannon. Kenny Cooper assisted on the Blas Perez goal that put FC Dallas 2 up. One of the substitutes, Darren Maddox. Earlier heard Dante reference his ability to score on the road. There's a ball that Fernandez will finally come out to cover. A ball at the feet of Benitez, and there is one of those aggressive moments of Fernandez coming out off his line.
Yeah, and you have to take a look at George John. George John went immediately over to Benitez and had a word with him. I don't know what Benitez was gesturing earlier. I don't know if he wanted the ball to get kicked out for an injury, but even if that's the case, you have to play on. If no one kicks the ball out, the whistle isn't blown, you have to play on. He let Vancouver player get in behind him, creating an opportunity. You have to just continue to play the game.
Hedges, the second-year center back, plays to Michel. Now Benitez. A moment ago was mentioning, as Dante said, that Darren Maddox, great on the road. 8 league goals, 6 on the road, and you can count a 7th on the road in the playoff match last year against LA. A ball by Rio Coker to Hurtado, and plays it right to the top of the 6, and it's cleared by FC Dallas.
Once again, Benitez getting backdoored. Another opportunity there for Vancouver.
Well, the tenor of the game has clearly changed since Maddox and Kofi subbed in.
Well, Kofi's still sitting in deep as Davidson did, but he's having a lot more success
playing balls forward. Yeah. There's Jackson running up the backside of Alon Rocha. A free kick here. A few yards outside the area.
So if you're Vancouver, it's a good opportunity for them. Obviously, everyone knows that Dallas is a tall, big team. This is a dangerous opportunity right here for Vancouver. Fernandez didn't look comfortable and confident coming off of his line early on.
Two-man wall on Hurtado's free kick, cleared by Hedges. Or no, that's Blas Perez with another clearance on a set piece. And there is Perez running up the backside of Hurtado. Boy, Hurtado now under duress. All of a sudden he realizes. How about another clearance, though, by Blas on a set piece? That's 4 times tonight he's done that.
And I was going to say, it's only a dangerous opportunity for Vancouver if he gets it over the first man. And Blas Perez was that first man who cleared it away. Just the execution on that has got to be a lot better by Hurtado.
Darren Maddox from Jamaica slides it over to Gershon Kofi. Kofi from Ghana. Hurtado rolls one through. It will lead to the corner kick for Fernandez, or the goal kick rather for Fernandez. Register now for the FC Dallas 3v3 Heat Tournament at FC Dallas Stadium Complex. It's coming up June 15th and 16th. The tournament is open to ages 8 and up, including adults. Each team also receives tickets to the FC Dallas match against Sporting Kansas City. The registration deadline is May 31st and space is limited. You can register today at fcdallas.com/stadium/tournaments. FC Dallas has kept Vancouver off the board for 66 minutes. But Vancouver has started to threaten some here since they made substitutions less than 10 minutes ago. Kofi and Maddox came on. June Marcus Davidson and Russell Tybert subbed off. And things have definitely changed. Herrera holds it up at the halfway line. Has Zach Lloyd. The center of the park to Blas Perez. Now back to Lloyd. Lloyd whips in a cross. Andy O'Brien clears. Michel holds it up, and he was held up by Eric Hurtado.
There's really no reason to do what he did here.
Pretty obvious right there in front of everyone.
Michel's running towards the sideline. You just stand him up. You don't have to put a arm or hand or anything. Just run with him and wait for him to try to turn. Just force him backwards. Now another opportunity for Dallas.
Vancouver, their 12th foul. Michel, the set piece, the service. Joe Cannon punches again. Joe Cannon's made 4 saves tonight. 24 saves in 7 appearances this year. 1-1 last year against FC Dallas. The other match was started by Brad Knight. And now here's Kenny Cooper. Cooper with an opportunity. Couldn't link up with Andrew Jacobson, Dante.
Good interchange play here. Kenny Cooper, but holding on the ball a little bit too long. He actually had Jacobson open earlier. He chose to cut in on his left foot to try to get the shot off. By the time he went back to Jacobson, the play was pretty much over.
Jacobson has 2 goals this season. Scored the 2nd against Houston. And scored against Toronto. Now Zach Lloyd. Zach Lloyd with space. Brings the dribble forward. Jackson. Jackson. Oh, he's on the dance floor. Trying to go 1v1 against YP Lee, then Lloyd whips it in, and it falls to David Ferreira. Ferreira in the box with a step over, and then he spins. It crosses one right to the top of the 6, and ultimately it does not fall to Jackson, and he is whistled for the foul in the box.
This is almost becoming comical. David Ferreira dancing on the ball, wide open on the back post. Doing a good job to create some space just to get that service off. Jackson with the foul.
Well, what do you think of Dante as we head into the final 20 minutes with FC Dallas up on their home field 2-0 to Vancouver?
I don't think you really need to make many changes. You're in control of the game. You have the possession. Obviously, Vancouver is making some changes. Again, you see Matt Watson coming off now and Camilo coming on.
Yep. This Vancouver substitution presented by Texas Health Ben Hogan Sports Medicine. Camilo, the all-time leading MLS goal scorer for Vancouver Whitecaps, has won this year 18 in his 2+ seasons. And he scored one of his 5 last year against FC Dallas. And Camilo from Brazil, the takedown by John. They play on because Vancouver has the advantage. Darren Maddox. Maddox with some fancy footwork. Cleared by Lloyd, then cleared by Benitez. Well, so the big guns from an attacking standpoint are all pretty much on the field now. All of the ones that are available anyway for Vancouver. Remember that Kenny Miller is hurt. Daigo Kobayashi is injured. Those players aren't available, but their best attacking options are out there now. Darren Maddox and Camilo.
I think that Dallas pretty much, as I said, doesn't need to make any changes. They're in control of this game. If there was any change they may want to make, you could bring on Castillo out wide for Kenny Cooper or Jackson. If either the two of them feel like they may want to take a, well, not that they're going to want to come out of the game, but I'd say Cooper's probably done more work defensively, more work altogether than Jackson's had to.
Michel plays it left flank.
Look at the space. It's unbelievable. You're down 2-0.
And Zach Lloyd right into that space. Lays it on for Ferreira. Plays back to Lloyd out off his line. The flag was up anyway. But your point is well made, and we saw it unfold right in front of our very eyes, even though it ends up being that it was offside. Here's a look at it.
Camilo just came into the game. I understand sometimes it's harder to get into a game that's fast-paced, but this isn't one of those games. He just olayed Lloyd straight through. Fortunately for Vancouver, he ended up in an offside position. The ball was played to him in.
There is going to be, we understand, a substitution shortly for FC Dallas. Fabian Castillo has walked to the fourth official, Kevin Terry Jr., and will be waiting to be summoned on. Might be for Cooper. We've seen Castillo score on a last touch. Maybe Cooper will have a chance. He was there, and Jackson tried to play it to him. Kofi fouls El Torito, David Ferreira. How many fouls suffered? Ferreira, the league leader in Major League Soccer in fouls suffered. 24 in 7 matches. That, I believe, is his 5th. The numbers that we have recently been presented with are accurate. Suffered 5 fouls last week against the Galaxy. This one leads to a free kick in the 74th minute, taken by Michel. Headed away by Vancouver, and Jackson couldn't hold it in. Maddox. Maddox will hold it up. YP Lee. There's Kofi, who came on for June Marcus Davidson earlier in the second half. Hurtado, 1v1 against Zach Lloyd. Some pretty solid defending by Zach Lloyd.
Well done. Make him go backwards, force him back.
FC Dallas hangs on for the 3 points as we head into the last quarter hour. It will put them at 19 points out of a possible 24 in the first 8 matches. Holding in with the header was Brad Russin. But now possession for FC Dallas for Jackson. On the end of it, Kenny Cooper from Jackson. Cooper has 1 goal this year. He has the ball in the box. Closed down by 2 defenders for Vancouver, but holds possession. Great work by Kenny Cooper.
Give that man a hand.
Oh, then the giveaway here by Jackson. Camilo tugs down Michel. They'll play on. They'll play on. Ferreira walks it in. Laid off by Blas Perez and cleared out by Vancouver. It will be a throw-in.
Just waiting here for the 3rd goal.
It seems like it's going to happen at any moment with the build-up. That one little stretch of time when Vancouver appeared to be controlling play, or at least playing and performing better. Controlling play would probably be a bit too strong of an assertion. But that one little burst of energy they had on their first 2 substitutions have gone, and their defending just has not been up to par here over the last few minutes. As Castillo's going on for Kenny Cooper, here it will officially be in the 77th minute. Presented by Texas Health, Ben Hogan Sports Medicine.
Well, if things didn't get or couldn't get any worse, you bring on quite possibly the fastest man in the stadium.
Castillo scored a goal last year. Headed away by Nigel Rio-Coker. Michel sends it back in. Joe Cannon. 77th minute. Make sure and catch all of the out-of-market MLS local broadcasts streamed in HD on MLS Live throughout the 2013 season. MLS Live also archives all games, so you can watch games all the way back to 2010. Be sure to keep up with your favorite league on MLS Live. Log on to MLSsoccer.com for more information. Rio-Coker, former West Ham United, Aston Villa, and Bolton Wanderers man. Read an interesting article about him before the season started that he was going to try to break the mold and rid players in Europe of the idea that MLS is a retirement league for European players. He says at 28 years old, he has a lot of good soccer out in front of him, and this is a situation that he is making the move because of the quality of soccer, the quality of the team, and not looking for just a soft landing at the end of his career. Very, very nice words said by Rio-Coker about MLS. Leaping for the header in the box. Darren Maddox couldn't get on the end of it.
I think it's one of those things, Mark, where you have some American players who are playing in England or some other foreigners who are playing here, and they can relay those messages. A lot of players obviously playing with one another in other clubs, they can relay that information. You can look at a league from afar and hear certain things, but once you talk to someone who's played there or knows the league intimately, you get a much, much better idea, and I'm sure that's been the case for him.
And one of those players that Rio-Coker specifically referenced was Brad Guzan, the American national team keeper, who has, of course, been with Aston Villa for some time now, and Rio-Coker spent 4 seasons with them. And here is Castillo on the end of a ball from Zach Lloyd. Castillo across. There's Blas Perez, already 1 goal tonight. Castillo back to it. And, oh, nice work at the touchline. And after all of that, it is FC Dallas with a throw-in as it was out off Rio-Coker.
That's what you like to see. Fabian Castillo doing a fantastic job of applying that pressure, saving the ball from going out of bounds. Ends up throwing for FC Dallas. Good work.
Let's go back to the keys of the match, Dante, as we get ready for an FC Dallas corner here in the 80th minute. Maintain defensive shape for Vancouver. I would think you would say that that hasn't happened with regularity, and now focus on the final 15 for FC Dallas.
Yeah, going into the final 10 minutes of the game, have to stay sharp because, as we said, Vancouver does have the tools and have the players.
There's the corner, back post, and another punch by Cannon. That has been the go-to move tonight for Joe Cannon in terms of dealing with balls into the box. Michel sends one in, back post. YP Lee a header. It falls to Jackson, dispossessed by Rio Coker. Not a lot of work back in Raul Fernandez's neighborhood tonight. Benitez sent it back his way. You got Heinemann back there in a nuisance position, but now George John, an opportunity to bring the ball forward. John was in the box nearest the ball for FC Dallas when it went off Brad Russin for that own goal in the 29th minute. We interviewed him at halftime. He said he didn't even try to celebrate and take credit for it.
Spoken like a defender.
Well, here are the two goals. The first one we speak of just a moment ago. Here's the own goal. You see Hedges there. John came running in, and as he did, it goes off the back of Brad Russin.
That's the pressure. If you apply there, that's what ends up happening.
This is early on in the second half. Blas Perez.
Thought he was in an offside position initially, but on the replay he saw good call.
Cutting in Hurtado. Lays it on to Camilo. And here is Camilo with the drive, and Fernandez spills. Heinemann now has possession for Vancouver. And then Andrew Jacobson with a shove in the back against Camilo. Here's a look at the chance as Camilo sends one in. Fernandez spills. Heinemann comes away with the ball, Dante.
Drops it back to Camilo, and Camilo makes a meal out of this. Yes, Jacobson sticks his foot in, but the way that he fell was not a natural movement based on the way that Jacobson stuck his leg in.
From this spot just outside the box to the left, Camilo had a sizzler go off the crossbar last year when FC Dallas played in Vancouver in August. The woodwork helped out FC Dallas that night. Here he bends one just wide. Wow. Camilo has a very, very dangerous right foot on these set pieces.
You see Fernandez doesn't really get a good look at it until the end. Fortunately for FC Dallas, it goes out wide. Good opportunity for Camilo. Hit it well, but just was a little bit too far wide.
Camilo, 24 years old, and I can promise you that free kick that he took from about 21 yards out last year against FC Dallas, that had just as much power as that right-footed blast that bent just. Fernandez driving it forward. 50-50 ball one. Then Alonso Shaw played it, but now you have Jackson, and he sails it over. Visit FCDallas.com today for your source on all things soccer. Check out match previews, player and coach interviews, behind-the-scenes videos, academy updates, and more at FCDallas.com. George John with the header for FC Dallas. Castillo. Castillo, one goal this season, had one last year against Vancouver in the aforementioned 2-0 win for Dallas at BC Place in August. Castillo was fouled by Camilo. And now we'll see Javon Watson. Javon Watson will come on for Jackson. Clearly a defensive-minded substitution made by Shellisheim, the second sub for FC Dallas, presented by Texas Health Ben Hogan Sports Medicine. Javon Watson has one start, This will be the 4th time that he's subbed on. Though has not appeared in the last 2 matches for FC Dallas. Jamaican international, and formerly Texas Derby rival, the Houston Dynamo. Ferreira. And this is played through to Castillo. Onside, Cannon out to make the save. A dangerous opportunity developed from nowhere, and then the ball rolls over the touchline off the foot of Jacobs.
You know, last year that was the knock on Castillo. He gets himself into goal-scoring positions, but the touch just isn't there. You see here, the ball just gets away from him off his left toe, just a little bit too far, taking him outside of the goal, not able to get a shot off.
Into the 86th minute. This is space for Maddox. Remember Maddox with 6 of 8 regular season league goals on the road. YP Lee, oh, dispossessed. Nice defending right at the top of the box by Michel. Javon Watson, number 27 for FC Dallas, just on as Shellis Hyman's 2nd substitution of the match. And Ferreira. David Ferreira, and Cannon blocks the cross. Las Perez was lurking. Play back out to Javon Watson. Ferreira sends it in. FC Dallas, even with the 2-0 lead, continuing to look for opportunities to attack.
Why not? Vancouver's giving it to him.
Exactly. Benitez across the field to Watson. FC Dallas holding possession. On George John. Tried to send it to Castillo. And it's Vancouver. First Hurtado. Then young Pio Lee. Hurtado looking to play through Darren Maddox. Maddox wins the ball. And into the box to Heineman. Heineman, the former Columbus crewman, played it back out to Hurtado. Hurtado 1v1 against Castillo. And Castillo with nice work. Nice defending, Fabian Castillo.
Not known for his defensive skills, but that was almost like taking candy from a baby.
Russin with a back pass. Between the next matchup for these two clubs, which will be 1 week from today at BC Place, while FC Dallas does not have a match, Vancouver does. Canada Cup. Oh, they try to play it back here. Now Heineman's on the end of it, and Heineman with a weak attempt. FC Dallas the giveaway, but a big let off there as Heineman was in the box and was not able to get off a strong shot against Fernandez.
Well, and that's the focus that I'm talking about. The only thing weaker than John's pass back was the shot that Heineman had. Dallas dodging a huge bullet there. This game could look a lot different.
Have to start working for it in the last few minutes. Exactly. Now Watson brings it in, cleared by Andy O'Brien. Jacobson holds it in. Michel. Castillo from Las Perez. Castillo with the speed, right to the byline. Off Russin, off Andy O'Brien. And the foul's given here with Castillo's shove. 89th minute. Now Eric Hossley will get in against his old side. Hossley called on here in the 89th minute, the final substitution tonight for Shellis Hyman, presented by Texas Health Ben Hogan Sports Medicine. Las Perez goes off, and Las Perez is tonight's Budweiser man of the match. A lot of chances, and ultimately finished one of those chances. The Panamanian international in the 50th minute scores his 3rd goal of the year, now leading FC Dallas in that category.
I mean, he scores goals, but he also does those little things. He works tirelessly defensively, whether it's in the box defending on free kicks or corner kicks, but also up top, tracking players down, tracking players back, applying the pressure. He's always a pest, and hats off to him. He had a good game tonight. Unlucky that he didn't have more goals.
And the former Vancouver Whitecaps man, Eric Hossley, is on. Hoshley was their first ever designated player, scored their first goal. Fernandez sliding out off his line to deal with a dangerous ball that was rolling in.
Vancouver going back to the well a little bit. The backdoor ball to Benitez, almost working earlier. Dangerous again there.
Hostley had 12 goals in a season and a half with Vancouver, getting back to that point. 10 in 2011 in his first year. Maddox held up the ball. He went to YP Lee on the overlap, and it is going to be a goal kick for Fernandez as we're about to head into stoppage time here at FC Dallas Stadium on TXA 21. 3 minutes of stoppage time, the fourth official shows to the crowd. So if FC Dallas can close out these final 3 minutes, then it's on to a rematch next week. FC Dallas has played 3 matches in the last 2 years in Vancouver, winning 2, losing 1 last year on an early goal by Camilo that held up. That was in April, almost a year to the day. Machado brings it in. Looking for Maddox, falls to Camilo. Camilo goes down, doesn't get the call, and off we go, and Pereira tried a fancy little back heel to Michel. A ball sent in that George John heads away from danger for the time being. Rio Coker can't beat Benitez. However, Benitez touched it just as it was going over the byline, so a corner surrendered here with a minute of the 3 minutes of stoppage time played. It's Camilo taking it, an outswinger and headed wide. And it will be a goal kick here for Fernandez as more precious seconds tick away towards FC Dallas's 6th win in their first 8 matches.
The biggest thing is another shutout.
Their 5th, Fernandez's 4th, if the final score line holds up.
Because this will be the first game, should it end 2-0, first game for the season that Vancouver does not get at least 1 goal.
Scored 1 goal in 5 of their matches, 2 against Columbus. So 7 goals in 6 matches this year. Quick restart off the foul by FC Dallas. Rio Coker for Vancouver. YP Lee back to Rio Coker. FC Dallas 2 up, but only time for 1 attack really for Vancouver, and here they lose possession. And now an opportunity. FC Dallas can pretty much kill the game right here. Although a ball sent into Ferreira is punched away by Cannon. FC Dallas will have a throw in, and as I said, in position at this point to kill the game.
Yeah, this game is pretty much over, obviously. Where Joe Cannon has to come off his line and punch the ball at the top of the box.
Juan Carlos Rivero blows the whistle, and Dallas is now 6-1-1. 19 points out of 24 possible through the first 8 matches. They stay perfect at home, and FC Dallas keeps another clean sheet. 5 this season, 4 of them by the...
Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema. É a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho. Ah, porque tudo é tão triste. Ah, beleza que existe. A beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha. Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo sorrindo se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor.
Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. Oh, but you watch her so sadly. How can you tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at me. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, she smiles, but she doesn't see. She just doesn't see. No, she doesn't see.
Tim dum dum, bling gum gum, bling gum gum. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema. É a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho. Ah, porque tudo é tão triste. A beleza que existe, a beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha. Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo sorrindo se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor.
And tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. So sadly, how can you tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly, but each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see. She walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at me. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, she smiles, but she doesn't see.
dum dum, bling gum gum, bling gum gum. Olha que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema. É a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho. Ah, porque tudo é tão triste. A beleza que existe, a beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha. Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo sorrindo se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor. que coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa, num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema. É a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho. Ah, porque tudo é tão triste. Ah, beleza que existe. A beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha. Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo sorrindo se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor.
Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. Oh, but you watch her so sadly. How can you tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see.
Degrees presently in Frisco, Texas, as FC Dallas hosts Vancouver, their third matchup, a win and a draw for FC Dallas. And Brian, what are our keys tonight to the match?
Well, it's David Ferreira versus Johnny Leverone, the Vancouver defensive midfielder. He's tough tackling, he's physically punishing, and he's going to look to frustrate and disrupt Ferreira's possession style. And then tracking Camilo, 14 goals scored, 4 of those game winners. When the Brazilian is in the box, which FC Dallas defender is within arm's length distance at all times?
All right, our keepers tonight, Chris Seitz will be doing the duty for FC Dallas, in for Raul Fernandez, who of course is with Peru, and David Osted, the Dane, the new keeper for the Whitecaps, and of course the WinStar Lucky Coin Toss brought to you by WinStar World Resorts, and the result of that, FC Dallas will be going to our right, and we'll be kicking off to start the first half. And Schellas Hyndman wondering how his guys can get goals tonight without Kenny Cooper, without Blas Perez. It will have to be a collective venture for sure.
It will, and that man, Martin Rennie, he's taking a lot of risk with the adjustments he's making tonight. To see now Nigel Reo-Coker out on the right-hand side of the defense while Johnny Leverone, who's been a center back for Vancouver, steps into the midfield, this is a lot of risk, and we'll see if it pays off with a lot of reward going forward. But you lose in Nigel Reo-Coker not only tackling ability, but you're losing experience, tactical awareness, and a very, very underrated passer of the ball.
A guy who's been everywhere in the world football spectrum. All right, now quickly, FC Dallas, of course, in the red, and the Vancouver Whitecaps wearing all white, as you would expect, I suppose. Ahead to Fabian Castillo, and there is Andy O'Brien.
Oh, and you get a good look at that front three for FC Dallas right off the bat. And it's going to be Jackson just a little bit on that right-hand side. You're going to have Fabian Castillo kind of drifting in and out on the left, and then David Ferreira will just sit underneath. So a three-pronged attack up top for FC Dallas.
Now Acosta to Jackson on the right. Centers it, and Ferreira got all of it, but went wide of the mark.
Well, David Ostad, very demonstrative. As soon as that play builds up, the goalkeeper for Vancouver doesn't like what he sees, and you got to agree. And this is what I was talking about with some of the guys from the Vancouver Whitecaps is you've made a lot of serious adjustments by putting Johnny Leverone into the midfield. You bring Carlisle Mitchell into the center part of the defense, and you pair him alongside Andy O'Brien. So you've got the experience there, but you're disjointed with Nigel Reo-Coker on that right-hand side. When you have the speed that FC Dallas possesses, and you know that David Ferreira likes to ghost in that delayed run inside the 18-yard box, where's the immediate pressure on the ball? Where's the tracking of the runs? And can you keep your defensive shape? So far, the answer is no for Vancouver.
Now here's Carlisle Mitchell. Yeah, it is interesting. This is a bit of a maneuver they use in road matches to put Reo-Coker as the right back. Now Jackson causing some trouble. And they have had trouble on the road recently. FC Dallas, very poor home form. No wins since May 25th. And Vancouver, no road victories since their late June win in Washington, D.C. against D.C. United. Now here comes Miller and Camilo. And you can imagine Camilo will draw plenty of attention.
Well, and you look exactly, this is what I'm talking about. With Johnny Leverone stepping into the midfield as a center back, your time on the ball, you have 3 to 4 more seconds on average. Playing left, playing right, there's no real immediate pressure. Johnny Leverone stepping into the midfield now has 4 players coming at him from all angles, behind, from the side, and in front. He's not ready to play this position starting out in this match, and we're just 3 minutes in. That's the second time he's been caught in possession with his foot on the ball.
That's great to look for that tonight, to see how that develops. Here's Michel now. Finds Watson. Watson collects again, out to Michel.
And Watson's going to have a little bit more defensive duties tonight because it's going to be that 3 up top, which essentially becomes a three-man defensive midfield line in Eric Andrew Jacobson and Javon Watson.
Jacobson back for the first time in a month. That extra week off helped him heal. He's been out since the LA Galaxy 3-3 draw on August 11th, I believe.
Well, the other dynamic for FC Dallas across the back line is Michel, who's been playing as a defensive midfield. He's comfortable playing as a left back, but his tendency is going to get his head up and start going forward, floating. So FC Dallas, keep an eye on this type of possession in particular for Vancouver. Is there space when Michel vacates from that left-hand side of the defense?
Kobayashi, Camilo, out to Miller. Miller to Kobayashi, and they score right off the bat. A fine centering pass, and Daigo Kobayashi finds open space at the mouth of the goal, and Vancouver strikes first. Just the opposite of what Martin Rennie's crew has done recently, which is go behind early. But FC Dallas has had this trouble.
Well, and exactly what I was just talking about with Michel now as the left back. He's going to be a player that wants to get forward. Right there gets pulled out. Kenny Miller, who starts underneath Camilo, pulls out to that right-hand side, and then it's just a hard dynamic run from Daigo Kobayashi. Starts on that right, hard centering run. He curls his run, stays onside, and there's absolutely nothing Chris Seitz can do. He's hung out to dry as the road team, Vancouver, up early, 5 minutes in, that 1-0 lead.
And for Kobayashi, that's his second goal of the season. And that really sends them on their way, as Vancouver is quite delighted, and FC Dallas, as you would imagine, a bit stunned here in the early going, as that's exactly the opposite of how they wanted to get this thing started.
You take another look, and it's that man, Michel, who gets pulled out of position. He gets pulled in centrally into the midfield. Daigo, who had started his run out wide, peels and curls inside, and a lot of the credit, he's not going to end up on the stat line. He's not going to end up with an assist, most likely, but Camilo, in time and space, he puts his foot on the ball, makes the right decision, finds Kenny Miller on a weighted run on the right-hand side, and then Miller gets that early cross in. No one stays with the run from Daigo Kobayashi. That's the way you draw it up in practice. Those are the runs and the passing movements and the interchanging that you work on as a coach with your front three. And right there, it pays off to perfection.
And as you imagine, Chris Seitz so rarely plays that that's an incredibly difficult first ball to see on the night.
Yeah, you're just hung out to dry. I mean, Chris Seitz he has no chance in that situation. Ball comes in so quick, and it's a great first touch finish from Daigo Kobayashi. But again, this is what I'm talking about for FC Dallas. When you have a front three in Ferreira, Castillo, and Jackson, there's going to be a disconnect into the midfield. And right there, FC Dallas's midfield was overran the moment Michel steps into the midfield.
All right, now a corner, and Michel will handle most corners from the opposite side. From this, him and Ferreira will split duties generally. Looking in the middle. Fantastic left foot of Michel. Sent in, and John had a chance at, did get a touch out to Ferreira. Michel tries to dance around Miller, but Miller does a nice job there, taking the ball away. Here's Camilo.
That's a great step right there from Jackson.
Jackson gets on top of it. Got Camilo backtracking so far.
Well, you can see how quick Vancouver looks to hit on the counter, and that was a good idea from Camilo, the Brazilian, but even better defensive read by that man, Jackson. This is the type of formation, and this is the type of back line that Jackson can punish. He steps up quickly, looks for the early combination, and Michel, that first ball is just kind of cut out by Rio Coker, and by that point, Camilo tracks the run to Jackson. Jackson had already pulled into an offside position.
David Osted on the restart, his sixth start for the Whitecaps, a team that started with Joe Cannon in goal this season.
Yeah, Joe Cannon not even traveling at this point. Brad Knighton is the backup for Vancouver, but there's some concern. If I'm FC Dallas and I saw the way David Osted was stuck in on that service off the corner, couldn't get off his line, looked very, very uncomfortable trying to come off his line right there. I'm putting that ball at the top of the 6-yard box, and I'm testing that goalkeeper to see what his confidence level is.
Now Castillo in space. Out wide to Watson. Watson! Wow! The very far reaches of the top part of the net. Underneath the crossbar, a thing of beauty from distance. And we have an equalizer in the 9th minute.
Javon Watson finds time and space. Good early ball. He gets isolated against Nigel Rio Coker, and he just looks for that little slight ounce of daylight. Watson pushes it with the outside of his right foot, strikes from distance, and Ostad, he can't get beat there. Goalkeeper cannot get beat right there. He's got to do better. That is a great goal, but the goalkeeper's got to do better. Big goal from Javon Watson, just his second of the season, and we're level 1-1, 9 minutes in.
Yeah, you would think from the quality of that shot that he does that on a regular basis, but that was one of those where the buddies will say, where you been hiding that? That is fantastic there, and it's 1-1.
Well, and again, we've seen two midfielders converted to outside backs tonight. For FC Dallas, it's Michel on the left-hand side, and now it's Nigel Rio Coker on the right-hand side of the defense for the Vancouver Whitecaps. And Nigel Reo-Coker being isolated one-on-one is something that he's used to doing. But that's in the midfield, and he knows he has help behind him. When you are a right back, you are on an island. And Nigel Reo-Coker, for all his strength, all his athleticism, all of his experience, he doesn't have that explosiveness to stay with individuals that run at him. Javon Watson recognized that Nigel Reo-Coker, he's not going to step hard because he can't stay with the speed of Watson. So he looks to stand him up, just the ball with the outside of his right foot, and then that blast from distance is just a fantastic goal.
It really seems tactically there's a lot to dig into tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Jacobson. Another thing we've noticed early, Fabian Castillo is all over the ball in the early going. He's had an up and down season to say the least, but on his day, he can really dominate the ball.
Fabian Castillo is one of those players that all you wish for is that he becomes consistent. You know, 2 goals and 3 assists. That for me does not, that's not the number stat line that I would expect at this point of the season, because he's that good. You know, for one reason or another, especially when a team kind of goes through a rut where they're struggling to get 3 points, the goals and the assists, they don't matter. But Fabian Castillo is a player that can single-handedly take over a game in a split second. And the question for me is, can he become more consistent doing that game in, game out?
Now Michel chasing all over the pitch again. Jacobson out wide. Finds Castillo. Castillo with Acosta on the overlap. Now Ferreira in the middle. Back to Fabian. Looks for Acosta, and that pass did not find its mark, but look at that. Kellen Acosta goes and gets it right back to Michel. Now Jackson out to Watson. Nifty play there as Jackson picks it up again, and O'Brien sends it out.
Well, you're seeing the continued evolution of the growth of right back Kellen Acosta. You know, a lot of people think that he's got a bigger upside than what DeAndre Yedlin has in Seattle. And Yedlin's had such a breakout year. This young man has a bright, bright future.
Now here's Acosta, the Plano-born, just 18-year-old Ferreira. Acosta again.
Well, you'll see the evolution of him as a player and continue to develop. And you know, in the beginning, it's going to be about doing your job defensively. Then it's about getting forward and not losing the ball, trying to create, but staying within your means. And then that next round of development is going at players, getting the ball, knowing that people are going to double you up, and having that little individual technique and creativity to break players down. Because Kellen Acosta has that ability. I've seen it from him.
When you talk about Castillo at 21 and Acosta at 18, and you talk about 95 degrees and the end of the season, you would think, okay, young legs, go do it for us tonight. Give us everything you got for as long as you got, and that will be the key to take on a Vancouver squad that does feature a lot of age in their lineup tonight.
Yeah, heavy legs, a lot of travel. It's not easy to get through customs going in and out of Vancouver time and time again. And you know, they're in the midst, they're starting and being in the midst of a very difficult road trip. And that's here at FC Dallas, at San Jose, and then at Montreal. For me, the Vancouver Whitecaps have the most difficult set of matches heading into the playoffs. We're going to learn a lot, not only about the players, but also about head coach Martin Rennie. And tactically what tinkering he does to get the most out of his team, and what are successes and what are utter failures.
There's Castillo, and Leveron dispatches back to Hedges and John. Much of the play has been in the attacking end for FC Dallas, and to get that equalizer so quickly has to really calm the nerves and now allow them to go about their business. Here's Kofi. Camilo looking for one-touch action with Kenny Miller. And when you talk about Kenny Miller, there is a guy also 69 caps for Scotland, 18 goals for them, and the rare bird who has played for both Rangers and Celtic.
Yeah. Not many players have.
I believe 5 since World War II.
I think he's the second MLS player to do so. Mo Johnston being the first one to do so. But again, an incredible international experience, and that's what Martin Rennie's trying to do, is build the spine of this team with up top, starting with Kenny Miller, and then Nigel Reo-Coker centrally, and then Andy O'Brien in the back, his time with Bolton and Leeds, and then with bringing in Ostad. But you've got to sprinkle in that youth and athleticism around those heavy, well-traveled legs.
Now Ferreira, lots of space, looking for Jacobson inside. And a little push there is whistled. But you can see when Castillo and Ferreira are on the ball, it does seem like they have a reasonable amount of space with which to work. Come celebrate Hispanic Heritage Night on Sunday, September 29th. The FC Dallas faces off against the Columbus Crew at 7:30, presented by Taco Bell. Come early for drinks and food on the new extended Budweiser Beer Garden. And former Mavs and current Legends coach Eduardo Najera will be scarfing. Tickets are still available. Visit fcdallas.com for tickets today.
FC Dallas fans, join us at the Lemon Bar and Grill.
Now, Kellen Acosta growing into things. 6 weeks ago, he had not really even made his debut, and now we wonder when he will next be out of the lineup. They're so excited about him. Now Ferreira being chased half-heartedly by Matt Watson. Ferreira sends it up. There is Jackson at the corner. Jackson, a little deflection there, and Ostad will easily collect. But again, it does seem like there's space.
Tonight's yellow cards are brought to you by Yellowtail. And by flavors with a glass of Yellowtail wine. And please enjoy.
So when you fall behind and then pull even so quickly, now you just want everyone to take a deep breath and go about their business, I imagine.
Yeah, I think right now what this back line for FC Dallas is thinking about is the moment they got that equalizer through Javon Watson, everyone's looking around saying, guys, all right, settle down. It's okay. We're square. We're even again. Let's not panic, but at the same time, let's be very aware of what just happened. Let's not make that same mistake again. So you know that three interchanging between Daigo, Kenny Miller, and Camilo, you know for sure that the FC Dallas back four and Andrew Jacobson and Eric in particular are going to be very aware of where their movement is at all times, both when they're in possession going forward and then defensively when those players are running it.
All time in Dallas, and of course we're talking just a few years here, but Vancouver is at a spot where they have played 3, lost 3, and never scored until just moments ago when Daigo Kobayashi scored the opener tonight. And that is in their 4th match and their 1st goal here. So a result of any kind would be great progress, but like FC Dallas, they feel every game is vital, and it certainly is. It looks like Miller perhaps got away with a handball, but then...
Well, he should go in the book right there, and there's a reason behind that. Those two have been jawing at each other for 3 of the last 4 minutes, and that's what George John is saying to the referee, Kevin Stott. For Kevin Stott, his 241st game in charge in Major League Soccer. So, Eric, first there's a handball, a little bit of tug, a little bit of push, but right here, watch. Swiping the legs. When the hand goes on the shoulder and you swipe the legs underneath, you should go in the pocket. Kenny Miller gets away with one.
Kobayashi takes from Michelle. Camilo fires, and it is sights there. And a little rebound available. And just know, and I'm sure many of you are aware, that Camilo is one of those fantastic right foots who can pretty much score from anywhere.
Yeah, it's been a breakout year for Camilo. He's very good last year, but this year been even better. He's popped up in different spots in the starting 11. Tonight he's going to play that front runner, but he likes to drift out wide. He loves to be isolated. He loves to get that slight little dip of the shoulder, find that hesitation for the defender, and then expose and get an early shot off. Based on Chris Seitz' movement, that ball had a lot of spin on that coming in.
Michelle sends it in. Ostad is there. And it is just, you know, to talk about Camilo's, maybe his greatest strength are free kicks from anywhere, 25 yards and in, or, I mean, he has a wonderful curl, and you certainly want to be careful with fouls on the edge.
Yeah, he's a well-rounded player, and he's a player that's come into his own. Again, he was very good with Vancouver last season, but this season he's settled in, and the confidence level is so much greater.
You know, I looked at his background. the Maltese first division. Malta. How many players do you know go through Malta? The island country in the Mediterranean, I do believe.
Clint Mathis might have played there for like 6 months.
Oh, yeah?
If I'm not mistaken, yeah. Listen, when you're a young player and you're trying to break in, you're coming out of a hotbed of soccer like Brazil, you're going to do everything in your power to take that next step. And sometimes it takes you in far exotic places where you're not only playing for playing time, but you're also playing for the paycheck.
I will confess to having to cheat to figure out where Malta was. And then I said, that place is big enough for an entire first division, and they have a second and third division too.
There you go.
All right, here's Jackson. Jackson on the ball. Leveron, or excuse me, that is Kofi there. No, I beg your pardon again. That's Carlisle Mitchell playing well forward from his center back spot.
Well, and keep an eye on Carlisle Mitchell because he is a tough tackling center back. He's a guy that has no qualms with going in with a heavy challenge. And sometimes both of those boots come up at the same time with the challenge. And with Jackson being so tricky, a player that can spin into space, but also very comfortable absorbing a challenge from behind. Keep an eye on the number 24 center back for Vancouver and see if he gets stuck in, if he gets frustrated with the style of play, which Jackson is so good at.
Watson, chased by Kofi. Into the 21st minute we go. Ferreira. If you're looking for a fun, easy, and safe way to get to games, try the FC Dallas Express, a round-trip bus service to FC Dallas home games. Fans have the option of purchasing a ticket in the Budweiser Beer Garden to that day's match and a round-trip bus ticket for $25 or a standalone round-trip bus ticket for $10. Route and ticket information can be found by visiting fcdallas.com/FCD Express. Gershon Kofi.
Well, this is really where the Vancouver Whitecaps are struggling without Nigel Rio-Coker in that defensive part of the midfield. That man, Johnny Leverone, he just looks heavy. And I don't know if that's just his gait, the way he runs, but you know, that man, Martin Rennie, took a big risk with putting Johnny Leverone sitting in front of the back four. And as a center back, the fitness is so much different. It's so obvious, but you have to talk about what a difference it is for a center back who's played all of his games previously, 17 games, and all of a sudden you put him into a defensive midfield role. That's a lot of running, and you just see how he's trying to figure out where he's comfortable, how to apply immediate pressure, while at the same time trying to keep his shape. And for me, he just doesn't look comfortable in this role.
Ferreira sent it in. Yeah, if you watch the Whitecaps much, the theme that most observers will throw out there is they are very generous in giving up possession in the midfield, and to make this move would seem to only magnify that.
It's just so risky. So it's so risky. I mean, Jay DeMerit has made the 18-man roster for the first time since blowing out his Achilles, so that's a huge positive for Vancouver.
What a story, too.
Brad Russon's out long-term with his injury. You got Andy O'Brien, and tonight you elect to bring in Carlisle Mitchell to play alongside Andy O'Brien in the central part of the defense. That pushes Leverone into the midfield. But then that man, Martin Rennie, pushes Nigel Rio-Coker out to the right-hand side of the defense, and he puts YP Lee, who is probably the most consistent performer for the Vancouver Whitecaps, to the bench. So, again, a lot of risk, a lot of early reward. It'll be very interesting to see how this game plays itself out.
YP Lee second in minutes this season for Vancouver, and we're not aware of any health issues on that particular player, but he is a regular and he's on the substitute bench tonight. Here's Jordan Harvey.
Well, and even with international duty,
yes,
Vancouver's lost Darren Maddox, who's really been reduced this season to a substitute. And then Russell Tybert, the young player who's away with Canada, who's been on the right-hand side of the midfield for the last couple of matches and actually relegated Daigo, the goal scorer, to the bench. Tybert, a majority of the service and wide plays come through Tybert. Very dynamic, very good young player. You see both Jay DeMerit and Tommy Heineman already up and off the bench. There's a good look at the bench. Brad Knight, Jay DeMerit, YP Lee, June Marcus Davidson, Eric Hurtado, Kakuta Mane, Tommy Heineman. Between Hurtado and Kakuta Mane, those are two players individually with a frightening amount of speed. If you're judging these two benches tonight, you got to say Vancouver has the ability to make changes offensively that can cause a lot of damage.
Sweet touch to Jackson, right back. Watson had another go at it. Javon Watson and Jackson with a nice give and go. And again, going right at Reo-Coker again.
Exactly, that's where they're being isolated. You see just where that ball ends up. Nigel Reo-Coker has to stay with the second run of Javon Watson. Give Jackson, that's a great skill check right there. Great little flick back for Javon Watson to strike that first time. Unfortunately, Jamaican International can't keep that one on frame. But again, Nigel Reo-Coker, again, is not an outside right back.
Now Harvey gives up. Jacobson and Castillo. Now Ferreira. There's Carlisle Mitchell. Battle for it with Eric and Kofi. Eric has been fouled, I think, 4 times already tonight.
Well, I like Gershon Kofi. I think that kid has the ability to move out of Major League Soccer.
Jackson at Reo-Coker fires with the right foot, misses the near post. You know, and back to the...
Again, you take another look, and Jackson goes isolated with Nigel Reo-Coker. Good recovery from Reo-Coker, but it's just not his position. I would love to see statistically the last time that Nigel Reo-Coker lined up as an outside back.
No, he's been defensive mid since West Ham.
From his days in the EPL, from his days in the championship, for the time he's joined the Vancouver Whitecaps, it's pretty wild. Pretty wild.
He's an exceptional player, their designated player this year, and of course many years at West Ham, captained an FA Cup final team in 06, many years at Aston Villa, Bolton, and Ipswich Town, I believe. Eric dispossesses Watson nicely. Watson on the counter. Javon Watson. Watson for each side tonight. He goes right at Reo-Coker again. Javon Watson, and Reo-Coker, I believe, deflects it off Watson for a goal kick.
That's a good recovery run right there from Nigel Reo-Coker, and he's laughing actually with Javon Watson. You your strength, and that's what Javon Watson does. Take another look at the first goal of the night. It's combination play. Camilo does a great job interchanging with Digo. Digo out, makes that hard curling run, picked out perfectly by Kenny Miller, and then Javon Watson isolated with Nigel Reo-Coker, manipulates the ball to the outside of his right foot, finds that time, finds that space, and overpowers Osted. Osted had to do a lot better, but that's still a great goal from Javon Watson.
Now Jackson, as FC Dallas has a shots on goal advantage so far.
Keep an eye on Carlisle Mitchell.
Back the other way, trying to catch the offside, and they did catch Miller out ahead of the back defenders for FC Dallas.
A good delayed run by that man, Kenny Miller, and that's what he's so good at. Timing that run, coming out of the back, but even better step by the back line of FC Dallas to get him on the wrong side of the back line.
The theme for Dallas is to get a result in these final home matches. It has been a very difficult summer with 1 win in their last 13, 1-5-7 over that stretch, where they have seen their position fall from first in the Western Conference now down to tied for 6th with Vancouver, which ironically enough was the team they fought for the final playoff spot last season. Vancouver getting the 5th spot and losing the knockout game against the LA Galaxy. 2012 playoffs, Vancouver's first foray into MLS playoffs. Now Reo-Coker. Nigel Reo-Coker from London. Camilo. Now Kofi, who scored from distance last week against Chivas. Camilo, Hedges trying to shut him down. Reo-Coker and Watson. And it's a Vancouver throw.
The same thing you're asking Nigel Reo-Coker to do as a defender, you're asking him to do as an attacker. You go from playing centrally and dealing with what's in front of you, but still having that safety net behind, to now being isolated on the right-hand side defensively. But when you get forward, you try to make yourself available to have the ball. You're isolated against the touchline. Really no options to go to your right. You have to go to your left.
Boy, and a hard foul there. Leveron takes down David Ferreira, and he will be booked for that.
Well, that's that key to the match I was talking about. David Ferreira against Johnny Leveron, and there's that defensive midfielder getting stuck in on a tough tackle. You know, he's a physically punishing player in Leveron, but it's just a scissor tackle, and it's a dangerous tackle. No doubt it's a yellow card, but the yellow card comes out in the 30th minute for Leveron, first player to go on the book tonight. But again, very, very dangerous tackle. You lead with the right, you're exposed, but you kind of swing through slightly with the left. That whole scissor motion, very dangerous tackle.
Leveron, the 23-year-old Honduran. Now Michel lines up a set piece that has been good to FC Dallas this season, but he put a little too much on that one, and Osted handles easily. To the final third of the first half we go. Level at 1. Plenty of action here in the early going, and FC Dallas does have to feel tactically like the first 30 minutes are reasonably in their favor. But you cannot take even the slightest snap against Vancouver's attack.
I have a feeling Camilo's going to go into the book for his tackle right there on Matt Hedges. Got away with it because referee Kevin Stott allowed the play to continue with the advantage. It'll be interesting to see if Kevin Stott, the moment that ball goes out, if he goes to Camilo and hands out the second yellow card of the match. I think he will.
Hedges, the minutes leader for FC Dallas, and certainly not a player that they want to get nicked up here in the stretch drive. He is walking with a limp after that little get-together with Camilo, and perhaps is going to give him a love tap in exchange the next time they meet up here. Now an overrun. Harvey, here's Watson. Camilo looking for Miller, and it goes long and back the other way.
What a great touch.
Comes Jackson, who looks like he is up for it tonight.
It's a good recovery run right there from Nigel Reo-Coker. Does just enough on the bump to get a toe poke, and then Andy O'Brien holds his line, steps up quickly. But again, the first touch from Jackson, it puts fear in the defender because it's a positive touch going forward.
And now Michel takes down Kobayashi, it appears. The official tonight, Kevin Stott, will have a visit. Step off 10 paces for the free kick. Where Camilo will have a look.
Camilo's going to get away with that tackle. Surprised Kevin Stott's not going to go back and book him for that tackle on Matt Hedges.
So now an attempt here. And Michel is there to head that out back to midfield.
I like how aggressive that FC Dallas has been on set pieces defensively. On the front foot, making sure they attack that first ball while still sticking with their runs. That's a good ball played in from Camilo. That's just better defending from FC Dallas as a unit on a set piece at the top of their own 18-yard box.
Now George John. Hedges still looks a little iffy for Javon Watson, the Jamaican. Now Michel, right at Reo-Coker again. Michel centers it, and Castillo not quite there. But Watson, once again for FC Dallas. High to Eric. Eric had an ambitious thought, but Johnny Leveron is there and easily deflects to safety.
I'd love to see FC Dallas continue to expose that right-hand side for Vancouver. Daigo's tucking in more and more centrally. I get the feeling he's kind of concerned about Leveron and Gershon Kofi. If FC Dallas can continue to play and move and overlap down that left-hand side and utilize Michel's ability to get forward, Javon Watson individually one-on-one with Nigel Reo-Coker, I think they could have some success. I just see in that body language right there from Gershon Kofi a lot of frustration.
They do have both defensive mids do not seem to have the finest touch going tonight for Vancouver. They're right there, another giveaway with not just a whole lot of accuracy to it at all.
Well, I think it's also a byproduct of the system changing and new parts and pieces thrown in.
Now Jackson, Castillo sends it on to Watson. Michel, big left foot. O'Brien is there easily, not enough height on it. Now Andrew Jacobson back in amongst the trees.
Ostad looks very, very hesitant coming off his line. That's the third time we've seen him caught in no man's land.
Now Jacobson to Ferreira. Wow, a nice attempt there that just goes wide as it happened very quickly. Ferreira sends it in.
Oh, that's just incredible skill right there from Jackson. And we saw him set up Javon Watson a minute ago. But keep an eye on Jackson at the top of the 6-yard box. Watch the way he pulls away. Look at that skill. He's letting that ball come behind his plant foot, which is his left foot, and hitting it with his right foot behind. That's just incredible skill. And unfortunately for Jackson, he's not rewarded for that individual bit of brilliance right there. Ostad caught in no man's land again. Unfortunately for Jackson, he just can't keep it on the inside of that left post. But again, to think about that's one thing. To actually technically be able to pull that off, that is fantastic.
And he did not miss the near post by much.
It's one of the reasons why Jackson's one of the most exciting young players in this league, both sides of the ball.
Now here's Jacobson out to Ferreira, who's drifted out wide right. Watson back, but Ferreira keeps the ball. Now plays it ahead to Castillo. Castillo sends it back in, looking for Jackson again. Cannot hook up there.
It's too easy. Too easy for Vancouver defensively.
Plenty of runs with promise, though, for FC Dallas here in the late stages of the first half. Johnny Leveron. Text FCD and the player's name to 444-222 to vote for tonight's Budweiser Man of the Match. We will announce the winner immediately following the game. Leveron. Watson. There's Acosta. Acosta with 2 white caps on him, including Jordan Harvey. The left back, Jordan Harvey, repossesses. And it goes back to Matt Watson. Watson with a cross looking Kobayashi. And Dallas concedes a corner.
Good recovery from a mistake for Acosta. He's going to learn as a young player when you're isolated, especially in a 2v1 situation, you find the ball at your feet. If you can't complete that pass, you don't want to see it cut out where the ball ends up behind you. But it was a great recovery run. He does just enough to force Jordan Harvey to go backwards.
Now here's another corner for Vancouver, and it's Camilo. And a header right on frame. Seitz is there easily. But a nice job, I believe, by Mitchell to get to that.
Another warning sign for FC Dallas defensively. You cannot have an uncontested header. Even if it's going away from goal, you want to make sure your arm's length distance at all times, especially when Vancouver has such a good height and aerial advantage on offensive set pieces. And that's saying a lot because FC Dallas is got some great height across the back line.
All of their attacking height, though, unavailable tonight. So probably down in the... Well, now I play into the area. Once again, on the ball is Jackson.
I like it, though. See, Jackson's right there. He loses the ball, and a lot of people will say, come on, he's got to combine. He's got to be better. He's losing the ball. I'm okay with that because he's in a 1v3 situation at the top of the 18-yard box. And he's technically gifted enough to break players down. He's going to take that risk. Right there, that's the time that I'm okay with Jackson taking a great risk because that little bit of brilliance, that little bit of technique could be a game changer if he finds the time and space. He's already shown how dangerous he is tonight.
Yeah, playing with a lot of confidence tonight, Jackson and Fabian Castillo. Now Ferreira. Real Coker showing some wheels. Nigel Real Coker on the right flank. Looks for some help. Kofi plays it to the opposite side with Watson. Costa closes him down. Leveron. Kofi. Eric is there to demolished that opportunity momentarily, but Rio Coker, Kobayashi, and Vancouver owns the ball at the moment. Left flank and Harvey. Watson. Camilo thinks to have a go at it, but George John is there. Now Harvey. Watson runs at Acosta. Out still. Ball is in play for a moment, and Seitz did a nice job to extinguish that opportunity. Now Ferreira to Camilo. FC Dallas attempting to work in another offensive opportunity. They've had many. Vancouver scored first tonight. Daigo Kobayashi and then Javon Watson leveled for FC Dallas. Both of those in the first 10 minutes. Now wide, Kellen Acosta, the 18-year-old. Acosta keeps it in. Works back to his right foot, looks for a centering opportunity. Just about another deflection. And Vancouver does lead MLS with 4 own goals, including 2 in this season series. And Andy O'Brien being very careful there, and maybe just a little bit of fortune as well.
Do you put the ball in a dangerous spot? Anytime you can create havoc offensively, that's what you try to do. Ball's whipped in, and at that angle, goalkeeper's beaten, and unfortunately, FC Dallas just can't redirect. Very close. Vancouver almost put that ball in the back of their own net.
Andy O'Brien had an own goal on a play that's just like the one that's about to happen with Michel. Actually almost scored from a corner, but it did bounce off O'Brien in the match at BC Place back in early May. Now Michel again, very nice, but a little off. Watson kept it in and put it on goal, but I believe called offside. As we've seen Michel better and better from the right corner, where he is putting a lot of those on frame now. Are you ready to raise your red in 2014? Make sure to secure your 2014 FC Dallas season tickets for the year of soccer. Call 888-FCD-GOAL or go to raiseyourred.com to see how you can get your seats now. Second minute, David Osted. It's a long goal kick, and there is Jacobson back in the lineup, and the Vancouver bench certainly thought he handled it there. Mitchell and O'Brien, the center backs for Vancouver tonight. Watson and Acosta. Matt Watson, who's, you can tell, working his physical advantage against Kellen Acosta, who is plenty fast, but Watson thinks he can take him in the weight room so far.
Well, Watson, when he gets forward, he's looking to just expose the young right back, and good 50-50 shoulder challenge and just a better tackle. And what I like right there, unfortunately it doesn't get pulled off, but Kellen Acosta, he's looking for that hook slide. So not only to win the tackle, but to keep the ball in possession in the field, and so he can go immediately the other way.
Now we'll see if Dallas has cleaned up its corner marking here after the last one that was almost disastrous. Sent in again, and this one deflected wide. Kobayashi with another run at it, and Hedges will play it clear. Now the corner played short. It is Kenny Miller. Miller back to Camilo. They're going to need to close him down. Big right foot and well wide. I would imagine once you become a noted goal scorer who is second in MLS in goals this season, then the next mental game is all the attention you attract, not getting frustrated with people trying to get physical with you and pushing you further and further away. That's probably the next step after the breakout.
Well, and it's one thing to prepare for special players, but it's another thing to actually be able to slow them down. And you know, when you're talking about guys like Diego Valeri, Javier Morales, a guy like Camilo, you can say all the great things. You can tactically talk about all the things you're going to do to limit his touches. But special players do special things. And Camilo's one of those players this season in particular that is very, very difficult to stop.
Now Castillo, we're hearing 1 minute of extra time. Fabian Castillo with a poor touch there. Now Camilo. John jumps into the fray. George John looking wide. Jackson to Javon Watson. And a corner for FC Dallas with, like we said, 1 minute of stoppage time, says the fourth official in the first half. David Osted, the winner of the MLS goaltender Breck Shea lookalike contest. Someone had to win.
Okay.
Here's Ferreira. Looking in. Header from Eric goes right over the bar. And Osted again not happy with his help.
He's got that Sporting Kansas City goalkeeper Jimmy Nielsen kind of demonstrative way about him. Comes flying off his line. Again, he's caught in no man's land. At the top of the six, he's got to come out. Michel finds David Ferreira. Ferreira, just a little clipped in ball. That's top of the 6-yard box. And again, for me, the way Nigel Reo-Coker, the number 13, puts his hands out, what he's saying for me, without using any words, saying, that's yours. Where are you? Why aren't you off your line? And then he comes out stomping and Wreck-It Ralph all over the place inside the 18-yard box. He just looks incredibly frustrated at playing out of position. And I highly doubt he thought coming to Major League Soccer would mean that he'd be playing as a right back.
Now Osted, as we are certainly near the end of that extra minute. We will visit with a member of the home side here momentarily, we do believe. 1-1, and Dunny, your thoughts on the first 45?
It was an interesting start, not an ideal start for FC Dallas, but that man, Javon Watson, able to level just a few minutes later. You can see both he and Nigel Reo-Coker, big smile on their faces. Pretty even bout, but the better the possession coming from FC Dallas, the better the chances coming from FC Dallas. But as we've learned the hard way, this season in particular, you can enjoy all those chances, but if you don't punish your opponent, you're leaving yourself open to give up points, and that just can't happen at this point of the season, especially at home.
All right, I do believe we will have a chance to visit with Javon Watson, the scorer of FC Dallas's goal tonight here in just a moment. Oh, there he is. All right. Javon, congratulations on your goal. Why don't you tell us about that fantastic effort?
It was just since the past 2 weeks, everybody is getting on me that I should shoot the ball because I'm a good striker of the ball. And before I leave out the locker room, I just write on my lock on my shoes, lock and load. So I just come out banging today. So you can expect more in the second half. As long as I get the chance to shoot, I'm going to shoot.
Javon, how surprised are you to see Nigel Reo-Coker playing on that right-hand side? Every time that ball's coming to you, we're seeing that big first touch, you utilizing your speed to get in behind him.
I know he's a tackler, so I can't get close to him. I'm way quicker than him, so as I get it, I push it because if I try to control, he's going to try to body me off, so I don't want that. And the coach said I should exploit my skills some more and go forward.
Well, Javon, congratulations on the goal, and thank you for your time. Good luck in the second half.
And thank you.
That is Javon Watson for FC Dallas, and we are level after 45 minutes of play, but that means a game with huge implications. We'll have plenty to decide. Stay with us. Halftime activities are coming up next. Nearly ready for the second half kickoff. FC Dallas and Vancouver in a titanic September battle with playoff implications. Now, before we kick off the second half, we do want to recognize a milestone and an event. Sadly, this week reminded us of the 2-year anniversary of losing a friend of both of ours, Brian, as Bobby Ryan passed away back in 2011 in this week. And to commemorate that, It's the 2013 Dallas Heart Walk this morning in downtown Dallas.
A huge turnout. You can see Bobby's wife, Bevan, and his 2 little boys in the front. And absolutely a legend. Never forget BR19, and such an incredible human being. And again, like you said, to think it's been 2 years since his passing is just, it's ridiculous to lose someone like Bobby, and it'll never make sense.
No.
Not for any of us.
And it still makes you sad, and it's one thing to say personal friend, but I feel like he was a friend to anyone and everyone in the city or anyone who cared about soccer. And I saw a great story that you should try to find on the MLS website from this weekend that just pretty much encapsulated what the dude was all about. So,
and he was the transition from a player into being a broadcaster and being up here in the booth alongside both of us many a time. Bobby was destined for great things in the broadcast world. And again, our heart goes out to his wife, Bevan, and his 2 little boys.
Absolutely.
He will always be on all of our minds every time we step into this stadium.
So if you see BR19 anywhere or a hashtag with BR19, you know what it's all about with the whole FC Dallas family. All right, let's take a look at some halftime statistics, Brian, as we segue now into an important second half of soccer. And here we go.
Well, you look at the shots created for FC Dallas, 8-1 in terms of shots to being shots on goal. Vancouver, at times, you can't really pull up the 3 opportunities. You think of at least the goal from Daigo being a great chance, and then that was pretty even possession squarely in the favor of FC Dallas. So it'll be very interesting to see what adjustments are made by both of these coaches, because at this point of the season, with the adjustments and the changes we've seen starting this match, with a little bit of tweaks, Michelle back at left back, Nigel Reo-Coker for Vancouver right back, what the chess match becomes. Around the 60th minute, that's when you kind of get the feeling that that first move, whether tactical or substitution-wise, that we'll see from either coach.
And it does appear like we have the exact same 11 from each side as I quickly scan the field. No subs at the half, and so both sides can and probably will on a hot night use what they have allotted to them. And now Vancouver with a little offensive side possession as Kobayashi, Reo-Coker inside, and there Watson over Acosta, and that appears to be a coaching point for Martin Rennie, is to have Matt Watson use a size and probably strength advantage against the young Kellen Acosta.
Well, the difficulties for outside backs in a situation like that are you're isolated 1v1 and you're facing the ball while at the same time still having a reference point of where your run is. And you're always going to give the attacker the advantage because they can time the run from behind. And the idea from an outside back in that situation where Kellen Acosta is looking at that service coming from the far side is just don't get caught flat-footed. And he's got incredible leaps. He's able to get up pretty quickly. But again, he's a young defender that's making incredible strides in just his 5th start for FC Dallas.
Now Reo-Coker to Kobayashi as Vancouver restarts things, and Castillo attempts to put a little pressure on Osted. Now Acosta, as both teams feeling things out here in the second half, in the early going, in front of a pretty strong Saturday night crowd here at FC Dallas Stadium.
Yeah, I got to make a quick point. I was told we were talking about Nigel Reo-Coker, talking about when was the last time he actually played as a right back, and our man Steve Davis said he played a couple times, and he said for sure at the win at Dallas or DC. So our man Steve Davis always keeping me in line, always making sure I'm minding my P's and Q's.
And a man who probably does watch as many matches as you, so I will.
He's paid handsomely.
Never challenge Steve Davis on that. Now Hedges looking for Acosta. John across to Michelle, but Kobayashi picks that off with great ease. Kofi looking to play wide to Watson. And Harvey.
I saw an interesting interaction on the bench for Vancouver just a minute ago. Head athletic trainer Jake Jokum going down and talking to Jay Demerit and finding out how he was feeling. So not too often do you see a center back come in as a substitute, but coming back from that Achilles injury and being the first time on the bench in the 18-man roster tonight, in a game day roster for Jay DeMerit. Be interesting to see if he gets a little bit of a look as he continues to build his fitness to get back into the starting 11.
And it really doesn't matter your club. You're pulling for Jay DeMerit.
Oh, yeah.
U.S. International, and a fantastic story that required and received a documentary that you should try to see. I know it's on Netflix. Kobayashi sent it on goal there, but the Jay DeMerit story, I'm certainly biased, being a fellow cheesehead, but nevertheless, I think it stands the test.
Great little skill check right there. Daigo goes through the legs of Michelle, finds a little bit of time and space, but good cover up from Chris Seitz, doesn't spill. Reads that one well. And again, keep an eye on this matchup in particular. Carlisle Mitchell, the number 24 center back, and that man Jackson. Before this night's over, Carlisle Mitchell is going to get stuck in on a tackle in Jackson, and it's gonna draw the referee's attention. It's the second or third time he's clipped Carlisle Mitchell from behind, and it's not a lot. It's not malicious, but you see that slight little step at the very end.
Yeah.
It's like poking the bear, poking the bear. And Carlisle Mitchell, he's a player that does not mind physical contact. He enjoys a tackle or two.
At some point, the bear sees red, then you're in trouble. To finish the DeMerit story, so the documentary and all that, but understand he's the captain for Vancouver now, and 8 minutes into the season blew his Achilles, and the very man you just mentioned, Steve Davis, speculated that would probably end his season and maybe his career. So for him to bounce back to be in their active 18 tonight so quickly is certainly a real impressive recovery on his part.
Well, anytime you're on the wrong side of 30, there's Jay just leaning forward next to Brad Knighton, the goalkeeper. Anytime you're on the wrong side of 30, your team plays on an artificial surface. You know, there are going to be questions about your recovery first and foremost, and how things go forward, because that is not an easy recovery to deal with.
Hedges with a nice job there, stopping a Kofi charge.
One of the good news for Jay DeMerit, just recently married, so it's been a lot of positives after a huge negative to start this season off.
Long-time man for Watford, of course, including their promotion into the Premiership. And
one of the funniest human beings you will. If you ever want to go grab a beer with someone, like, he's the guy you want to go grab a drink with, because he will make you laugh like nobody's business.
Now Mitchell. So both teams attempt to build something resembling an attack here in the second half. Very little threatening stuff to this point.
Oh, we haven't seen the same amount of success that FC Dallas had. We're seeing a slight little adjustment between Daigo Kobayashi, the number 14, and Kenny Miller. They've kind of switched, where Kenny Miller's finding himself drifting out a little bit more to this right-hand side. Daigo's tucked in, but there's a concerted effort right here with Johnny Leverone and Gershon Kofi, the number 28, to sit in front of that back four, keep their shape, and try to limit the simple possession through David Ferreira.
Boy, nice ball there, though. All the way to Kenny Miller. Now a little give and go with Kobayashi, and misses its mark. Kofi is there. Once again reloads to Jordan Harvey. Harvey with his left foot. Once again looking for Miller, and this time heads it harmlessly on to Chris Seitz. Be sure to follow FC Dallas on Facebook. You'll get videos, breaking news, ticket giveaways, and we have launched our free FC Dallas mobile text program. Text the word GOAL right now to text number F444222 to begin getting access to special ticket offers, contests, breaking team news, and much more. Had a lot to say there, sorry.
That's one of the longest reads I've ever heard.
You thought it was a read? It was all off the top of my head, actually.
That was like a book report right there.
Now John and Hedges. Michelle. They do seem to get longer. John. David Ferreira. Matt Watson watching him closely. Ahead, Jacobson's such a key part to FC Dallas in the spring. When Dallas was on a roll, he really was a big part of that in his spot in the defensive mid.
Well, there were questions. I mean, you lose Julian de Guzman, you lose Danielle Hernandez, and so the competition isn't really there. Andrew Jacobson's been very, very solid this season. Michel primarily has been playing alongside of him, but then with the acquisition of Eric, with seeing Peter Lucine coming back and being about a week away, the former French international, from full fitness after we talk about Jay Demerit doing his Achilles, Peter Lucine doing his ACL just days after signing with FC Dallas. So there's going to be a ton of faces and a ton of competition for that defensive midfield spot for FC Dallas.
There are exciting things going on in the surgical world, don't you believe? I think just Adrian Peterson and Robert Griffin III in the NFL world, but you talk about these sped up recoveries, and they seem to be getting better at major surgeries.
Yeah, they are. And I think, you know, now you're seeing those on average ACLs turning from 9 months to a year down to, you know, realistically 5 to 7 months in the timeline. There's still going to be a few players that have a little bit more difficulty.
Now Castillo and Rio Coker having quite a battle here, and Castillo is going to be, I think, scolded for a retribution, but both players were getting...
He's lucky. If he gets away without a yellow card, he's going to be very, very fortunate, because there is an extra swipe there at the end. It's just a good battle. That brutish physicality from Nigel Rio-Coker, that light little swap, and then he thinks about it for a split second. There's very few players in this league that you might not want to take that extra swipe at. And I would say Nigel Rio-Coker is one of those players you just might want to think about. And if you do that and you get away with it, you might want to drift away from his area.
Now this preceded all of that.
Well, Jackson takes that first touch, and it's the bite, it's the step through, and then
the steal.
Rio Coker gets forward immediately, and that's what he's good at going forward.
Now, Rio Coker has had midfield tussles with the biggest and baddest across the globe. Therefore, the 145 pounds of Fabian Castillo is certainly not going to test his resolve. Leveron out to Watson.
Good idea right there from Watson.
And he is hounding Acosta here as the game develops, but a goal kick for Dallas.
Rio Coker back on the field, but keep in mind that we saw the substitutes available for Shell Simon. Benitez, Diaz, Osley, Keel, Jonathan Topp, Walker Zimmerman. But for Martin Rennie, Gene Markets Davidson, Jay Demerit, Tommy Heineman, Eric Hurtado, Kakuta Mane, YP Lee, you've got a lot of offensive quickness and firepower available for Vancouver.
Yeah, Dallas knows all about Kakuta Mane. He really played a role in the match at BC Place.
Well, and a player that lost his spot following the 2-2 draw, come from behind draw against Chivas USA last weekend.
Now ahead to Jackson. Been much quieter here in the second half. Jackson out to Castillo. Let's see what he can do. Castillo blocked away by O'Brien. Recollected there for a moment by Ferreira. And it is deflected wide.
Well, individually, great defending from Andy O'Brien, staying big, putting those big ham hocks down to the ground and pushing that ball wide. And then David Ferreira, good touch, settles with the chest and very quickly gets off that half chance opportunity. Johnny Leveron, the defensive midfielder tonight, has stepped back in, covered the right shoulder of Ostad. Ostad again, caught in no man's land.
Out centering pass, looking for Jackson. Had a great chance at it. And both O'Brien and Jackson did not make just a whole lot of contact with that ball.
You take a minute to go and you see the little hip check, and watch the skill. Great skill right there from David Ferreira, body going back, and then keep an eye at the bottom of your screen, and Jackson gets in behind, and it's that big swiping motion is just enough from Andy O'Brien. He's beat, but that recovery, but just putting that boot up at the last second, Jackson thinks about keeping his foot on the ground or trying that little half side volley right there. Gets caught in between two and ends up missing the ball. But
did Leveron make the save on that Ferreira chance?
Yep.
That was a heck of a play there on both sides.
Well, and that's what they'll tell you as a defender. The moment your goalkeeper comes off his line, cover his back shoulder, and that's what Leveron does.
Dallas still on top in the shots department. Michel there with a untrue touch.
Well, it's a good overlapping run, and he finds that space, little dummy from Javon Watson, and then kind of kind of a little touch tackle on himself, settles, and then kicks it out of bounds with his right. Doesn't have the same effect that we're used to seeing, but his touches are going to be drastically limited on this left-hand side of the fence compared to playing in the center part of the defensive midfield role.
That spot tonight, Eric and Jacobson. So Michel is in that left back spot where Jair Benitez often might be. Now Acosta looking to get forward. As Dallas tries to own the ball again here as we approach the 60th minute. Make Vancouver run, knowing they're not necessarily used to the climate.
Well, it's simple possession, but as you can see, Vancouver's just going to sit. They're going to draw their immediate line of possession right at the midfield spot. See, maybe at the top of the arch at times, but that's their line of confrontation. And you can see it turns into 3, potentially 4, depending on how high Vancouver wants to step.
Now Eric looks for Javon Watson, tonight's goal scorer. He is closed down quickly as Kobayashi mauls him, and a free kick from there.
Well, coming into tonight, FC Dallas had scored 4 goals. Their previous 4 goals off set pieces against the Vancouver Whitecaps, and 2 of those goals ended up being own goals for Vancouver defensively. So Vancouver's had some struggles, and that'll be in the back of their mind, despite this being a new game, that the previous 2 matches that Vancouver, that they have failed on their marking defensively on set piece opportunities like this against FC Dallas.
Here it comes. The left foot of Michel. What an addition that's been this season. In swinger. Osted does a nice job there, meeting the ball in the air. Ferreira back for a reload. This time a side foot.
That's better by Osted, coming off his line, confident with the punch, but how in the world are there 2 runs in the box without any marking whatsoever?
Once again, looking for Hedges. Takes a deflection. Now up to Eric. And you'd like to have that one again.
Well, Javon Watson, for the 2nd time, is completely unmarked in the box. And then this last build-up, good whipped-in ball, and David Ferreira finds some time, finds some space. Eric's first touch. Take another look. Watch Javon Watson right in the middle of your screen. He cannot get goal side. Cannot get goal side. One of the reasons why Vancouver struggled this year is the lack of discipline in the final third. And right there, very fortunate not to be punished.
It does look like we have activity over on the Vancouver substitute bench.
That's going to be YP Lee, and I'm wondering if Nigel Reo-Coker's night's over, or if Martin Rennie's going to make a change in the midfield, slide in YP Lee and push Nigel Reo-Coker.
Looks like it's going to be Lee for Kobayashi, the scorer tonight for the Whitecaps, and that can allow Martin Rennie to move things around a little bit. As you mentioned, slide Reo-Coker back into the midfield.
Again, another player with an incredible amount of experience, not just from the World Cup and the international stage, but also EPL and in Holland. YP Lee is what, like 38 years young, something like that?
He certainly has a full resume. 36 and 127 South Korean caps.
A lot of those caps was when he was playing in England, so you just think about the physical side of dealing with that. The international flights, it's pretty amazing when you're talking about players getting above that 100 mark.
Yes.
For the amount of physical commitment it takes, not just the mental side, but the physical aspect.
Castillo with another giveaway. Just stop giving it away in that portion of the field if find a better option. Now Michel down the left.
Well, we're going to see FC Dallas about to make a change too.
Jackson working on Reo-Coker. Little give and go with Watson again. Watson tries to save it.
Well, this is going to be the first time I've seen both coaches make their first change of the night. Both of those coaches going with outside backs. YP Lee's going to come in and replace Daigo. That means YP Lee's going to go to that right-hand side. Most likely you're going to see Martin Rennie push Nigel Rio-Coker into the midfield. But for FC Dallas, they're getting Jair Benitez ready. So I'm interested to see if you're going to see Jair Benitez come in at left back, Michel push in the midfield, and you're going to see another tactical adjustment.
The Vancouver substitution presented by Texas Health, Ben Hogan Sports Medicine, and it is in fact YP Lee for Daigo Kobayashi.
Well, pretty interesting. YP Lee's going to play as a wide right midfielder instead of playing as a right back. And Nigel Rio-Coker stays at that right back position.
Now, if you're Vancouver and you're facing a road match, do you feel good about a result of a draw? I would imagine you probably do if you're on the road, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And the struggles at Vancouver, just 2 wins, 7 losses, 3 draws, giving up 19 goals on the road, 20 tonight with the goal from Javon Watson in the 9th minute. At this point, especially given the fact that Vancouver goes on the road to San Jose and then goes to Montreal, getting an early point is important, because these next 9 points that are on the table for Vancouver are going to be very, very hard to come by.
Now Ferreira taking down hard on Mitchell, and he will be scolded.
It looks like he's just going to get a talking to. He thought about it at first.
And yet another Texas Health Ben Hogan Sports Medicine substitution here, and that is Jair Benitez ending Michel's night. Interesting move there.
Yeah, you just got to wonder if Michel's carrying a knock, carrying a little bit of a twinge. That's a like-for-like change, and not too often are you going to see the first change of the night be an outside back for an outside back, unless there's some type of injury concern.
And certainly a downgrade in service.
But probably maybe an upgrade tactically, because Jair Benitez, while he likes to get forward, he'll be more of a stay-home player, whereas Michel will kind of float into that midfield. And that's where that first goal came from tonight.
Yeah, positionally like for like. Stylistically, there certainly are some contrasts there.
Benitez, he's got some bite. He didn't like the fact that YP Lee kind of just clipped at him a little bit.
He will battle. Brian, come check out the FC Dallas Fan Shop located at FC Dallas Stadium for all your new 2013 FCD Advocare gear. The jersey, get it personalized with your favorite player. Plus, check out other FCD apparel and gift ideas. Different specials are available every week. Hours are 10 to 4 Monday through Thursday, 10 to 5 on Friday, and the store opens at 2 p.m. on game days. Now Lee with a poor touch and a Dallas throw. Watson. And we'll get a restart here. As official Kevin Stott explains exactly what he wants, which is a Vancouver throw.
Yeah, one of the best referees in the game. One of the best. It's going to be a bad day for Major League Soccer when Kevin Stott is no longer running the middle. We're seeing this evolution. You know, as fans, we've been calling for fresh blood for so long for the referees to kind of catch up with the speed of play in the league. And Kevin Stott, one of those referees alongside of Ricardo Salazar that has so much experience and so much for a feel of the game, the way the ebbs and the flow of the game. He's a referee that you can talk to, have a conversation with. He's not going to be the guy that puts the chest out and is worried about having his name on the back of the jersey. Kind of wishes a player that were more like he in this league.
Now Lee sends Kofi, Gershon Kofi from Ghana. YP Lee, very international roster in Vancouver, to say the least. Here's Rio-Coker. Kenny Miller. Now Lee. Lee sets Watson into the right corner. Watson and Javon Watson. Watson versus Watson there. And it's kept in momentarily. Seitz is not going to mess around, though. He picks it up. controls. Into the final half of the second half now, as here is Kellen Acosta and those wheels that he's known for. Now Ferreira. Ferreira with a very fine opportunity earlier. Acosta with a touch that got away from him and launched out of play by Matt Watson. Both sides have used one substitution to this point on a night that is certainly hot, but could be much worse, believe it or not. I'm sure Vancouver's happy to hear that as Jay DeMeritt continues to get ready. I mean, it's September, Brian. You can almost wear a sweater tonight. Jair Benitez.
You can. You'd probably sweat through it.
Or a suit coat in my case. Here's Ferreira.
That's a risky line drawn for the Vancouver Whitecaps because Nigel Reo-Coker is just delayed. It's the right call by the referee on the far side, but again, we'll have to point out Nigel Reo-Coker because it's an unnatural position for him playing on the right-hand side of the defense. Those are little things. That's a small little bit of having him as an outside right back is that tendency is going to be to float as opposed to having a guy like YP Lee who's going to hold the high line and recognize where Carlisle Mitchell and Andy O'Brien are at all times.
Now Castillo, FC Dallas. Wow, big collision over there. We have bodies, Asprun, Castillo, and really two for each side, all looking like they could.
Yeah, Javon Watson.
Use a deep breath here.
Got Matt Watson going down, Jordan Harvey. I think it's incidental contact that starts between Javon Watson and Jordan Harvey, and they just kind of clatter into multiple players. And Matt Watson, anytime there's a plant foot and you've got a player kind of coming down into you, some concern for serious injury.
Yeah, it looked like Javon Watson's head and Matt Watson's knee area had a collision, and I'm not sure either of them got out of that in real good shape. As they are both being attended to, let's just review the storylines here as we entered into tonight's match briefly, and we'll look at the replay. But
yeah, just keep an eye on Harvey as Castillo kind of turns and comes across. It's just incidental contact that turns, and then right there is Watson. He's got his right foot and his left foot kind of planted. As Javon Watson kind of tumbles into him, that's where the concern is. Anytime there's a player that's planted in the ground, on a grass field, it's easy because it's going to kind of pull up a little bit. Excuse me, it's Kellen Acosta, not Javon Watson. Acosta, again, has been very solid on this right-hand side.
So FC Dallas in their last 5 home matches, 1 loss, 4 draws. They desperately need a victory tonight and will push for that in the final 20 minutes. They are locked up at 37 points with Vancouver, both trailing 2 more clubs at 39 points as we enter the evening.
Well, just shows you, this season how crazy it's been. Kind of like last year where the LA Galaxy start horrifically and yet are able to not only on that run and get back-to-back MLS Cup championships. For FC Dallas, they start out so well, and despite having such a struggle during the heat and humidity of the summer months, 1 win puts them in 4th place.
Right.
The season's far from over, and it just shows you how forgiving yet unforgiving an MLS season can be in total.
Now, Acosta's wheels are being tested again, and he is fallen on again by Matt Watson.
Yeah, right decision right there from the referee, Kevin Stott. Kellen Acosta, he gets beat, but what he does, he just stops. Just kind of railroads Matt Watson and lets him kind of run up the back. Easy call for the referee to make.
Now this puts Camilo on the ball from a angle that FC Dallas would prefer, but nevertheless set pieces at this portion of the match when you can fire it in with great velocity into the mixed match. There are always a hold your breath moment. Now Camilo, a little loft on it, Sight punches it wide amidst the traffic. And Jackson is taken down there. by Leveron, and now we will get Dallas' second substitution, and this is Mauro Diaz checking in for Jackson, I do believe, whose night will be over.
That's a little bit of a surprise for me, because if I'm looking at this based on the game itself, and again, at this point of the season, it's about managing minutes, managing injuries. Fabian Castillo, for me, would be the change. Bring in Mauro Diaz for Castillo and let Jackson continue to cause havoc. Castillo's been a little too quiet for my liking tonight.
The Texas Health Ben Hogan sports medicine substitution there, and Diaz immediately heads to the top of the formation. And now collects the ball wearing number 20 in one of his first few home appearances. Diaz from Argentina has played in 4 games and has had 2 starts. And the 1 goal in Portland in his debut. Now Benitez.
Just over 15 minutes to make a difference. And again, like you talked about the last 5 games. And Jair's just got to be careful. He's got to be careful. There's a difference between mental toughness and physical toughness. And getting your feet clipped. And second time it's happened, just getting caught with a hand in the cookie jar, acting out. Anytime you're using your hands against another player, you're allowing the referee an opportunity to make a decision.
Now Ferreira taken down, and they're told to play on.
Yeah, good no call right there.
Castillo, Diaz. Now Castillo again looking for Ferreira, and another giveaway. And a long ball played as Hedges and Camilo battle.
That is very well read right there from Matt Hedges, because that's not easy going up against Camilo, knowing that you got a good hard run and you're isolated 1v1. That ball gets up and over you, you're in big trouble. Good ball. It seems like Johnny Leveron, he's completing more passes over 40 yards than he is just keeping the ball on the ground.
Now Benitez running at Lee. And they're going to get Jair for that. And
he's put himself in the direct sideline of the referee.
Especially with Lee. I mean, it's been a conversation where Benitez is saying something and Lee is telling him to settle down, and Benitez says something and the conversation still goes on.
He's earned the reputation of being a fiery individual and a fiery player on the field, and those are the type of guys you don't like to go up against individually.
Looks like Eric Hurtado will be entering the match as well, a 2013 draftee for Vancouver. Momentarily, he will replace Matt Watson, we are told. And that substitution will happen at the next stoppage.
He knows what he's doing. It's the right idea, you just got caught. He's just getting that underneath, a slight little hip bump to offset the run of Watson. And with that, that'll be Watson's final inclusion. This is a counterattack substitution right here. You're bringing in Eric Hurtado out of Santa Clara. His ability to get forward and break out quickly. What you're asking Hurtado to do now is defend well, but force Acosta into uncomfortable situations individually. Look to dominate this left-hand side for Vancouver offensively. Final 12 to 13 minutes.
So Vancouver had the 4th and 5th selections. Kakuna Mane, the 4th pick, and Eric Hurtado, the 5th pick in the draft this past January, the Super Draft. And now we'll get a look at one of them. And Hurtado, as you mentioned, Santa Clara zone, and
he's been dangerous. As a young player, he's dangerous, but that growth as a young player goes from being dangerous to being lethal.
So does
finishing your chances.
Steve Nash, being minority owner, have anything to do with a Santa Clara draft pick?
I actually got to play in that Steve Nash Foundation game in Los Angeles a month and a half ago, and Steve Nash is a good dude. He's a good guy to have in this league as an owner.
And reasonable quality on the ball, right, for an NBA guy, right?
He's actually a good player.
Yeah.
Good player.
His juggling is fantastic during NBA timeouts back in the day. All right, here is Javon Watson. Centering pass, and it goes into the side netting. Register now for the Bobby Ryan Invitational Tournament at FC Dallas Stadium, November 29th through December 1st. The tournament is open to boys ages U10 to U16 and will feature international competition from Mexico and Costa Rica. Space is limited, and the deadline to register is October 25th. For more information or to register, visit us at fcdallas.com/tournaments, or backslash, as it were. I could never keep that straight. Now Miller has had a busy night. And Mauro Diaz. Kenny Miller, the second leading goal scorer for Vancouver. So they have Camilo with 14 this season, and Miller with 7 more. As a comparison, FC Dallas has one player with more than 3 goals this season, and that is Blas Perez, who is off with Panama on international duty. And
well, it's been very clear and evident how important Blas Perez is to FC Dallas tonight. You're not being here, you're missing that big post-up striker. You know, Kenny Cooper suspended for, which I thought was pretty soft that he would be suspended for it. I understand why, but the Victor Bernardez incident near the end of the match in San Jose, that's a big loss for FC Dallas, because Eric Osley, for one reason or another, just has not done enough to force head coach Charles Hyman to put him in the starting 11. And you thought tonight would be that night, especially with no Blas Perez and no Kenny Cooper.
Yeah, the reports of his back have just been such an issue all summer long, and saw quotes from him today where he clearly feels like he's let a lot of people down and wants to redeem himself, but you can only do what the body is willing to do, I suppose. 81st minute, Vancouver and Dallas locked up on the pitch, in the table, for the second year in a row for a playoff spot. These two sides are very, very close together. Now a ball played over the end line for a goal kick.
This will be a big point on the road for Vancouver ahead of their next 2 matches at San Jose and then at Montreal. This will be a disappointing result should it stay this way for FC Dallas. Historically, they've been so dominant at this stadium at home, and this year 10 draws overall at home, 5 of those draws here.
Well, they are amongst the industry leaders in goals for and goals against in the final minutes. So this has got plenty to be determined yet. 12 goals for this season out of 36 have come in the final 15 minutes. 13 goals against, which certainly reminds you of the Bull Durham new league record routine.
Good Bull Durham reference.
Now played over Diaz's head.
Showing your age there. Tipping your card.
Kids, check out Bull Durham sometime. We have movement on the bench for the third and final substitution, and it is the man we have discussed, Eric Osley, the first designated player for Vancouver. He scored the first goal in their franchise history.
He was so good for Vancouver, and then traded to the debacle that was Toronto FC over the last 3 or 4 years. But Eric Osley has the opportunity to come in and sting his former team and the coach that traded him away. That either plays into your favor emotionally, or it ends up biting you again.
Dangerous opportunity here. What a job by Eric to dispossess Hurtado. That was very dangerous for a moment, as Hurtado was behind the defenders with the ball, but Eric backtracking.
Yeah, he's good. It's been his 5th start for FC Dallas since joining during the summer transfer window, and Eric's, he's been quiet. You don't really talk about him too much, and that's almost exactly what you want from your defensive midfielder.
Hey, Texas Health, Ben Hogan Sports Medicine substitution. The 2 men who shared an embrace after Javon Watson scored in the first half. Watson for Osley.
Well, you got instant size and strength up top, and it's going to change the complexion of the way Vancouver has to defend. Mauro Diaz is going to sit underneath and potentially find a little bit more space, but tactically, Martin Rennie's going to have to sort this out quickly because Andy O'Brien and Carlisle Mitchell are going to have to deal with Osley. But look at that secondary run right there. David Ferrer, completely unmarked. Johnny Leverone just watched him run.
Rio Coker attempts to send it out to Lee and to safety. Benitez.
Again, for Vancouver, they're going to have to worry now. It changes everything. Worrying about Eric Osley. Now you have Mauro Diaz and you have David Ferreira going to sit underneath. So Johnny Leverone and Gershon Kofi are going to have to deal with these second runs. Johnny Leverone's having a conversation with Carlisle Mitchell. Very demonstrative right now. This is a great substitution, a good tactical adjustment with a sub from head coach Shel Simon. I love it.
And obviously Dallas not happy with a draw. They need 3 points and they are pushing for it by putting a center striker up and going after it. But
well, and again, Eric Osley, he might not score, but his presence alone will draw the attention of 2 center backs and a defensive midfielder anytime he's in the area.
Now Rio Coker will restart here and into the final stages of the 85th minute we go.
You're just going to get the feeling that each side's going to have one good look.
Hurtado. Acosta back there, and they concede a corner.
Well, there's that speed of Eric Hurtado. He turns quickly, step over, finds some space, but good recovery run from the outside right back, Kellen Acosta.
Vancouver 1-4-2 in their last 7, but they were 7-1-2 before that. So certainly, like Dallas, just a roller coaster ride of good form, poor form, and
yeah, they've been a little bit more Jekyll and Hyde than FC Dallas. At least it's been clear Dallas starting off so strong.
Now Camilo sends it in. Seitz meets Mitchell in the air. Now
Great
Diaz,
turn. What a turn!
Launches Osley nicely. An optimistic touch there, trying to get it to Castillo, and Lee was sitting on it, and now YP Lee is back in the other direction.
If I'm YP Lee, I am thanking the heavens that I am so quick, because he just jumped out of 2 incredibly physical tackles that were coming his way.
And there's Benitez again, and YP Lee exchanging pleasantries, and Benitez leaves with the ball. Left foot from Jair. Osley to Castillo. Castillo sends it back into the middle. Diaz trying to go. Oh, what a centering pass from Castillo. And Mauro Diaz first time into the top of the net. And it's 2-1 Dallas.
That's a dream goal and a dream buildup for FC Dallas as they were well on their way with the game winner here late in the 87th minute. Starts with Jair Benitez. Knockdown header won by Eric Osley. Good first touch, simple ball in behind. And then no one can stay with the speed of Castillo. Nigel Rio Coker in recovery mode. And what a finish. What a finish by the delayed run of Mauro Diaz, the substitute. Castillo clipped in ball, perfectly weighted. And then Mauro Diaz, side foot across the body. David Ostad has no chance whatsoever. Power, placement, technical, unbelievable finish by that man, Mauro Diaz.
Boy, Dallas was excited when they inked Mauro Diaz, the man from Argentina, for his quality. He scored in his debut in Portland, but that right there is what you dream of in training, and he buried it. 2-1 now in the 88th minute.
Oh, that's a goal you dream of as a young kid, being able to step onto the field and score an amazing goal. And again, it comes down the right-hand side of Vancouver. You hate to continue to point out where it's coming from, but Nigel Rio Coker is put in a situation where he's not going to succeed. He's a defensive midfielder, and you're putting him out at a right back, and perfectly weighted ball, and very similar to what we saw against Chivas USA. The final change, Andy O'Brien comes off, the center back, Tommy Heineman. Started his career with the Columbus Crew. He scored the game-tying goal in the 94th minute. Size, strength, it's a bull in the china shop. He's got a few minutes to make a difference.
He's got the Alexi Lalas tribute hair and beard going, and he had a real dramatic equalizer, as you mentioned last weekend. So keep an eye on 29.
Yeah, he's very similar to what Steven Lenhart is for San Jose Earthquakes.
Now Kofi out wide, Hurtado plays it to Harvey. Into the middle we go, and Diaz collects. Diaz, as it stands, with the game winner. Now Benitez as Osley, and he has a go at it from great distance. He scores right over midfield. He saw Ostead off his line and said, let's have a go at this from 50 yards. He does. And there is your dagger.
A highlight material from Jair Benitez. And the substitute finds himself uncontested over the midfield, pops his head up, and David Ostead. You're not going to want to see this on replay. What a goal. Brilliant technique, incredible left foot from Jair Benitez. Steps inside the midfield and just pings this ball up and over, back of the net.
Donnie, speaking of training camp or training ground dreams, that's one I know it's tried on a regular basis.
Well, many try, very few are able to technically pull that off, and that's quite a goal. First goal of the season from Jair Benitez.
So if you want quality, you have seen quality tonight. 3-1 FC Dallas with 2 goals in the very late stages. And with 4 minutes of stoppage time, they are on the brink of a very large victory tonight. Falling behind 1-0 in the first moments of the match, but since then have come back with what you would have to say are 3 goal of the week candidates. Javon Watson, Mauro Diaz, and now a step over midfield, Jair Benitez. We were at 1-1 in the 87th minute when Fabian Castillo hit Mauro Diaz with a delicious cross.
We'll get done saying feel like there's going to be at least one good goal scoring opportunity for FC Dallas in that final 5 minutes, and they got it. But then that little individual piece of brilliance from Jair Benitez. To be able to recognize that the goalkeeper's off his line and trying to stay connected to the back four, but then being able to technically ping that ball 50 yards on a frozen rope and find the back of the net. It's an incredible goal by the substitute left back tonight.
It's a very key 3 points if they can secure it.
Huge.
2 road matches ahead, Colorado and New York.
Huge, huge 3 points. Psychologically, especially at home.
Now Kofi to Mitchell. Dallas packs it in a little bit defensively and tries to mind their P's and Q's here the rest of the way. Kofi handled for a moment, no call. To Mitchell, Leveron, wide to Nigel Reo-Coker. He uses his right foot to send it in. Now Kofi from distance. Harmless. Castillo. Ahead to Osley. And let's point out, of course, that Osley substitution preceded by just a few minutes the 2 goals.
Oh, he said it when he came on. He changes the complexion of the way you have to defend, because he's got the size and strength, but Eric Osley's done a great job dipping back in the midfield and providing a point of relief for the midfielders and for FC Dallas, finding his feet, allowing him to take that settling touch, deal with the pressure from behind. That's where the space is opened up for both Diaz and Davi Ferrer.
Now Hurtado. Kellen Acosta completing a very combative 90 minutes of play as he continues to mature before our very eyes. Jacobson sends him. Acosta just kept running, didn't he? Jordan Harvey with a high boot there.
Yeah, fair challenge. Good recovery run from Jordan Harvey. And the moment that ball kind of bounces up, he attacks it immediately, knocks it out of bounds. Frustration again across the back line. Very, very close to walking out of here with what would have been a good point on the road ahead of a difficult 3-game stretch on the road for the Vancouver Whitecaps.
Well, we talked about it in the final 15 minutes. They now have 14 of their goals. Snatched another one late, and they will take it. 3 points for Dallas. They move now to 40, which at the moment puts them 4th in the West. And the Budweiser man of the match has to be Mauro Diaz with the game winner. A fantastic finish and an all-important second goal.
Well, that man Jair Benitez, he'll probably win goal of the week with that strike from 50 yards out. Coming on for a substitute, changing with Michel for the final 15 minutes of this match, but he was very, very good, combative as usual. Huge 3 points at home for FC Dallas.
All right, we will break and come put the finishing touches on this. FC Dallas victorious 3-1 over Vancouver. Stay with us.